Live from beautiful downtown Bastrop, Texas, it's time for the Stage Select, starring Julian Titus and Justin Ham.
What could this possibly be? Seems a lot like a podcast. Wonder what specifically. Talking about video games with your hosts. You're in good hands, not more of the same. Now we'll jump right in. So expect the unexpected and more. Now we'll get groovin'. There we go, 'cause when we walk through the door, there just might be some treasure in this chest. Having fun with our special guest. Time for Stage Select.
With special guest, Mike Fallek. And here are your hosts, Julian Titus and Justin Ham.
Welcome, one and all, to the Stage Select. I'm Julian Titus.
And I'm Justin Ham. That was some really weird energy you were giving off there, but I support it.
Well, you know, this is actually, for full disclosure, this is the second time that we've done the intro, and I've been shocked both times because I fully expected special guest Mike Fallek to step all over my intro.
What does that mean? Well, first of all, I
You know
specifically, I almost made a soundboard for tonight where of Justin talking to other guests that aren't me, just like being so nice and interested. I almost made a full soundboard of like,
I'm
yeah,
nice
tell
and
me more.
interested.
I specifically told you that the intro. You're nice and fine. This is a bit, but it's for stagecraft here. But it's also true, and
Sometimes, yeah.
I didn't interrupt with what happens in that lemon scene. So why is
That's
that
true.
for the Mass Effect thing? I mean, I love it, but why?
No, that's going to be a pre-recorded bit for another thing.
Oh, isn't that
Yeah, you were just here to witness it, Mike.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sorry
behind
that
the scenes.
you were caught in the crossfire.
I was
Yeah,
Mario Lopez on E Tonight or True Access.
you were
It was
Mario
True
Lopez.
Access.
Yep, that's right.
Is that his
That's
name?
right.
I mean, Mario Lopez is a person. Yeah.
Yeah, he was on Saved by the Bell.
Yes,
Yeah.
and on my hotel screen.
Yeah, and on Pacific Blue, lest we forget, Bike Cop.
Do you know that
Mario
Shasta
Lopez?
Shasta McNasty, like after you started doing that bit, came up in a really old podcast I listened to. Like,
Oh, you want to hear something really funny?
No,
yeah,
Okay.
I don't either.
Well,
And,
fuck
like,
me
I'm
then.
kind of
Yeah.
upset that you didn't ask both of us, and
yeah,
it was not the vibe.
but go ahead.
Go
It's
fine.
It
good
was actually
anyway.
aimed at both of you.
Okay, sure.
So I have to listen.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
Justin
it's
too?
part of being.
yeah,
Yes,
Okay,
because that's
so-
how a
We're both
fucking
stuck.
podcast
Sorry,
works.
Justin.
yeah.
I guess
It's
he's
fine.
just going to do this.
It's fine.
So I got like a Google Analytics alert, I guess, because it was like, oh, you need to fix this thing because you're not getting shown up. And then I went to the thing and I didn't know what they wanted me to fix. So I was like, well, fuck me, I guess.
Yeah.
But I started to look at like searches that got people to the show.
No.
And I kid you not, Shasta McNasty
No.
Yes.
was one of the searches.
No.
Great. I'm happy. That's good. I'm happy that
It's-
people are showing up for Shasta
Yeah.
McNasty.
Yeah.
You should mention
It actually
every
is,
episode now.
I think it's our second most downloaded episode so far.
Good.
What do you like?
Yeah.
Just the one named Shasta McNasty.
But it's called Beware the Shasta McNasty Alarm. Yeah.
Yeah.
You should put Shasta McNasty in every episode title. Then that's
Why do you keep saying Shasty?
because
Yeah. I'm
because why am I getting the name of the show wrong? Because it doesn't matter if I get it wrong.
It doesn't matter. You're right.
It's the same as getting like the name of a cockroach wrong. It's dead. Who cares? You know.
Well, it could be alive. You don't know that.
Again,
it's alive in our hearts.
It's not going to protest. What's the name of the show? I mean, I've never seen it. What's it actually called?
Shasta. Like, do you remember the beverages Shasta? The Shasta beverages?
So, is it about a particularly nasty Shasta?
No, it's the name of a band.
Does Shasta mean something in a language that I don't know?
Okay. So I did a Google search for Shasta McNasty to see if our show popped up, and
Yeah.
apparently there's some sort of like I think like a bladed weapon or something that's called a Shasta McNasty, and I don't know which came first.
All right, I'm sorry to do this to everybody, but I need to do something.
No, that's not fair.
No.
That's not fair.
This is a different
Ceremonial.
Shasta McNasty button. I wish I had a more subdued version of it, but I don't. I just need to, because I have to read from the Wikipedia to explain the premise of the show to Mike.
And you can't do that without the button.
And I can't do that without the button,
makes sense.
Julian.
Yeah.
So here we are.
Perfect
Okay.
logic.
Shasta McNasty focused on 3 friends, Scott, Dennis, and Randy, who are part of the rap rock band Shasta McNasty. Okay. After signing to Defunk Records, the 3 friends locate from Chicago to LA, where they find out the label has become defunct. And then they keep their advance money and they rent an apartment on Venice Beach, and shenanigans ensue. So there you go. That's the point of, that's the show, Mike.
Do you know what's crazy about that whole description?
Hold on. Hold on.
Can't just leave that bit open.
I can't leave it open like that. Anyway, okay, continue.
Yeah, it's that whatchamacallit, Gestalt theory. That's a thing with OCD. Look it up.
Yeah.
You can't, if you here's how you can use Gestalt theory on people. Tell someone you're going to draw a circle, and then start to draw a circle, and then stop and leave about a quarter there, see what it does to someone's brain.
See, when I use Gestalt theory, I just say Constructicons merge and form Devastator, and that usually works pretty well.
Is Gestalt a thing in Transformers?
That's the Japanese term for all the combiners.
Oh.
Wow, interesting. I
It's
wonder
a very
if it
funny
has
joke
to
to a very isolated audience.
Well, but I wonder if it has something to do with very famous psychotherapist Gestalt. Maybe
It might. I mean, it's a big thing in Nier.
it is too. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Gestalt did this whole thing. It doesn't matter. Okay, so like, if the show is supposed to be a comedy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's
ostensibly,
take,
theoretically.
let's take like The
Yeah.
Office, right? Like The Office's comedy is like, this could be a place you work, but it's like slightly even more horrible than you can imagine, right? Like the name and all the stuff and the job they do, like a paper company and whatever. But like, if you were working, like the choice of Shasta McNasty as the name of the band and Defunk Records as the name of the band is confusing to me.
That's the record label.
Right.
Mike.
The record label. That's confusing to me what they're going for comedy wise, because like in the 90s there could, and early 2000s, there could have been a band named Shasta McNasty, and that would have been like,
yeah, I think that was the point. Yeah.
Is that the point? And Defunk Records is like totally plausible as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I just realized that like it's also defunct because they go out of business.
I didn't
So
even think of that.
Funny.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty
relatively
funny.
There's comedy there. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a
Well,
comedy.
no, let's not say that. It's a written joke.
Okay.
Certainly. It shows
That is
shows
true,
evidence
yeah.
of life, I guess.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know that it fully passes the Turing test, but it shows evidence of some society.
Well, they didn't have AI back then, so you
They
know.
only had VI, and that transitions wonderfully to today's topic.
Yeah, you're way ahead of things. I mean, not that far ahead, because I don't got shit for this episode, which is why you're here, Mike.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like, I literally have nothing to talk about. But there is one announcement that I wanted to make. Well, actually, 2 announcements that I wanted to make. One, Retrofits is officially back now.
Hooray.
James and JJ did not turn me into a liar retroactively like the last time when I said they were back.
That's good.
The channel is back, and they do have new videos up and currently going up. So I will have the link to the new channel in the show notes. So just go check that out and give them a follow, or I guess a subscription. You know, I'm stuck
Either
in
or.
Blue Sky world right now. And then the other thing is, actually just before we started recording this episode, I put a announcement for a Patreon AMA on our Patreon page, which is going to be it's basically just a pinned thread where you can ask questions, and then Justin and I will answer those questions on a episode that we'll record before we go on hiatus. We'll record it in December, so you got plenty of time to get questions in. I realize that technically y'all can ask us anything all the time, because that's the whole point of comments, questions, and concerns. But these are secret comments, questions, and concerns, because they're not going to go onto the free feed.
Is this like After Dark questions, comments, and concerns?
I mean, it's whatever you want it to be, baby.
Is it like Loveline?
Is it like Love Line?
Sure.
It,
I mean,
it could be. Yeah.
Yeah. It can be whatever you want.
I've met that guy.
I know
Which
you
one,
have.
Dr. Drew or the other one?
Not the other one.
Okay,
Despite
the-
the
yeah.
fact that I forgot Dr. Drew's name.
Yeah, but both of them, pretty problematic these days.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah.
It's not great. I saw Dr. Drew in a wonderful movie the other day, though. Wild Hogs.
Oh, good.
Wild
Good for
Hogs.
Dr. Drew.
Is that the biker movie with Tim Allen?
Yeah, sure is.
Wild Hogs, this is much like Jack and Jill, where I tell people there's this whole, I think you guys were talking about Adam Sandler. There's this whole Adam Sandler prejudice, and people will often list Jack and Jill, but the amount of people who get angry about Jack and Jill and haven't seen it is a big mission of mine. Jack and Jill's a wonderful movie. Go watch it. Wild Hogs is the most upsetting movie you'll ever see. And yet it sucks you in this way. I mean, trigger warning. I'll tell you a line that was really wonderful and out of date. Martin Lawrence says, "Is anyone getting that pre-rapey feeling right now?" That was a great joke that just floated into the air like a dead pet. It was just absolutely just the biggest bummer.
Yeah.
But the whole concept of the thing like sucks you in, and there's moments where you're like, wow, this is really weird. I recommend everybody go watch it. Dr. Drew is in it.
You've given me like multiple reasons to avoid this movie for the rest of my life, Mike.
Watch it.
No, you can't.
Why did you watch it?
Oh, I don't distinguish. I am the Siddhartha of movies and TV. I, as a child, achieved enlightenment towards, I don't care about what I watch. It's not
right. You just decided today's the day I watch Wild Hogs. Is that what happened, or did you see, or do you just like have one television channel and whatever's on, that's what you're watching?
I am in a time loop where I still have AMC, like TNT.
Yeah, and that's it. That's all you have. Yeah,
it's a fictionalized timeline version of TNT where they still were around when Wild Hogs was around, and I'm really excited for the Star Wars marathon in a week.
It's coming. It's coming.
Is TNT no longer around?
No, it's still around.
No, it's not.
It's still around.
Where?
Yeah, it is. 100%. TNT's still a channel. 100%.
If you at home can find TNT, right into the show.
Come on.
I mean, I doubt they have Monster Vision anymore, and I don't think Joe Bob Briggs is on there anymore.
Joe Bob Briggs is on AMC.
Oh, yeah.
He's on Shudder.
Yeah, it's still around. It's even got channel listings for it.
I know this because I worked on, well, now I'm just flexing. When I worked on, for Troma, Gringo Fantastico's Disaster Piece Theater, Gringo Fantastico, not the character, but the real person, works for Joe Bob Briggs.
Oh, cool.
And there's some connection between the mutant fam and the Tromites and Tromettes. Wonderful horror words.
Yeah, like TNT's actually makes a pretty good amount of money because they have the NBA license and stuff, and college basketball and shit. So people go there for that stuff.
But Spike is gone.
Ted Turner dead?
Is Ted Turner dead? Justin, check on a few things for us. Is Ted Turner dead? What year did Wild Hogs come out? And is Spike TV is definitely not around. And
no, that's gone. Spike TV's gone. That's a different thing now.
On TNT.
Probably.
I don't know if you find out, but
I might be able to.
I imagine they made it for
yes,
TNT.
No, Ted Turner is not alive according to the AI overview of Google. So no, he died. I don't know when, but I don't care.
Unless the
I don't either.
Wild Hogs release date. Let's get that going.
God, don't do that. Who gives a shit?
No, you asked for it.
Oh, no.
February 27th, 2007. I didn't even have to type it in. Google just knew.
Google's trending. It's like they have to account for the Wild Hog searches. They're like, no, there's no count. It's constant. It's background noise.
And I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Wild Hogs was definitely on TNT, because if you type in Wild Hogs on TNT, you can scroll down just the fuzz and it will tell you all the information you need to know. 97 minutes and PG-13 rated.
Oh, PG-13 is absolutely bullshit. That movie is hard R because of I can't imagine watching that with a 13-year-old. I can't.
What? Well,
okay, but you not imagining watching something with a 13-year-old does not automatically make it a hard R.
TNT describes the movie as such.
Movie, everyone. I can't. Just go watch it and see if you agree with me.
Mike, here's the thing. It might be a hard R, but on TNT, they probably cut all that stuff out. So it's probably PG-13 on that.
It must be seconds long.
Yeah.
few shots of,
well,
of John Travolta on a
according
motorcycle.
to, I'm going to read the description of Wild Hogs from TNT here. Tired of their humdrum lives, some middle-aged friends decide to temporarily ditch their responsibilities and take a motorcycle trip.
No, it's a PG-13 movie.
The freedom of the open road holds many surprises for the group, including an encounter with the Del Fuegos, a hardcore gang who take a dim view of the novice bikers. They don't like them. They don't add that part. That was me. But
to me, hard R. I'm making a commentary on the movie. Is like, I don't want a teenager, a budding teen, to watch a movie because it might ruin them for life. And I would say that that's the case with.
Was 2000? So 2007.
They
was
have
that
flip
around?
phones in the movie. If that gives you an idea, just
Right?
The time span.
I'm trying to think of when that one show that was really popular came out. Fucking.
That show.
Last Man Standing.
No, the motorcycle gang show. It was real big.
What is it? Insufferable caricature person show.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I watched it for a while.
Burning Road.
And not Anarchy.
Sons of Anarchy. Sons of Anarchy. No.
With the most charmless lead I have probably ever seen in a television show.
It was. I didn't hate that show up until about the end of season 2 or 3. I can't remember what it was. Okay, no, that was September 3rd, 2008. So motorcycles were big then.
There's a documentary coming out about the guy. Do you guys know the story with the guy?
Which guy?
One of the actors on it murdered someone.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
Yeah.
Henry Rollins was on that show.
Henry Rollins did not murder anyone.
No, he played.
That we know of.
Yeah, he played a white supremacist, and it was something.
Yeah. Which I'm sure some of Henry Rollins fans were too excited to get to watch that episode.
Probably.
That's the vibe I get from his fans. I think about a quarter of his fans. That's the vibe I get. Not doing it openly, but more than excited to see him play white supremacist. Oh boy, they're not going out to the marches, but when Henry Rollins puts on that robe, they're like, oh, they secretly are like, oh, this is great.
Yeah.
And some Henry Rollins fans, I think they're great. I think they're some of the best rock fans around, but I get the feeling there's a quarter of them hanging out being like, can't wait for him to be in American History X 2, you know?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Do you have housekeeping to do before I ask you guys a million questions about Mass Effect?
I did the housekeeping.
He did it.
Okay.
I was actually going to say, so, well, I guess, because we didn't do this before the show. So like I said, I've got nothing.
Okay. I got a couple.
Justin,
things.
do you have anything? And then Mike, do you have anything before we get into the meat of the show, which is going to just be a Mass Effect episode? Because we had requests. So here's what happened.
What's the timeline here?
Mike comes on, I think it's like the 4th episode, and says, I really want to talk to you guys about Mass Effect, but we don't have time. And I was like, yeah, we'll do that another time. Since then, we've had listeners come onto the show, and they've gone back and listened to the old episode. They've gone back and listened to the whole show so far, and have been like, man, can't wait for you guys to actually do that big Mass Effect discussion with Mike Fallek. And then what listeners don't know is that the first week of Game of the Year has one Mike Fallek, who also on that show mentions Mass Effect and says, I really want to talk to you guys about Mass Effect.
Yeah.
And I was like, son of a bitch, when they hear this, they're going to be like, yeah, we really want that Mike Fallek Mass Effect episode.
Right.
So I just wanted to get ahead of it and be like, no, we'll just go ahead and do it. So then when they get to that part in Game of the Year, they'll be like, that was actually a really good conversation.
And you showed them.
I couldn't remember if I said it on my episode or on the one yet to air. And so I was like, oh, wait.
Both.
It was both, yeah. It was
did
both.
People like precog and know it before I said it? Like that they were just like, oh, that would be interesting to talk about. Not me, but interesting to talk about Mass.
No, the only Time Lord related to the stage select is Justin Ham.
I don't know about
we
that.
had agreed to shift his time travel. I thought we had all agreed on that.
To shift his time travel?
To make him a different time traveler.
No, it was never, no.
I had talked about it. Fans, just put the clip in now, Julian, of me saying it. I want to hear what Justin has to say. Can Justin start talking and I go pee?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Already?
Yeah, he's got to go pee.
But Justin, Julian, I don't I don't like plan my P's. I'm just living my life as an organic being. You two seem to speak of Time Lords. The Cylons over here, they just, I might have to pee. That's when I have to pee.
He's a man of blood. Yes. Let him urinate.
So while Justin's talking, let me go pee.
He can listen to things. All right. I played video games.
Obi-Wan for the Xbox. Hold on.
That's good.
That was a terrible purchase. Why would you do that?
He did what he wanted to do. That's what he did. I played video games. Let's see. I played the one that I haven't talked about yet is Undisputed, which is a boxing video game. And it's fine. It's kind of like I remember seeing it a while ago in early access, and it didn't have very much going on yet, but they had promised a bunch of stuff, and they're going for the fight night thing, and they're trying to make a new one of those, but it kind of seemed a little smaller scale than what you'd be normally used to. And it seemed like it might have some promise, but I was like, I'll wait till it's an actual video game before I get it. And then it came out, and I was kind of like, I just don't really feel like doing that right now. Plus, it had a lot of like bad reviews for a while, and it still does. And I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna mess with this.
I'm assuming this is like fully unlicensed, or do they have like some boxer
full
licenses?
Full
license.
Like they got all.
Okay.
There's 4 different boxing associations in there that are all ranked and stuff like that. I think one of them is maybe made up, but and they have like actual boxers that like what's the one guy's name? Mayweather, I think, is in there. Stuff like that. I can't remember. Like Muhammad Ali's in it. You know, all your favorites. All 7 of them.
Exactly.
Mr. Sandman, Super Macho Man.
No, none of those. Sorry,
Don Flamingo.
They didn't get the Nintendo license, unfortunately. It's fine. That game. It's a little jankier than what you might want it to be. They went. How to explain it? It has a lot of the same problems like a UFC game has, where like hit detection's a little weird every now and then. Or sometimes you throw a punch, you're like, that should have hit them, but it didn't. Or sometimes you'll throw a punch and you're like, that hit them and it shouldn't have. I don't know quite what the rules are. Like the animations get caught on stuff and kind of wig out every now and then. It's really weird. Like, so they let you pick a stance and then they let you pick a blocking stance. So sometimes those two things conflict and like arms will get caught on stuff and like you'll just kind of see like, if they have a cross arm block, they'll just like one arm will just be going nuts every now and then. You're like, okay, it's fine. Some of that's like charming to me in a way, but
yeah,
I don't know. It kind of lacks the same impact like a UFC or even like the old Fight Night games had. Like when you'd knock somebody out in those games, it was really fucking cool to like, because they would just like almost ragdoll out and just go down. And that was really cool. Now everything has like, in this game, it's all kind of like animation based. Like you'll hit somebody and then it kind of plays the animation and they go down. It doesn't quite have the same impact as something like that does. At least it doesn't feel like it does.
And I feel especially in a modern boxing game, you almost need to start with that. Like start on making the hits feel impactful and then work backwards from there. They
do, because when you get popped with one, you're like, oh yeah, that hit him. It was pretty good. Like it's got a good sound to it. Like especially if they land a counter punch on you. Like if you get hit in that game and like on a counter punch or something, like you're like, oh shit, I gotta back off because that was not good for me. But it's not bad overall. It's not bad. It has a pretty cool career mode where you do a career mode. You make a person and then go through the ranks of boxing. That's what you do. Overall not bad.
Why don't Tekken games, now that you guys say this, why don't like Tekken games or any sort of either like slightly 3D or even 2D game, why don't they just have a boxing mod where it's just over the shoulder?
Some games do.
Yeah.
But they're kind of unplayable.
Yeah.
That way.
It's pretty tough. Even this one doesn't do over the shoulder. It just does, it's like fighting game view, like side to side or whatever.
That's stupid.
Oh, and I think that new Dragon Ball Z game has a first person mode.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
That's I don't know.
That kicks ass.
But yeah, Undisputed, it's fine. I played it for a few days, and I don't know. It's kind of it's one of those games that if you pick it up on a sale, that's probably the way to do it.
Sounds like you're disputing it.
Yeah, it's pretty disputable.
What does the career? You know, it's an interesting thing with career mode, right? Like,
nope.
Well, then I guess I can't talk about it.
Well, no, I mean, I don't know this, so I'm waiting for you to tell me.
If you were to, you could do a really interesting story with career mode, because in reality, like, the amount of times a boxer fights would not really suffice for an interesting, like, it's not like football or even like, or baseball, God forbid, where you're just playing so many sports. Like, if you were to play like 50 matches within a fighting game, which is not unheard of, like, that boxer would be like, I don't even think Mike Tyson has fought 50 matches. Or what's his name? Who's in it?
So.
Mayweather has not fought 50 fights.
Yeah.
You know.
So
yeah, because they only tend to fight like maybe 2 or 3 times a year.
Yeah,
like
three times a year,
because it takes a long time.
3 times a year, like Muhammad Ali was doing that when he was like broke, and like that's untenable. You can't fight 3 times a year.
It's a lot.
At a professional
it's
level.
a lot.
So it would be really interesting to be like, you could set it in 2023, and then like after you're fighting, it's like, it's 2054. My robot wife is saying I have to quit boxing.
So to that end, I believe the UFC games kind of do something like that.
That's awesome.
Where like it's not so much if you're winning, like, no problems. It is like if you're in the fight and you lose the fight, like you have to wait a little while to get back into it, and you're constantly aging up, so your retirement starts to speed up if you start losing and shit like that. This one kind of does stuff like that, where you can get injured in a match or in training, and like then you have to wait until the injury heals before you can come back in, and you're aging up as well. So I'm not sure where the retirement is, because I didn't get to the end of the career mode, but they play around with some of that stuff.
Yeah.
I wish they do some of that type of stuff in like the WWE games for like the season modes and stuff like that, where injuries are actually a factor in booking the matches and stuff like that.
Can I say something kind of dark about a WWE game in general?
Sure.
Like, now that we know how many monsters are involved in the WWE, and this parlays to a question I have for Justin, when is someone going to make a game, like an indie game, that's actually about what people went through in wrestling, you know? And that parlays me to, Justin, have you ever played Blitz the League?
No, I never played that one.
Blitz the League.
I've heard it's pretty nuts. Yeah.
I think it's really for you.
Yeah, it's probably pretty all right.
But I think your reaction to it would be interesting, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, probably. But yeah, Undisputed, it's fine. That's kind of all I have to say about it. It's fine. The other thing, I did, speaking of career modes, I tried out the other NBA 2K career mode because I was really bored. And it's a mess and fucking weird, and I hated every minute of it.
Justin, I need you to start like paying attention to some reviews before you put your money down on some of these games.
How much are the 2K
No, it was like
games?
half off.
I posted
it was like half off when I bought it. Yeah.
And people were, I posted this thing on Threads, like, what's the most expensive game you've ever bought or something like that. And a lot of responses were at these 2K games, and people were just like, oh no, like 2K out of the box is like $85 or something. And if you get DLCs, it's like,
well, here's the thing. Here's how they get you. You'll buy like whatever edition of it that comes with, 5 shirts or whatever, and some coins to buy more shirts. I don't really know. Like, that's basically what you're getting in those fucking packages.
Money for shirts.
Yeah. I bought it like half off on Steam, and I was like, yeah, why not? And I played the one career mode I was playing, I really liked. Like the women's career mode is actually like how I feel like a basketball career mode should go. It's actually really nice. The men's career mode is fucking unhinged, because you start it and it's got like a whole intro to it. Like you're a character, and like you have a manager, and he's got things to say to you, and you've known each other for a long time, and your character has a backstory, but you can play it or not. It's a real weird thing. So then you get into then it's like, okay, go do whatever you want to do. You want to do the backstory? Or do you want to do, the NBA stuff? You can skip right to that. But first, here's the whole online lobby because you have to go through that to get to any of the career mode stuff. So here's some guys just rolling around in fucking go-karts next to you. Like, I don't know why they have them or how they got them, but there they are.
Wait, what is the go-kart?
And you have to deal with that.
What's
I don't know.
Is
There was
something
just
I
like
don't know
two
about
dudes
basketball?
No, I don't know about basketball either.
Because when you're young and you get stupid money, you get
Yeah.
stupid with it.
Apparently, they just get go-karts to
Isn't it
ride
about-
around in.
Isn't it about unpaid? Isn't it about college athletes? The 2K games.
No, this
Oh,
is
okay.
the NBA one.
The NBA
yeah.
one. Oh, okay, so they have.
Yeah.
There isn't currently an NCAA basketball, right?
I don't
like
believe
they
there
just
is,
brought back
no.
football after like many years.
Yeah, I don't believe there is, no.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's fucking nuts. Like, I got into that thing and then like, I was just like, this is weird, I don't like it. And then I went into the NBA stuff and I was like, it's built towards, so like I said, the women's one is not like this, but all like the stat building and stuff is built towards, because you're going to play online against other people with this character. So you can train, but you can't do it again until 7 real world days pass. And I was like, oh no, I'm not
that.
fucking
Come
doing
on.
this. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Like, no. Yeah. Because they don't want you to get too good. They want you to be on there every day. That's how they get you. It's fucking wild. I was like, yeah, fuck this. I'm good.
That's something that you would expect from like fucking Ultima Online or EverQuest.
Oh,
like
Julian,
25-year-old MMOs.
bro, these games, that's how they are. That's people play them like they are MMOs, but with basketball.
Well,
And
okay,
they
yeah,
kind of
I guess
are.
that's true because the people,
Yeah.
like, when I've had some games that do this well, and I was thinking about that with the 2K games. It's like, if you just play a game, like, I mean, I talked about trying out top-down games and like League of Legends ripoffs. If you play it every day, you don't even notice the bonuses. You're just like, yeah, whatever. Like, I'm gonna
that's
come
pretty
home
much
and
it.
turn on Pokemon Unite. I don't care that there's a 7 bonus or whatever.
My brother-in-law does not really give a shit about video games, but 2K is his shit. Like, that's all
Right.
he plays. So, and then I'm like, yeah, this isn't my scene. I'm out of here. This was fun this was a fun experiment for about a half an hour. I'm good.
Did you play enough to get the Steam reward? I mean, the Steam refund. Did you play that little?
Oh yeah, no, I did. I played too much of it. Like the other career mode I love, and I'm gonna go back. And if I want to play basketball, that's what I'll go into. The women's one is actually really fun because it's just like purely single player for the most part. And like, yeah, you can just sit there and you're playing NBA games and giving press conferences and all sorts of weird shit, and that's fun to me.
Oh, I have an AMA question based on that, but I don't want to ask it today because I think it's a really good question. Can I tell it to you now?
Okay, sure.
And just ask it? How much
Sure.
when you buy a PC or a console do you think about the games you keep and buy to make it an evergreen system? Like, in other words, you can play forever. Like, because that's what I was thinking with that NBA 2K is like,
Mhm.
Oh,
now you have a basketball game, so you don't have to worry. Like, on your Steam account, it's like whenever I play, like, I don't have to buy another. Even if I didn't like it that much, I have a basketball game, so I'm
true.
set. That's my
I don't
question.
Depends
know.
on the
I don't
game.
That's my
think that
question.
way.
That's my question.
Sure.
That's it.
Anyway,
else
that
did you
was
play,
my
Jesse?
NBA 2K25 experiment or whatever the whole year that is. I don't even give a shit. What else did I do? I played a little bit of Star Wars Outlaws, but not enough to talk about it yet.
Oh,
And-
I was wondering if you were going to go back to that or not.
Yeah, not
They're
enough to
supposed
talk
to be
about
doing
it.
a big update here real soon.
Yeah.
Like I think next week actually.
It's possible. But I mean, I had a good time with it. I played it because I was playing, so I finished Dragon Age the Veilguard. That's the big thing I wanted to talk about. And I figured this would lead into the Mass Effect stuff pretty well.
Well, okay, before you do that, I forgot I do have one thing that I can talk about,
Sure,
and I won't
fine.
talk about very long, but I finished volume 2 of Berserk.
Okay, there you go.
And I know listeners, you know, because like when I said in the Discord that I ordered volume 1, everybody was like, Julian, you're gonna hate that book. Like you should not read Berserk. But you know, like just everybody like wringing their hands. And I gotta say, volume 3 is coming on Sunday, and I wish I wish I already
All
had
right.
it so that I could read volume 3.
You're in the good arc of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I really liked the arc that you said that they cut from the anime, which is
Yeah.
the one with that count, because I think
Yes.
that really like, especially now that I'm reading like the flashback stuff, where it seems, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but it seems that like when Guts is with the Band of the Hawk,
Yeah.
like the concept of there being like monsters and demons and undead is like old wives' tales. Like
yeah, they
people
don't. Yeah, basically. Yeah.
And you know, when you start off the book, like that's just the way life is, right? And so I find that very fascinating.
Yeah, they introduce that world in the anime, and then like, yeah, it feels almost like, yeah, like it's kind of like, no, we don't believe in that stuff, but you know, who knows? We can't,
Yeah.
you know, it's hard to say. And then like there's one encounter that happens, and I'm not sure if it's in the one you read, and then it's kind of like that stuff starts to take off a little bit more. Like,
he fought Nosferatu Zod or whatever. I forget
that's
name.
the guy. Yeah.
And dude, again, I'm really loving like seeing how much like this shit influenced like video games, because I'm like,
oh yeah,
that's fucking Akuma.
Yeah,
That's just Akuma.
right.
Like,
Yep.
you look at the dude's face before he transforms, and it's like, that is literally Akuma's
Mhm.
design. And,
Yeah.
and well, actually, Akuma is Nosferatu's design, now that I realize
Right.
it. It's like, holy shit. Like,
Yeah.
just ripped off 1-to-1.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
which is kind of cool.
For sure.
No, but I'm really liking that, like, now Guts seems like more of a character, and,
Yes.
and kind of seeing how he, and also it's like, you know, it's like, okay, I'm kind of starting to see why you're such a, you know, piece of shit, like,
Yes.
in the future, because like, you had a rough life.
Yeah.
I really like the dynamic between him and Griffith. I love, like, you know, I mean, obviously I know that Griffith is going to be like a main antagonist, but
Mhm.
seeing like the beginnings of that relationship, and like, you know, how playful he is, and like, he was not the character that I was expecting at all.
Yeah.
But then also you get those glimpses of like, oh, this dude's like just stone cold.
Right.
And so no, it's very fascinating.
Have they gotten into the like the love triangle of Griffith, Guts, and Casca?
Little bit, yeah.
A little
like
bit, yeah. That's
volume
that's
2
about right.
ends with Casca's origin.
Okay. Yeah.
So like the flashback to like how she joined the Band of the Hawk and everything.
Right.
So,
Right.
Yeah, and also kind of an interesting, like, I don't know how much they delve into this, especially with it being, you know, a 90s work from a Japanese author, but the fact that like someone, you know, or someone's like, I think it's in her flash, I forget where it is, but oh no, I think it's Guts, like when he saves her, and he's going on about like women shouldn't be like soldiers or blah blah blah, and she's
Right.
like, I didn't ask to be born this way.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, that's an interesting thing to say, and I wonder if they go deeper with that, like as far as like her identity and stuff like that, because that's a really interesting thread to pull on. But
Yeah.
I could also see her just being like, from this point on, being like way more feminine, just because it's like, well, now we've seen her feminine side,
Mhm.
so like, but you know, I'm not there yet. But no,
Yeah.
very, you know,
Casca's a good character. She really is.
yeah. Interested to read more, and third volume is on the way.
I have Berserk questions.
Sure.
So there's a large contingent of shitty anime fans that like Berserk. There's a lot of good Berserk fans that get it and whatever.
Mhm.
But there's a large contingent of people being like, oh, like you like Dragon Ball Z and like Yu Yu Hakusho, like that's for kids. Like I'm a grown up teenager. I like Berserk. And,
Right.
My anime. What is yours have purple and pink in it? I don't even know what pink. I haven't seen pink. Never. I don't even know what is green. And so.
I can confirm that those types of fans have probably never seen Pink.
Heyo, I didn't make the joke, so you could. So the that has stopped me from reading it, but really what's stopped me from reading it more is I'm not a huge fan of like action oriented manga, like Akira, for example, is so actiony. Like I love Akira as a lore and like an anime, but then like when you read the book, it's like just so many like shootouts and bike crashes and stuff. It's like panel after panel after panel, and you're kind of like, man, this is beautiful, and I'm so bored. And they're expensive to read, Berserk and Akira, so it's like you buy 2 volumes of Akira, and you're like, this is so boring. and all the story can be watched in the anime. And so I've had the same worry about Berserk, but your description of it doesn't sound so actiony, actually.
Well, no. It's super actiony.
Yeah.
So like,
okay, never mind.
you know,
Fuck it.
I mean, like these volumes are. I'll show you on the. They're thick. Like I'm showing on the mic,
Fuck off.
but like.
A lot of
I
it.
fly through them
fly through
because
them,
there's
yeah.
so many pages where there's like no dialogue because it is just action and like big, like he loves to do these big sweeping panels of like showing the entire armies clashing.
Right.
And it's a thing where it's like, yeah, I'm sure like in an anime or like if they did like a live action version, it's like these would be like really epic looking battles. But in a panel to panel thing, especially because I think that like Miura he's good, but like I still prefer like the storytelling of American comic book artists when it comes to just sheer action panels.
It's because it's an animation, because in Japan they'll make like style stuff. The manga is like, here's the style, here's the thing I'm trying to express, and then the animators will be like, well, how do we take this, like the action lines, for example, like that doesn't come from animation, it comes from manga. So it's like, oh, well, how do we make that look animated? Versus American comic book authors are like, we're coming from a history of film, so it's like this needs to be like a storyboard. It needs to be like animation, like frame to frame. Everything needs to connect. Versus like manga, they don't care. They will. I mean, Dragon Ball Z is a great version of it. It's like the animation does not actually. You couldn't draw really what the keyframes were, the poses were from one panel to another all the time in Dragon Ball Z. But you can do that in an X-Men comic. You know, they're very about like, here's the build up of the punch, here's the follow through of the punch, here's where they are in the space physically. I've noticed that too. And so that's what I don't like about Japanese action as well, which is that it's like, yeah, it's cool, but like, it's not really visual storytelling in a narrative sense.
Right.
It's just like, man, this is cool. And then this cool thing happens.
And I haven't seen the anime, but just from what you've said, I would say probably just seek out the anime and check that out.
The 90s, there's a lot of them though. That's the problem with Berserk. It has a lot of interpretations and most of them are really not well liked. I've never seen all of them. I've only seen the 97 one, which I did like. That's what got me into it. And that one, they kind of do a good fusion of the two things a lot of the time. I don't think that anime had like a really high budget or anything when they were making it. But everything comes across pretty well, and they actually do a good job of like putting some of the panels into it, and it's hard to explain. There's one part that Julian, I'm pretty sure you haven't gotten to yet. I'm pretty sure it's probably in the next volume. It's a big like lore moment for Guts, and like it's basically like they would like take parts of like this basically huge battle, and like it would just be like freeze frames of him just like chopping fucking through dudes, and like that shit worked really well. So yeah, I actually am really looking forward to getting to that in the manga, because I want to see, because my memory of the original thing that I watched was really cool. So, but anyway, that's cool. I'm glad you're still enjoying it. That's awesome. Yeah.
So Dragon Age
the Veilguard. I finished it. My immediate thought after finishing it was, wow, wish I would have finished this like a day or two earlier, because I might have had some different thoughts on when I got to the certain things that we recorded that weekend.
Okay.
May have fought for a few things a little harder than what I did.
Right.
Especially one category where it was mostly Julian, and I would have been like, no, we should put this in there. It's great.
Yeah, we might be really reworking that category next year, because I was like, oh, this is just my category.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's okay. That's fine. But anyway, I really liked it. I came away pretty high on it. It the crashing problem I was having, I'm still having, but it's only if I turn the graphics all the way up. So I'm trying to find a weird balance that makes it not do that.
So I heard you talking about this. Have you looked up who has a PC that can do it then? Because that's what I'm confused by. So has somebody online said, I have...
Oh, people can do it. That's the thing. It's just mine.
Yeah, like it's like Dragon Age the Veilguard can run on a Steam Deck, like perfectly fine. So it's just something weird about Justin's.
You have to do what I did, which is turn all like the graphic stuff off on it to have it run fine on the Steam Deck, but it runs fine. And that's what I did, and it ran fine.
I just didn't expect your beast of a system to run into issues, and especially on a game where it's like universally praised on like the PC.
Here's the weirdest part about it. It runs perfectly fine. It runs flawlessly. Like I get like 100 and something frames per second, like just great, looks amazing, and then all of a sudden it'll just boop. Like 45 minutes in, it'll just fucking boop out. It's really weird. I think from what I'm starting to get, there's some sort of weird voltage thing that it does at a certain point, and it just fucking clicks my CPU or something off. And I'm not 100% sure what the fuck's going on there. It might be the CPU's going bad or something, because I don't know. Not 100% sure.
Is that the thing that certain people are having issues with?
Sometimes, yeah, it's the Intel thing.
No. I mean, yeah, like an Intel thing.
Yes,
I know there's some sort of.
There were
those. You would know. I would hope Justin would know if he had that Intel processor.
Yeah, I have one of them, but like it for the most part, it's been fine. I don't have the 1400. That's the one that was really bad with it. The 1300s do it a little bit, but like it's usually like a settings change and you're fine on those. And I don't know exactly which ones.
If it's a recall, they'll just send you. One of them got recalled, right. So they'll just send you a new one. So just fucking.
I think it's the 1400s that got recalled. It doesn't matter.
I don't have that processor because my computer's shittier than yours.
Well, here's the thing though. So I was just kind of after I beat it, I started messing around. I was like, let me just see because another update happened. I was like, let me see if they fixed anything. So I turned all the graphics up and did all the shit. Started a new game, and it did it again. And I was like, okay, so it's something with the graphics. And I started going through options and turning it off. And then I would just, my experiment, and seriously, it's like a timing based thing. I can let it sit, like the character just sit there and do nothing, and it'll eventually just pop off. It's really strange. But so then I was like, okay, let me find a game. Can I think of a game that's like just pretty recent that I can turn the fucking shit up on and see if it does it again? So that's why I booted up Star Wars Outlaws. I was like, that one, and I turned everything up, and this thing is like humming, and I'm like, it doesn't crash though. I'm playing this I'm like 3 hours into it right now, and nothing's happening. So what the fuck? Like, don't know what the hell's going on here, but all right.
I have a Star Wars question before I forget about Berserk for a second.
Sure.
Are you guys watching the TV shows, the Star Wars? Did you watch Ahsoka and
I have literally not watched anything Star Wars related since Mandalorian season 2.
Okay, Ahsoka and Acolyte are super Dark Souls coded. They're like basically Dark Souls Star Wars. I would recommend, especially if you're into Berserk right now, and Berserk loves Star Wars. There's like 90 books named after the Millennium Falcon or something in them. I would watch Ahsoka. It's super, super, super Dark Soulsy. I would check it out.
Interesting.
Yeah, but I think my thing is that I'm not actually like, I don't like the Dark Souls stuff. That's why people were telling me not to read Berserk.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're into it right now. Embrace your mall teen era and go watch Ahsoka while you're into it, because you'll be into it.
Yeah, but then I've got to get another subscription, and I don't.
Yeah,
just pirate it. Nobody cares. I'm sorry, Disney's a monopoly. I'm sorry, as a filmmaker, let me tell you something. Disney is a monopoly. If you're not pirating something from Disney, you're not using the American justice and economic system correctly. We have not sent anyone to jail for piracy since 2008. Pirate everything from Disney. Steal it. Get someone.
No, they just get all their money taken away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
It's worse.
No, nobody. They have not gone after pirates. You mean you have to do it on a massive scale? Everyone should be stealing Disney Plus accounts. Everyone should be, using VPNs to do this stuff. That's my new opinion. It's a monopoly. It's a monopoly. You should invoke your right of civil injustice, which is not a right, but you should do it to protest. But anyway, Julian, why are you so like you watch it? You like Star Wars? Watch this show.
I don't.
You love Star Wars.
have you been listening to me on podcasts for the last like 3 years?
Your
Like,
favorite movie is Star Wars, and I just think you're missing out on this TV show, which is about Dark Souls, your favorite video game, and Star Wars.
Yeah.
Mike Fallek knows me so well.
He knows you better than
pays,
you know
pays
yourself.
very close attention.
That's right.
What was wrong with Mandalorian season 2? Sorry, go on.
Oh, anyway, Dragon Age: The Veilguard. After finishing it, like I said, I would have fought a little bit harder for certain things. Had I known. I feel like I may have fought for Emmerich and his servant Manfred a little bit harder than nothing at all. Because I got really sold on them at the end. But anyway, doesn't matter. Overall, I really liked it. It's not perfect. It is still decisively fine, but
I feel from the way that you've talked about the Veilguard, it sounds like it's occupying the same place in your mind that Outlaws does for me.
Yeah.
Which is, to me, Star Wars Outlaws is all of its individual pieces are fine.
Yeah.
But then put together, it came together in a way where I'm like, this is one of my favorite games of the year.
Yeah.
Even though I can also say that like it's got a lot of issues, and you know, it's like a solid like 7.5.
Yeah. It's basically, it's got a lot of issues, and the Veilguard has like a thing where like, okay, if you were like a big hardcore Dragon Age lore person, which I'm not,
I used to be.
I could definitely see like spots where you would hate this, right? I would totally get that. But I'm not that person, and I don't really care that much about it. So I had a fun time just enjoying the ride. Yeah. Also helped that I finished Inquisition not too long ago, like not that long ago, because that game, like, if that was the only Dragon Age game you played, they were like, this one's for you. And I was like, cool, awesome, because this is great. Because, like, I mean, your old character shows up, and I was like, all right, that's pretty good. I mean, like, all the Solus stuff, which paid off pretty well, I thought. Yeah, the ending was really good. It was awesome. I was like right at the end when I was talking about it last time. Like I knew I could feel it winding down. I almost don't want to say this, but they do kind of invoke the Mass Effect 2 suicide mission bits a little bit. And it's kind of fun. I kind of enjoyed that a lot. There was one character I absolutely beat the shit out of on accident multiple times throughout the game because
accidentally beat the shit out of somebody multiple times.
Yeah, no, I didn't do it. That's the thing. It was just like I had them go do a thing for me or with me, and that cost them every single time I did it because I was like, oh, they're up for the task. It'll be fine, and then it super wasn't. And I was like,
now let me ask you, was this a thing where you had the information to know that they probably shouldn't be the ones assisting you there?
Was nothing like that. Okay, it's hard to explain. There's the final like bits are like 3 or 4 missions like back to back to back to back, right? Like you're kind of just you're doing them and stuff like that. And one of them they ask you, okay, everybody has to split up. Who do you want to lead this other thing? And so you pick somebody, and that has consequences. And then you also get to another point, and this is like the first mission part. And then you get to another point, and they go, "Who do you want to do this?" And you're like, I don't know this person. I don't know why this matters, but maybe it does." And then they're like, "Okay, well, it does matter for this reason." And I was like, "Oh, okay, that's something." And then it goes into the final mission, where then it's like, okay, everybody's going to have a job for this part. Who do you think is the best one for this job? And they start like, you know, like going through, we need somebody to do this. We need somebody to do this. We need somebody to do that. Like kind of suicide mission, like where you're picking like, okay, I need Tally to go through the tunnels and do this stuff. It's basically that. It's kind of like a lighter version of it. It's not quite, on the clock like that one was, where like you can really you can still really fuck it up though.
And I think also just from what I've heard of the Veilguard is that there's not nearly as many characters, because that was the thing about Mass Effect 2 Suicide Squad or the Suicide Mission is that like there were sometimes multiple people who could fit a particular role.
There is here too in this
All right.
specific spot. You can have like 2 or 3 different people like succeed at this thing because actually you don't know who you'll spoilers. You don't know quite who you'll have left at the end. Like it's kind of interesting.
That also
That's
sounds a
cool
little
in
bit
a
like the
D&D
end of
setting.
Origins.
Yeah.
That's much cooler in a D&D setting than Mass Effect, right? Because like in Mass Effect, basically, I mean, everybody has different skills, but basically everyone can handle each other in a battle. But like in a D&D type game, in a game where everybody has like very specific skills, like that, like that's much more interesting in my opinion. Where it's like, you know, a healer, for example. I mean, I know that there's healers in Mass Effect, but like not to the degree that like a D&D. I don't know whether this Dragon Age has that, but like,
Well, this is Dragon Age. They have healers, I guess, but they're just mages usually. There's
I
only
just
3
used a
classes.
shitty example. I just meant like I don't know whether it applies here, but that the suicide, not knowing who you have left, is like in a D&D RPG, a real RPG type setting. It's
You'll
like,
have
oh, wow.
somebody. You'll have somebody who can probably do it. Put it like that. But you don't know if you fucked up and like went straight through and didn't do their loyalty missions and shit like that. They might still not do it well enough. So that's a whole thing. But yeah, that whole bit was pretty good. It's a much lighter version of it. Like it's basically like you choose people and a cutscene happens. And I was like, that was still really cool though. I still really liked that. It was pretty great.
Again, you know, like I think the bar had been set pretty low, and it's just it's gratifying to be like, hey, you cleared that bar and then some, right?
Yeah,
like,
they did. They did
really
a decent
expect
job.
you guys to, because like another podcast mentioned, and I think it's true, is that like it's almost like it's a new development team, right?
Yeah,
because like
it kind of feels
all the people that we associate with BioWare, they're long gone, right? So
it's
they kind of have to prove themselves as, you know,
it
they
feels
just have
like
the name.
It feels like somebody bought the Dragon Age license and is just like, yeah, we're gonna do our best one. It's gonna be it'll be fine, and yeah, they're doing their best, and it's pretty good though. I liked it.
Yeah.
Like I said,
you definitely sold me on it. I was actually looking today to see if it had gone on sale.
Yeah,
and it only went down like a few bucks. I was like, you know, like I've got other stuff that I want to play right now, but also big thing. So like I said, all the solo stuff, all the ending paid off. It was fun. I had a great time. The stuff, the bits that tie into Inquisition all made me kind of tear up. It was great. So I enjoyed it for that fact. But a big thing, Julian, if you play this game, or anybody out there that does, if I have sold you on it, you're like, okay, fine, I'll play this fucking game. Don't do what I did and play as a mage. Worst combat class. It sucks. That's what I've heard.
Yes.
And that's it's funny you say that, because I was about to play a mage because I had such a because I actually Dragon Age 2 I enjoyed playing as a warrior just fine.
Yeah.
But Inquisition felt like you should be a mage or a ranger or nothing else, because like every, you know, I don't know. Right. It didn't feel good for close in combat, but everything I've heard on this one is that no, actually the melee combat is like the most fun stuff. I haven't
tried warrior, and I should, but I just started a new game, like I said, to test stuff, and I started a rogue, and as soon as I got in the combat, I was like, oh my god, this is a different video game. Holy shit, it plays so much better. I was like in awe of it. I was like, wow. I would play a second playthrough of this, because this is like so much fun, actually. Like the combat feels almost Spider-Man like. Like they have the little things going off on your head and you're dodging and shit's going. It's cool. I was like, all right, this is pretty all right. Actually, it's probably more comparable. The combat overall kind of feels more like maybe a little bit lighter version of it, but kind of Guardians of the Galaxy-ish, which is fine. Yeah,
I mean, I love the combat in Guardians.
Yeah, it's not quite on that level, but like, it's like I said, the rogue class. Like when I played that, I was like, oh yeah, this is a different video game. This is actually pretty fucking good. Like it felt good to play.
Yeah.
And that says, don't play as a mage. I did that for however many hours, and I was like, it's fine, but fuck that shit. I'm never going back. This is way better. But yeah, that game's pretty good. I enjoyed it overall, I have to say. They set up a sequel. You had to find stuff that I didn't find, so I went up and looked it up on YouTube, and I was like, all right, I guess. That was my reaction to the sequel. They were saying, oh, all right, I guess. Sure, fine. I think, if I remember right, the setup to the sequel had like tons of people pissed off. I was like, I don't really care. I don't really give a shit. But yeah, that's Dragon Age: The Veilguard. It's pretty good. I liked it.
Cool.
Maybe other people will. I don't give a shit if you do or not.
A lot of people seem to have been really enjoying it. So I will probably have things to say about it when we come back next year.
It's, like I said, way better than I honest to God expected to get to the end of that game and have it just be like, yeah, that kind of sucked. Like I really expected it to get to the end of the game. I'm like, yeah, okay, that was fine, I guess. But like at the end, I was like, okay, you pulled this off. That was pretty good. I enjoyed that. So, you know, something to be said there.
The Stage Select is made possible through the support and funding of viewers like you. Here are our wonderful patrons.
Well, before we get into the meat of the episode, I think we should thank some patrons, Justin.
I suppose we can do that.
Thank you. I appreciate you giving me the go ahead to thank the patrons.
You're welcome.
We appreciate all of our lovely patrons, but every week we like to thank the executive producer tier. Mike Fallek just pieced the fuck out. He doesn't give a shit about you guys.
I mean,
but we do.
This is the time to do it. I mean, to give him credit. Yeah.
Yeah. But this week we have Game Johnson.
We have Matt Jorgensen.
We have Exrian.
We have Philip P.K. Becker.
We have Eric Peacock.
We have Raymond Crum.
We have Dennis Robertson.
We have Stephen Lobo.
We have David Portnov.
We have Xavier Krager.
We have Casey Curran.
We have Bookie.
Hope you're doing okay, Bookie. I haven't heard from you in a long time. You used to be one of the people that we would hear, like some of the best comments on.
I know. I miss Bookie. I'm glad they're on the Patreon though. That's good. They should get on the Discord. That'd be good.
Yeah.
Unless they're there and we just don't know it.
Possibly.
We could be really dumb.
I mean, we are.
That's fair. That's super fair. Yeah.
We have Big Baker.
We have Addy XD.
And a new associate producer, we have Dr. Delicious.
Well, hello.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Yeah.
And,
all right. That's that.
Yeah. Actually, I could use a pee break now.
Do you want to take a break for a little bit?
Yeah.
We'll take a break.
And then we get back, we can do that bit
with
Mike.
We'll come back and we'll confuse Mike by being gone. It'll be great.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
Yes, Master. The time is almost here. I will make sure that everything is in place.
Bubble tape is good. Now I have to spit this big wad of gum out.
Hello, Mr. Fallek.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you tonight?
I have to spit this giant piece of gum out. Oh my god. Problem with bubble tape, isn't it, Morgan? Problem with bubble tape. You just want to keep eating it because the first bite's the best. And so then do you ever eat it out of the roll, Morgan? I eat it right out of the roll, like I'm a little tape, like it's a little tape dispenser and I need to be taped. I got it. Is there garbage in here? This is a huge,
yes, sir,
it's a huge wad of gum. This is going to be gross.
Right there
Turn away.
In the corner, sir.
Oh my God. Oh, look at that. Gross. Horrible habit. Morgan,
I'll
you
call
just hanging out here?
Well, I was using the facilities.
Right,
yes.
But like you're just kind of standing at the wall, Blair Witch style, when I walked in. Were you doing?
Sometimes I get lost in thought.
Okay, I've been there.
Pay it no mind, Mr. Fallek.
Okay.
Everything will be fine.
I am
in time.
Okay. The sentence is still going. You got okay. Is it done?
Yes, I am finished, Mr. Fallek.
Oh, now it's a new sentence. Damn it! God damn it! Fuck! I'm gonna go. I really have to pee. Justin and Julian don't pee ever, so I really have to go.
Yes,
I'm going to go in the stall because you're just like out here. And I can't tell.
Yes.
What?
I will go now. I will let them know that you will be a moment.
Hold on. You left your fucking Dwemer gadgets all over. Morgan, you can't just, you gotta pick this stuff. There's a ton of Dwemer. You pick up your Dwemer fucking little gears and goops. I have to go to the bathroom, okay?
My apologies.
You
I
can't
will
just
ask
get a bag or
to
something
come
for
in.
them. Cause it's nuts in here. And I'm saying that literally. There's tons of robot nuts all over. It's fucking insane. And there's a soul jam, and I can see you killed a horse and put it into a soul jam. I won't tell the others, but don't kill only evil people and put them in this. All right? Don't let them know that you're killing horses. I don't know whose horse that is. No such thing as a wild horse. It's someone's horse. All right? That's a myth. No such thing as wild horses. Gundren. All right, I'm going to go. More gun. I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Yes. Very good, sir.
Hey, wait, hold on. Before I go.
See you at the culling.
Before I go. God, these sentences of yours, they take forever. More gun. Are you listening?
Yes, sir.
Oh, the delay. It's like talking to a weatherman in the 90s. More gun. Did they get rid of the ghost or what?
No, sir. There is no ghost in the restroom.
You were pretty hard up that there was a ghost.
I never said anything about a ghost.
Hey, thanks for letting me go to the bathroom.
Yeah, no problem.
I met Morgan.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's right.
What a miserable
he wasn't working here when you were here last time.
Oh, he's all right.
Oh my.
No, Morgan's
really?
great.
Oh,
he's a big old softy.
Fuck. Who cares? Oh, he just goes on. It's like talking to Droopy the dog. Oh my god.
He's had a rough life, Mike. We saved him from the poison swamps. He's an unused FromSoft NPC. Yeah. Like he has it rough. I still catch him like jumping because he's afraid of like some like eldritch beast that's about to like cleave him in twain.
Yeah, I've seen him try to double jump too, which is like learn the franchise. But
Well, where he's at, things will ambush you from behind doorways. So it's the whole thing.
Yeah. But he was in there. He was. I think he went.
He didn't die on you, did he?
Wouldn't have noticed if he did, given his conversation.
Fair.
Would have been pretty obvious.
Not from my side of the conversation, to be honest. I've talked to more interesting, bloated bodies than that.
That's hurtful.
Why? It's not like he's you. If you were Morgan, in a world where you, Julian, were Morgan, I would feel bad about saying he was so fucking boring. But like, you're not Morgan.
Yeah, but hypothetically, like if I had been the creator of Morgan,
exactly.
like if I was the FromSoft person who made Morgan, I would take it as a personal affront.
Yeah, like if you voiced Morgan in some FromSoft thing or whatever. Yeah, it would be really rude of me.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be rude, but he's a real person.
Yeah.
So I don't really feel too bad.
Oh, he's pretty nice to me.
He was nice, and I'm just not going to hang out with Morgan. I'd rather.
Well, no. He's a stage manager.
Well, then why am I looking? You're making me sound like an asshole for not liking him. I'm not saying.
I mean, that's kind of the bit. Yeah.
He did his job. There hasn't been a phantom tonight. The bathroom was interesting. The handle, I want to let you know, jiggled a little. It was my only issue.
Jiggled a little.
The handle jiggled a little. You had to kind of like do that thing where
we're gonna have to hire a handyman.
At first, I thought it was one of those like rocket launch toilets. You know, the ones where it's like you pull it down and it's like there's a Ben Burt style moment of silence before the explosion. But then I was like, no, it's one of the jiggle ones. So I had to give it that.
Oh. Okay, but nothing strange happened there. Like you didn't notice anything out of the ordinary.
I spit my gum in the toilet too. That was it.
We'll get a Brahma to take care of that.
Big wad of bubble tape, right in the toilet.
Yeah,
that's.
Which I'm saying to say there was no garbage can.
No, it's in the corner.
Oh, fucking stupid Mimdro. What's his name again?
Morgan?
Yeah. Mimdro was standing right in front of something. That must have been what he was futzing with, was the garbage. I didn't see it.
Yeah, probably.
Right in the toilet.
Mm-hmm.
Big one. Huge
Okay,
one.
well, that's-
Half of a bubble tape.
Half of
Your
a
guess
bubble.
here.
What do you do? Okay, so when you eat half of a bubble tape, are you just like getting it out of the container and then breaking it in half?
No, I'm feeding it into me. I take it. I
Okay,
put it
so
on
how
the
do you
little-
know when it's half?
You can feel it. The weight.
Okay.
You want me to check my bubble tape?
Um,
I'll check my bubble tape to see how much I mean, it's about half a bubble tape.
I mean, this seems.
You know what
I don't
though?
know.
You make a good point, Justin.
That's what I mean,
Why are there not numbers? It's meant to be a tape measure. Why are there
You're
not
right.
numbers on it so I know how much I've eaten? That seems like an easy win.
We printed things on gum in the past. Why are we not doing that now?
All the
you
time.
know?
I'm 90% silver
Right?
stripe food coloring.
Me too. Absolutely. It lost its flavor in like 2 seconds. It's terrible, but
who cares, right? Like, I could just eat
it
all of it.
It was really good though. Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
Never a gum guy.
Me neither.
Is that true?
But
Yeah, I would chew it every now and then, but it was never like a thing that I was like going out of my way to have.
I buy gum
I like candy.
in bulk. I buy it if you go to like a candy store or a convenience store and they sell you that, there's like the thing of 9 of them or whatever.
yeah.
I just buy those.
Mm.
And I have those
Okay.
at home. I chew a lot of gum. Big fan of gum.
Yeah. I can
It's
see it.
good for your
I can
teeth
see it.
or bad for your teeth. No way to know.
Whichever one. Yeah. Who
Whichever-
can
it's one
say?
of them. It's one of the two. Or it's neutral.
Whichever question that you want to confirm, you can confirm it on the
But
internet.
don't worry, people. They're taking fluoride out of your water because everything's fucked.
9 out of 10 dentists agree. Who knows what's going on with gum?
I'm surprised you haven't talked about that on the show, Julian.
Dentists?
No, they're taking fluoride out of the water because people are fucking nuts.
Why would I bring that up on the show?
Oh, because you're usually depressed about the environment and the EPA.
Environment, yes. I'm too stupid to know about the EPA or the water.
Well-
That's why I don't talk about this shit on the show, because I'm too stupid to talk about
Well,
it.
don't worry, no more fluoride. So all of you crazy tinfoil hat people, you'll get your wish and find out they didn't need the water to control your mind all along. They were doing it without the water.
There you go.
So enjoy that. What about fluoride would control your mind is a very interesting aspect too. It's like kind of like are you like kryptonite? Like I can just hold up this like calcite rock to your head and control you.
I thought it turned frogs gay. I didn't think it controlled
Well, frogs
minds.
are really gay, and that's not their fault.
Yeah.
But they're one of the gayest animals. So that's just how they're born. Is it a problem if frogs are gay? I don't know. I don't know that is that a big part of the ecosystem? If they turn gay, what would happen?
I don't know. It was just one of the things that Alex Jones was always on about. It's
Gay,
one of,
is that really one of the things? That's
one of the famous.
I believe
clips.
so, yeah.
I'm excited
Yeah.
to become an InfoWars fan, aren't you guys? Because it's going to be The Onion now.
It's
I'm
the
excited.
Onion, yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
I
actually
did see
excited
that.
for it. I think it's going to be funny.
Isn't the Onion like? I thought that there was something wrong with the Onion also. Like,
Probably.
Not that I
no
know
one's
of.
good anymore. That's one of the big
Yeah.
things. We are in the evil universe, people. Like,
Yeah,
haven't
that's
you
true.
noticed some people have beards and some people don't? We're in it.
and we were so close to having the dark universe. Like, if the Mummy had done well,
Yeah.
and then we were going to get, I forget
Wolfman.
what the next one was supposed
They
to
actually
be.
did Wolfman. I got kicked out of Wolfman. Much like Transformers with the dinosaurs, I refuse to go to big Hollywood movies without being, piss drunk. And
Okay.
because they're unwatchable without an entire bottle of alcohol.
Mhm.
Well, that sounds like a you
That's
problem,
fair.
but
I disagree. Have you tried to watch The Wolfman? That's not that's Benicio del Toro's problem.
That
not
sounds like
mine.
something I would have to be drunk for. Yeah, I mean,
It's
you're right.
insane. It's insane.
Raising an
That's-
excellent
yeah.
point.
You can't watch it. And we laughed so hard. We didn't say anything. We just laughed at the movie and they kicked us out. And we were like, why are you kicking us out? Like, this is our reaction to the movie. It's like, well, you're disturbing people. It's like, we're having a great time. And this movie is just, we're not talking at all. It's a bad movie. We're laughing really loud. And they're like, you have to go. Like, I'm happy to go. I'm not arguing with you that I want to go. I've wanted to go for a while. But we really were like, I'm a person who talks in movies if they're bad and there's no one there. We weren't. We were just, it's so terrible. The Mummy was, I also should have drunk. That was morose, that movie. I hated that. What a bad movie.
Which one? The Brendan Fraser
You
one?
shut your fucking mouth. Not the Brendan Fraser one.
Okay.
Obviously,
All right.
Tom
I
and
was
his
gonna
little
say. I was
movie.
gonna say that one was fine. You know.
Yeah, that's a great movie. Fantastic movie.
I don't know if I'd say it's a great movie, but it's fine.
Almost as good as Monkey Bone, which is the best Brendan Fraser movie.
So Mass Effect.
Yeah, let's talk about Mass Effect because I'll keep making obscure Brendan Fraser pulls until the cows come home.
I was gonna say Encino Man was my personal favorite.
Looking
Looking
at you, Bedazzled or whatever it's called.
No, we're all about Blast from the Past.
Blast from the Past,
is
yeah.
great. Blast from the Past is great.
Saw that movie on the way to Puerto Rico and on the way back from Puerto Rico.
Nice.
And I'd already seen it in the theater.
Okay, Mass Effect. So here's the deal. Here's how I listen to this show. I will listen through, and if they talk about a series that I haven't played or whatever, I'll skip forward. Now, Julian has these notes, which are fantastic. And now I can just skip the sections. But back in the D, we'd either have to read Julian's notes if he had done that, or I would just go ding, 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 like 15 seconds forward until I thought I didn't hear Mass Effect talk. Because it was a game that was of interest to me. And then listening to this show, it was a big reason I wanted to play it. I'd sort of written it off as like, I'm not going to play it. And then I listened to you guys talk about it. And I was like, okay, now you really have to play it. And I have since gone back and listened to you guys talk about it. But this show like starts after Mass Effect 3 comes out. No, that can't be true.
Well, this one didn't.
Well, the
original
pants, yeah.
NW, it starts like almost exactly after Mass Effect 3 comes out, right? It's so I never really, it's weird because I know Julian and every host of this show as the Mass Effect guys. And
well, not Angelo wasn't. Angelo,
yeah, but what, you know,
yeah.
Everything can't be Azure's Gold. What was the show that you brought up? What was
Cold Step Saga.
Cold Step Saga. Not Mass Effect. It's no Cold Step Saga. But Angelo and I also share the exact same taste of games, which is part of why I thought I wouldn't play it, because it was like, no, Angelo and me like granular, you know, strategy and platformer type, like difficult, annoying games and all these like things. And so I figured, no, I'm in Angelo's camp. Like, I don't need to play it. But then I was convinced. So, but because it sort of started like right as Mass Effect 3 came out, you guys just talked about it, but there was never a full, real discussion about Mass Effect. Even Andromeda, which came out during the production of Nerds Without Pants, there was no full, real discussion other than like, meh.
Well, yeah, because none of us finished it.
Andromeda was pretty meh. Yeah.
Andromeda's really not a great game.
No. And if the bigger a fan of Mass Effect you are, at least in my opinion, the less there is to like about it, because going back to Dragon Age, Justin, right? Like I was a fan of Dragon Age lore.
Yeah.
I am a fan of Mass Effect lore, and like the way that they just throw most of the lore out the window for Andromeda, it was kind of like beyond the pale for me. It's like anybody can be a biotics user, doesn't matter. You can just switch that on now.
Well, let's start from the beginning is what I would like to do. I'd like to start a proper discussion of Mass Effect from the beginning and talk about Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 from the start, how you learned about it. Because to be honest, like as even a fan of games, Mass Effect was not really on my radar until I sort of really started to get into games and learn that gamers talked about it. I don't remember any ads about it. I know there was coverage about it in the world of games, but like it was not a huge sensation vis-a-vis Halo, which is a contemporary, the contemporary series at some point. There was no big hubbubaloo about Mass Effect.
There was.
In the public at large, I don't feel. Halo,
he's saying if you weren't playing video games, you didn't know about Mass Effect, is basically what he's saying.
But every gamer knows about Mass Effect.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say that's true for the first one. I think second one is the one that broke containment.
Yeah.
Where that was definitely a much bigger event.
I don't know. Like, I lived in New York when Halo Halo Reach came out, and they shut down Union Square to do a Halo thing. like Mass Effect never had any
well,
of that kind
yeah,
of-
but you're talking about like, you know, Halo 3 was like the biggest event in media period, like when that game came out. Like, yeah, of course it's not going to be that, but you know, it was still like, you know, Mass Effect 2, you know, I think hit like that was the game that went beyond like just gamers, right? Like that was the Elden Ring of that franchise, where it's like, whoa, this thing sold like numbers that don't really make sense, like type of thing. But no, like going in, like before Mass Effect 1, I was super in, because, you know, EGM, buddy. Like I was reading magazines, and like I remember seeing the first trailer online, and to this day, I think that series never capitalized on what that first trailer promised, except for one little bit at the end of Mass Effect 2, which was the concept that you can't help everybody. Like, you have to make some hard choices, because like the very first teaser trailer of Mass Effect 1 is Shepard on the deck of the Normandy hearing all these distress signals come in.
Oh, right.
Like all of these distress messages from different people. And then Shepard shuts it off. And then the next shot is the Mako dropping down onto the planet. And I think it does say like, you can't help everybody or something like that. Like the tagline was something like, you have to make like a decision. And it was like, they had to go to work. They already had like they were already at a planet to help somebody there. And so like the other stuff just was going to have to go by the wayside or whatever.
Normandy, do you copy? We're under attack!
Incoming transmission from Novaria.
Are you there? Requesting immediate aid! Please!
Request denied. Setting new course for Caliston.
Many decisions lie ahead. None of them easy.
Rated M for mature.
I was actually so excited for it that I bought a used copy of Jade Empire, because I had not played a BioWare game before. And I was like, well, I kind of want to see like what these guys are about. So I played a good, 15 plus hours of Jade Empire. And I liked it. I liked it just fine. But I think I just ended up eventually getting pulled onto something else. Some other big game that came out that I was more excited about. And then Mass Effect came out, and I didn't like it all that much when I first played it.
Okay, I had the exact same experience. And if it wasn't for this show, I would have fucking hard quit Mass Effect 1. Because it started, and it's Star Trek. Julie and I are big Next Generation fans. And it's like, it starts, and it's like, yes, it's like, I'm on the starship, and we're doing this, and I'm there. And then you get to the surface of the planet, and you're like, this sucks so much. Nothing is happening. Where do I go? And it's just stupid. And I died a few times, just like standing.
May I ask one quick question, Mike, if you don't mind? Which were you playing, just for clarity's sake, were you playing the original Xbox 360 version, or were you playing like the new collection remaster thing that came out? I was just curious.
No, I am a crazy person. I would be prevented from my moral code for playing a remaster version of it.
That's what I figured. I just wanted to specify. Okay, got it.
You can go check out my Threads account to see about, I think, 400 people convinced me it's okay to play the pixel remasters of Final Fantasy. So that was an interesting Threadfluencer moment I had this week. No, I don't. I have, it's historical.
Oh,
my whole thing.
See, now that's funny, because I feel that those pixel remasters of Final Fantasy really water down the experience in a fundamental way.
Great. I thought I had come to a decision.
I think some of them are fine. I think it's the early ones that
I'll buy an
Julian
NES.
has a problem with.
It's fine.
No. Listen, Mike.
I'm gonna buy it now.
No, don't listen to Julian fully. Okay, listen here.
I would say
out.
play the PS1 version. That's all I would say.
Hear me out.
Oh,
hear me
that sounds much better quality in my life.
Yeah.
Crack. It's up here. Where is
it's
behind me or something? Fucking PS1.
Yeah, it's. I think it's the earlier, like, first couple that they kind of water down a little bit, and then.
Oh no, it's all 6 of them.
I don't think that. What are you going to change about 6?
No, like the difficulty and the level scaling and all that stuff.
I'd have to play it to know, but.
Well, anyway.
I mean, I'm halfway through 4, and I can tell you that it is a much easier game.
Well, 4 was where I was going to start,
or is
so
it
you're
just
really
easier
fucking this whole
because
thing up.
you played it before?
I mean, I've played it in multiple versions and multiple iterations, and I know it like intensely well, and it's like way easier.
Yes, but Julian, what if you were an obsessive compulsive person who maybe doesn't need to do all that grinding and just wants to play these games? And would you then maybe recommend that a watered down version is a little better?
Oh yeah, in that case, yeah, go off. Like, you know, like I maintain that like Final Fantasy 1, there's not much game there once like you no longer have to worry about resource management, because that's all the game really was.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have a story and it doesn't really have like much in the way of exploration. So it's literally just like, you know, the original game was how far can you delve into this dungeon before you have to go back and replenish, where now it's like, don't worry about it. Just
let's do while we're on things that you two have convinced me to play. So I had this whole thread thing where I have a lot of, you can go find me on Threads, Mike Fallek, just my name. I have a lot of nerd conversations there. And I get like, I made the word threadfluencer up to be an absolutely insufferable person, but I get a lot of response from people. And so I had this whole conversation about what Final Fantasy should I start on, because I didn't like 6. Ultimately I have landed on 10, 1, and 2 on Steam. But many people were saying 4, the Pixel Remaster. But one person, I didn't really understand this, was like, you should start with Tactics. And I was like, why would I, like, is there enough story in Tactics to make that your first?
Oh,
yeah.
There's like a shit ton of story in Tactics.
Yeah, it's great.
Probably more than you really are going to care for, Mike, because you as a very mechanics based person are going to be like, I just want to get to the next really awesome battle. Like, just stop talking about the church.
Well, no, that's why I thought, like, because I was like, Tactics, like, you know, that's the type of game I actually play. I play a lot of JRPGs, but like Tactics, I play a lot of games like
that. Here's the thing, though. I mean, yes, there is a lot of stuff that you might skip through, but at the same time, the Tactics-based gameplay is top-notch and probably the best of its kind.
Did they Pixel Remaster that?
To this day.
No, there's still not.
Great. So
there's rumors.
Getting an NES anyway, I guess.
Well, that was a PlayStation game, so you have to do that.
Fun.
Or PSP.
Or PSP. Oh, good. Oh, good. That usable system. So, So I played it on the Xbox 360. They're sitting right here because I'm selling some of my games, not Mass Effect, but they're over there. Yeah, I just thought it was dog shit, and I didn't get the combat. And then I think I texted Julian, and I was like, "What am I not getting about playing this game?" And you said, I can find the text if I went there. I think actually older phone. You said to me, like, basically, like, don't treat it like an RPG. Like, stop and play stuff. Like, don't worry about like actually fighting or shooting. Like, look at your team. And I was like, okay. And then
I said play it like an RPG.
Yes.
Don't play it like an action game.
Yeah. So whatever I said, that is what you said. And then I went back in and I was like, all right, this is obviously the greatest game I've ever played in my fucking life. I fell in love so quickly. I never really played any of the Final Fantasy. Like, I played Ni no Kuni, which is a similar combat system where you pause and I think that's Final Fantasy 10 too, right? Like, you kind of pause in the middle of what you're doing and you're like,
yeah, it's turn-based.
Yeah. But you're moving around, right? In Final Fantasy 10?
No. 10 is completely turn-based.
Yeah.
12 is one where it's real time, and then you can pause it to issue commands and stuff like that.
Cool. Okay. So yeah, Ni no Kuni was the only game that I played that was like that. And I just instantly got it. I just instantly clicked in after that, and I just thought it was amazing. I think Mass Effect 1 is the best game. I don't think the others even compare. That's
I'm in the same camp.
Why do you think that, Drew?
Well, it's a few things, and I will say, just to reiterate on helping Mike with it, I have helped so many people who bounced off Mass Effect, and then I was like, no, here's how you need to play it, because that game has a terrible tutorial, and even like the instruction manual doesn't really like do a great job of telling you like how to play that game.
Right.
Honestly, fucking God Hand is very similar, because I was playing that for games my mom found. That is a game that doesn't teach you fucking
Nope.
shit
Get
about how
fucked.
to play it.
Yeah.
Even the instruction manual, the booklet for God Hand tells you more about how to play the in-game poker in the casino than it does about the actual controls for and moves for the game. It is bonkers.
Yeah, figure it out.
But the thing about the original Mass Effect that I love so much is, one, the potential. Right? Because when you get to the end of Mass Effect, you just feel like you have been brought into a universe that is like, on one hand, all of science fiction rolled into one, right?
Yeah.
Like they are borrowing liberally from everything that you can think of in sci-fi ever, but done in such a way that it feels like its own thing, right? And so when you think about like the decisions that you made and like what that could possibly mean in the future for things, right? But then also like, mechanically, I think it is the most fun of the three games because, as I've said many times on this show and ad nauseum on Nerds Without Pants, I play it like a turn-based RPG practically, right? I am constantly pausing that game to issue orders to my teammates. The most recent time that I picked it up, I finally played a soldier for the first time because I think they're the most boring class. And I'm having way less fun with that character than I've ever had in the previous 10 run-throughs of the game.
Yeah.
Because just at any given time, it's like, I don't have anything to do. Like, that's fun, that's interesting other than, like, squeeze the trigger. And that's the worst part of this game.
I do want to get to everybody's classes and stuff like that in a bit and character choices in a second. But yeah, continue.
Oh, yeah, because that actually did factor into me not enjoying the game initially, was my choice of class.
Which was what?
But then... infiltrator, because I was like, ooh, sniper rifle, and then like I went to go aim my sniper rifle for the first time and I was like, this is terrible. Like, why can't my highly trained military man aim a gun?
Oh, because that's what it's like being a sniper. I love playing as a sniper, and actually like that's why I choose sniper for my Shepard, because I don't want to shoot. I want to go in there, get one awesome shot in on, a bunch of enemies, like bang, 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 and then give commands, reload, get some awesome, like, damage, armor breaking damage. Like, I don't care about shooting. So it's like, well, I'd rather shoot like 6 bullets in a shot in a battle than like,
But you should be able to like shoot those shots, right? And that's the thing is that until you put points into your gun, Shepard sucks in the original version of Mass Effect. And it's like that always felt weird to me. It's like this character should at least be competent with their weapons, like at the start of the game. And that's the big thing that they really fixed for the Legacy collection is like, okay, now it feels like this person knows how to shoot a weapon.
Yeah. Which was why I asked if that's what version you played, Mike, because that does affect things.
But it's logical to me, and I liked it because it's like shooting a sniper rifle is really hard, which is why I usually like it in games.
Right.
And so it's hard. And then most logically, the weapon you end up using the most, which is sort of a stupid military thing, whatever, is your pistol. And so you just have to figure out, like, if you play as a sniper rifle, you have to use your pistol the most of the time because your pistol's your secondary weapon.
But my thing is that like Shepard is N7 rank, which is like the tippy top of Alliance military. So like they should be really proficient in whatever weapon they're trained in.
But I'll tell you my sick role playing thing. I'm not. So I like that better, that it's like, I'm not a military expert. So it's like when I come in here and use this gun, obviously it's hard for me. Shepard's Shepard's like moving and swaying and doing all those things, but it's me controlling Shepard. I'm not.
See, and that's where we look at the game differently because I am embodying Shepard when I'm playing it. So
I'm Danny Phantoming Shepard. My Shepard exists out there, and I'm like, oh, isn't this so weird that I get to be in Shepard's body? Like Shepard is legendary to me. That it's like that legend exists, and I'm like being John Malkoviching for Shepard during this story. So it's like, oh man, if I was Shepard, I'd be able to aim the sniper rifle perfectly, but I'm not. I'm just watching her do it. Which is my first question, which is what is everyone's main first, in your mind, when you think of Shepard, what gender are they?
I mean, I've played so many Shepards that it doesn't
occur.
Matter. Yeah. My first Shepard was male.
Yeah. I always pick the lady Shepard.
Me too. I can't imagine Shepard as a dude. It's inconceivable to me.
I played all the way through it really recently, like the last time I played through it as a dude, and it was very different for basically because I played through it before as the femshep, and so I kind of knew how that one went, so I wanted to see what the other side was like. It didn't do as much for me as the Lady Shepherd, but
I mean, and I think that's the thing, right? Is that Jennifer Hale does like a banger, like just an all-timer
really,
of a performance, right?
It's incredible.
But it's one of those things where it's like over time people have been like, yeah, male Shepard fucking sucks. He's a terrible
I don't
voice
agree
actor.
with that.
It's
totally
like no,
fine.
he's great. It's just Jennifer Hale is fucking Jennifer
really
Hale.
Good, yeah.
And it's like, of course, like when you you can't compete with that.
Right.
But no, he's great.
He's great too. Yeah, no, it was totally fine for sure.
Justin, what was your? Me and Julian have shared our entrevue into Mass Effect. What was your what did you hear about it?
Kind of similar to Julian's, but I was more of a BioWare fan before it came out than he was. It's from the sounds of it, he heard about it and then went and looked up the older stuff. I had already played the older stuff. I was I played Knights of the Old Republic. I'd played Jade Empire, and I was kind of really looking forward to what BioWare, a company that I found really cool and interesting and made the types of games that I liked. I wanted to see what they would do with something like that, where they kind of had free reign and they were going to make it a little bit more actiony and do stuff that was sort of new for them. And it was like this weird cautious optimism. I was like, oh, it could be really good, but they've also never made a game like that before, so it could be terrible. So it's hard to say, but
let's talk about for a second here's what the game is about. If you don't know, you are a decorated space captain and you're a soldier. You are, do you get to choose whether you're a hero or are you set up as the hero?
You're kind of always a hero. Yeah.
No, your background,
your backstory.
Yeah, there is a hero of in one of the backgrounds,
right.
But you don't have to be that.
Yeah, there's the hero.
You will always eventually become a hero. But.
Yeah.
But do you okay, is it the first mission where you kill a giant worm, or is that definitive, or I'm trying to think of, because everybody calls her you kill some giant worm at some point in it, right?
Oh, that's I know what one you're talking. I know what one you're thinking about. That refers to one of the backstories. That is the sole survivor one, if I remember correctly, because you get wiped out on some thing or something like that, and then all your team gets wiped out on some planet, and then you go to this thing or one of the planets because you're looking for one of your old team members or something like that, and you fight one of the they're not
Thresher Maws.
Yeah, Thresher Maws. That's it. Maws. Yeah, you fight one of those, and it's the whole thing. Yeah.
Irregardless, you are a hero. You're sort of this big decorated soldier, and there is a mystery looming that you are going to solve in the universe, and they've put their best soldier on it, and you quickly get the first human to be given, what's the stupid rank you get given? Spectre, because you're from James Bond. And so you get given the role of the man with the golden gun, and then you're going to figure out this whole thing. And that's it. And you're just given a ship. You're given free reign. They're like, go figure it out. And you get to make all these decisions about who you are. And if you want, your character carries through to all three games, where you ultimately don't even really defeat the bad guy from the first game in truth until the last game. I mean, they end all the games being like, you still haven't done it yet. And that's the story. The big feature of the game is that you can choose between Renegade and Paragon is the big, I guess, the choice thing. You can make all these different choices, and it's really Star Trek-y and all those different things. So I want to ask everyone, did you know about this Renegade Paragon thing going in?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, that was always kind of the BioWare hook, was that you could be a good guy or a bad guy. In fact, Mass Effect actually kind of tones it down from what a lot of their older stuff was. Yes.
Yeah, because Renegade is really just more of like the Paragon Renegade dichotomy is more of just like what type of, soldier are you? Are you a by the book, no man left behind type of soldier, or are you get it done by any means necessary? I don't give a fuck about your regulations soldier, but at the end of the day, you're still going to save the day. You're
still going to be a hero. Whereas in KOTOR, you could go light side or dark side, and you can just be evil as shit. Like you could just you're just fucking.
I have heard this attitude from the show before. I would contest that Shepard is as a renegade is doing all good. I mean, I read a list today.
Let me be clear. I have yet to finish the entire trilogy as a renegade. I have played through 1 and 2 as a renegade, and that has always been my view because, like the renegade stuff in Mass Effect 2 is like, you're still doing the thing. Like, if anything, like the big renegade stuff in 2 is like, how much more aligned with Cerberus are you than not, right? But as far as like your actual actions, like it's still kind of like you're in service of the greater good, and you're trying to save
the galaxy from the Reapers.
Yeah. Now I have heard that in 3 apparently there are some decisions you can make that are pretty fucked up, but I haven't seen them yet.
Can I tell you what some of them are? Because I put out a big thread, or do you not want me to tell you?
I'd rather not, because like I do eventually want to, like, I know it's weird to like not want spoilers for such an old game, but like I am planning on doing a renegade run through the whole series. Maybe I'll even let Caden live this time. I've tried 10 times and I've failed 10 times to do that.
So here's
actually not 9 times. I didn't care about him the first game, and I was like, second game I was like, maybe I should let him live. No.
Yeah.
I didn't understand that I could choose. Like, I didn't get it, and I let that asshole live. And I hate that there's no friendly fire, because I would just walk into stupid quarters and shoot. And it's like annoying as you keep playing the game. Like, Caden thinks he's your friend, and it's just like, I don't like you, bro. Like, you're not, like, I don't like you. We're not friends. But he's around, so he's your friend.
He's there.
Here's why Mass Effect 1 is the best game. First of all, so there's this massive city called the Citadel. And that felt really real. And there's tons of missions to do on it. And it felt like you could talk and meet people. And I just love that. I love going around the city and kind of being like a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man in the Citadel. Mm-hmm. I thought that was so cool. I felt you could out-talk people in missions. I felt you were really rewarded for being like a goodie. And it really felt like Star Wars. It's like Star Trek. The conflicts were sometimes really petty, but you were involved. Like, Captain Picard would get involved in like these dumb petty things, but you're like, yeah, but I'm going to do it like Picard, Mm-hmm. And because of that, I would never do a renegade run of this game. Shepard is to me like Picard. She is a space captain. She is my, 6th captain or whatever. That's what I would never do a renegade run, because I would hate that. I would hate that, to see her being mean to people and, siding with criminals and helping criminals. I would hate it. That's how I feel about it. And I think that's why it's the best. The first game makes it really feel like I can make choices. I can change the Citadel and affect the population more than any of the other games. That's my thing.
I think a big distinction for the first game it's one, I hate how much of the mechanics they ripped out of the subsequent games, but the fact that your Paragon and Renegade status is separate from whether you choose to put points into charisma or intimidation, because that gives you a lot of freedom to craft your Shepard in a very specific way. So like when I played Mass Effect 1, when me and Justin came on Games My Mom Found, I specifically made a character who was a renegade, except when it comes to alien stuff, which, a lot of the renegade choices do end up being, do you like aliens or not, son? And so this particular Shepard that I played, like he was a, by any means necessary, like Dirty Harry type of guy, but he was totally on board with the council and with, you know, aliens as you know, as a people and stuff like that. So anytime those decisions came up, I could still choose like those decisions. But then because he also had all of his points in like intimidation, he could do like the red choices for like the conversation checks. And that made a very interesting character, where come Mass Effect 2 and 3, it's all based on if you're a renegade or a paragon. And so if you're trying to make a more nuanced character, you end up just shooting yourself in the foot, and then you can't do anything because you're not going to have enough points in either tree to do any of the like 100% blue or 100% red decisions. And it really sucks.
2 and 3 also fucking limit you. Like, especially 3, like, I play Paragon, so it's just like, oh, I can't do that mission. Even by accepting that mission and saying I'm going to go do it, I've already lost Paragon points. Like, in 3, if you accept certain missions, if you don't go, because that was in 1, you could be like, I'll think about it. And then that didn't affect anything. But in 2 and 3, you can be like, okay, I'll check it out. And that was like, you're getting renegade points already. So it's like, oh, I don't get to just do this mission. I don't get to go investigate this and do it righteously and fix it. It's like, no, you're already fucking up your 1-to-1 ratio. Like,
right.
It's really stupid. And like, I really didn't like that. And they took away the RPG part of it, in my opinion, in 2 and 3 in a big way. Like, yes, there's decision trees, but the RPG, like me being affected, that's gone.
Yeah. Well, and even mechanically, like just take a look at the status screen for 1 and compare it to the status screen for 2, and it's like you've literally got like a third of the abilities to choose from than the first game. And yeah, it's boring. And then of course they were like, oh well, everybody complained about the inventory in the first game, so no inventory. We'll just take it out.
Yeah.
Like that's the solution.
That was the solution. Yeah, they just got rid of it. Yeah.
It's like, you don't like the fact that Jack is just wearing a belt over her nipples? Too fucking bad. Like, there's no other armor that you can get for her until you, like, do her loyalty mission, and then she can have a shirt.
Yeah.
Oh, can she have a shirt?
I believe so.
Everybody gets, like a change of clothes when you like, get their loyalty, and hers is a shirt.
Loyalty. And she was.
So you have to go on the stat, like when you go to the squad selection, like you can toggle between the outfits.
Miranda can have a black costume instead of a white one.
Yeah, it's
really
Mass Effect 3 is so okay. Let's talk about this theme for a second because there's 3 dudes discussing this. The sexualization of women in this series, despite the series being very open-minded and very progressive and very like Star Trek-y, is honestly the worst sexualization of women in any video game ever. Like,
no.
There's this, well, let me tell you, because it's intellectual discrimination as opposed to just like Dead or Alive, which is just like exploitative. So like, it's actually like worse in my mind because like, you're not just being like, here's naked women and they have no lines and they have no value. You're making an intellectual argument, like the Asari being like, Asari are more expressive and they express themselves with their bodies. And that results in them being go-go dancers and strippers. Like, that's a much worse thing to say than just being like, yeah, we just draw naked women. To be like, oh, Asari are more free and they don't think about monogamy or whatever, so therefore they love go-go dancing and being strippers. Like, that's much worse than just having a naked woman. You know, because assuming the naked woman is like making her own choices and doing things, but you're just seeing the sexualized part of her, like by creating a culture around this woman only race and saying they love to go-go dance is pretty offensive, in my opinion.
I mean, it's also not all of them. Like it, you know, like any culture, right? Like it's a more common thing in a Asari culture, but it's not like, oh, well, you're 20 now, so you got to go strip. That's not
the only thing they show. And there's like literally a whole speech of that. I forget your Asari crew member's name, but that she gives that when you go to like the club being like, oh yes, there's always lots of Asari at clubs because we're just like more free with our bodies and like, we just like it. So don't worry about like sexualizing us. It's pretty bad. I was not.
But literally, the character you just talked about, like she doesn't go that route.
Yeah, she's a doctor.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like she's an archaeologist.
Right.
And like same thing with Samara, right? Like in
she's
2.
She's like a religious fucking zealot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they could have made a whole race of women scientists. Like, it's not like as if this is a real culture. Like, they chose to be
No, I know. And I'm not saying that like it's not, like eye rolly, because yeah, it absolutely is, but like also it was the style of the time. It was like 2007.
It was the style of the time. Yeah, every game was doing stuff like
Mass
that.
Effect was only like 2 years shy of like Liara being in Playboy.
Yeah.
I have no problem with the idea that other people were doing it. I actually have more of a problem with the smart people doing it, is what I'm saying. If you make a Star Trekky thing and then you inject that's my problem. I actually think if you're an idiot and you make Dead or Alive volleyball, well, it's an idiot concept made by idiots, and it's great because it's all idiotic.
I was going to say, hey, let's not talk too poorly about Dead or Alive volleyball. It's actually fun to play.
No,
it's actually
exactly
fun.
That's the fun.
And I think
I'm sure lots of people have fun at strip clubs and watching MTV Spring Break, but they're not. If you're gonna write a Star Trek episode and then you're like, now the story of the women go-go dances.
But I think I always saw the Asari as kind of a nod to like older Star Trek and like Gene Roddenberry Star Trek, right? Like, for better or for worse, right? Like that first season of Star Trek when Roddenberry is still involved, you go back and watch it, of TNG, and it's like, oh boy, okay, it's not what I was expecting from Star Trek in Next Generation time, but Roddenberry was still there, and it's like, okay, yeah, we'll just get through this, and then he leaves, and it's like a much different show, right?
Mm.
Well, I don't know if people know this. A noted like absolute monster was behind Star Trek: The Next Generation, so that there's like a whole history I haven't cared to look into because it's pretty depressing. But I know that is a thing. One of the shows.
I mean, monsters are behind like every piece of media, like so. Yeah, like we can just like
Yeah, no way to know. But yeah, I don't know. I thought it was weird. I described to you this sketch that I had where it's like the actor playing like the Asari was like an interpretive dancer and having like the director of like the motion capture like yelling at her for like interpretive dancing. And being like, well, don't they express themselves through their bodies? And it's like, you gotta shake your cans. You're a lady. I felt that was odd, but like it was still a cool race. I love the psychic race. I think that's like awesome. I think that's an awesome thing in general.
Yeah, my favorite bit about them is you don't know how, it's always kind of a question of how other races see the Asari, which is always kind of interesting. Because it's always kind of implied that like you kind of project whatever you want to see onto their race. So I always found that fascinating.
At least from the neck up is the impression that I get because they in the game where they can actually equip armor, Liara wears the same armor as humans.
That's
right.
True.
So at least like their body makeup is similar enough to a human that they can wear the same type of armor. But then I think from the neck up, right, like a Krogan is going to see like more Krogan features with the head tendrils, right? Which is a very fascinating thing. Like there's that part in I think it's the Bachelor Party in Mass Effect 2 with the Solarian Bachelor Party where they're like she's got some great mandibles for a Turian, and he's like, what are you talking about? She looks like a Solarian. And they don't realize that like it's being projected into their heads.
RE good representation. We can talk about the Krogans. As a Jew, I felt that the angry genocide metaphor was incredible. Loved it. Loved them being seen as, I think that no one has ever done a better genocide metaphor for like seeing a race as a threat, right? Because like the Krogan are giant lizard monsters. So it's like, oh, it makes it easier to talk about this race as a threat, and it actually more legitimizes prejudice because it's like, well, what's the problem? Like, why can't giant, strong lizard monsters exist? And it actually makes you not empathize, but like it makes you see like how bigots see other races. They see them as giant, unkillable lizard monsters. I thought it was great. I hate how many genocidal people you have to be around. I don't like that in the series at all. I don't know why, like, you can't just avoid any of the people involved in the genocide, and they try to make you feel like, oh, well, we were trying to do something. It's like, no, I don't really think I want to hang out with the genophage people at all.
Well, we're gonna have to end this podcast then, because
right, like people like, what's his name, Morden or Morbin? What's his name?
Morden.
Yeah. Who gives it? He's a fucking genocidal maniac. I could care less about him, honestly, because he's a mass murderer. Like, I don't like that. And I have the same problem with Cerberus. I hate that, like, you lose Paragon points by not helping Miranda's sister. It's like, Miranda is with the bad guys. I don't like her. She's works for an evil corporation. Like, I don't want to help anyone she knows.
I think one of the worst parts of Mass Effect 2's story is that there isn't more of a pushback from Shepard, even on Paragon, to working for Cerberus, because I mean, Cerberus has a very, very small part of Mass Effect 1, and it's only in side quests. But the side quest where Cerberus is a part is like fucked up shit. Yeah. And like, I think especially if you've completed those quests, like, that you should have the option to rail against them more often than you do. But
you should be given, listen, basically in Mass Effects, especially 2 and 3, the missions are very, very similar. There's not because Mass Effect 1 has like very different missions, not just because of the talking stuff, but like there's quests, there's fetch quests and there's stuff like that. And there's those driving missions and things. There's lots. Mass Effect 2 and 3, they're all basically, you go somewhere, you have a conversation, you either shoot someone or don't shoot someone, you know? So you can just write in whatever at the end. And there are just whole ass scenes where you're doing the same thing, sometimes in the same world and in the same level. And then they're like, now XYZ problem has been solved. And you're like, it has? Because I just went around and shot the generic enemy. Like, I'm not sure how that.
Yeah.
You could have easily been like, yeah, let's go to this world and like fuck with Cerberus's profit margin. Let's help these people who are like downtrodden by Cerberus and taken advantage of. Let's blow up their factory or whatever. Like, there's no reason that they didn't do that. And they're like terrible people. They're like horrible black ops, immoral, like pieces of shit. And it's the same with the Solarians. It's like, they're constantly like, okay, we get it. You want galactic peace. Just let us do this one genocide. And you're like, and there's no option to be like, no, you absolute monsters. Don't no, you can't do this genocide. There's like only one time where they're like, okay, well, like, did you already do the cure? Because if not, don't cure the genocide. It's pretty weird that there's not like a big pushback from Shepard on both those points. I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, my thing is in the lore, like the way that it's presented. Like, I totally understand why the genophage happens. Like, I just think that you should be able to campaign for it to be reversed as the character, because by that point in the history, like, there's no point for the genophage to exist anymore. But when it was created, I get it. But I'm not. I know you well enough to know that like this is going to be a pointless conversation. So that's all I'm going to say. I love like the two best genocide pieces of fiction are Attack on Titan and Mass Effect, because they do a good job in creating, because it's inconceivable to any of us nowadays why a Nazi would do that. I mean, it's inconceivable. It's inconceivable to us. And so in order to, whenever people write Nazi stuff, they just write it as them being this ultimate evil. But like, my grandma knew Nazis and they were her friends, and then they became Nazis and put her in prison. Like, to her, it was much more, nuanced and how it happened. But like, to us now, whenever we write Nazis, in order to, I sort of think that we're, whatchamacallit, like waving a social flag to be like, I'm against Nazis. We don't really write it in a way that makes it conceivable. And Attack on Titan does an incredible job of it, of it's a German metaphor. You don't know who the Nazis are going to be.
and then you sort of find out who the Nazis are. But like, and this does a great job of it too, being like, well, think of it this way. You know, here's what you didn't know. And here's not to empathize with Nazis, but more to be like understanding how complicated fixing a situation is like that. Like I do like that. I like that part of it. I don't like how right now no one would be like, well, I get why the Nazis started doing that. Like that's a fucked up thing to say. But
Right.
I hate that now I can't just react the same way I would react to Nazis now and being like, no, fuck off. Like you're an idiot. You know, because Shepard does shit like that a lot, but not quite over the stuff that you would want her to. And that's my only big gripe with it. Like, I could give a shit about any of the Solarians. Like, that's how I feel about them. I'm always just like, except for that one dude who was like totally anti the genophage, that like soldier you help in the first one, who's like, you know, fighting for whatever, like putting their lives on the line because they did the genophage. I thought that was great. I was very in favor of that.
Oh, right. Yeah. The commander guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or whatever I forgot his name.
Kirihi.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kirihi. Yeah.
But you don't get him in your party. So it's just kind of like, that was awesome. But then they're gone. And then like, it's like, hello, I'm a Nazi doctor. Won't you help me?
Right.
Let me join your team. And it's like, I don't like you at all. I don't like you at all. So I like the plausibility of the genocide, but I don't like that I can't be like, fuck you, dude.
Yeah, and you keep using that word, and like that's not what it was. And I think that's my thing is
yeah, you know. I kind of agree. I think you're reading more into it than what it is, but that's neither here nor there.
Perhaps then it is important that I enter a cultural perspective. As someone who is related to people who have been genocided, I would, and so has Julian. It's worth noting that was how so that doesn't mean, that means our perspectives are equal, is what I'm saying. You know, that's how I felt about it.
I get it.
No, yeah, and that's,
I get it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I'm saying it to say that sometimes people just like you wave cultural flags to create a narrative and say Nazis are evil. Our opinions are both valid. Both opinions are valid to say.
There are certain things where, you know, because like we've talked a lot recently about how like, you know, the worst people on the internet like definitely didn't get the message of this or that media, right? And it's entirely possible that I didn't get what, like the message that the genophage is supposed to represent. But what I'm saying is that the way that the lore is presented in the Mass Effect series, I don't see it that way.
I'll tell you why I see it that way. Because the Nazis were very organized people. It's a big part of what they did. And they this may start to scare some of you. One of the first things they did was take over scientific companies. They marched soldiers into IBM for the purpose of cataloging how many Jews they killed. And they said, you're going to calculate our debt, and you're going to do all this stuff. You're going to use your computers and calculation skills to run this stuff. And many Nazis used the concept of scientific premises to do what they did. Nazi scientists were. Oh yeah, no,
I'm aware of that. Like, you know, I was thinking just today that it's pretty fucked up that I had to learn in a book, you know, that I read as a grown ass man about how much of like the space program, the American space program, was orchestrated by Nazis, right?
Yeah.
the fact that like the first head of NASA is like, you know, not just like Nazi that was following orders, like capital N rah 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 Nazi, right? And 100%. Still lauded to this day, right?
Operation Paperclip.
It's fucked up.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. They would inject dyes into Jewish kids' eyes to see if they could change their color to blue in an effort to convert the Jewish race. There are scientific debates about good science that Nazi doctors did through torturing Jews as to whether or not we should use the science. And it's like a big part of the genocide is the scientific nature of it. Xylon B, which is the sort of name that you would, Zyklon B, which sounds like a sci-fi name. And of course, that is why many sci-fi weapons sound like that. That's the gas developed to more effectively kill people. And of course, our country at some point used a gas chamber to kill people. It is a mired history of sci-fi, and X-Men has made great use of this as well. Nazi doctors were, so that might be my perspective in seeing like, well, we were doing it for science. I'll say one story that not everybody knows. Twin Jews were a big part of the concentration camp and were tortured because they had two genetic identical people that they could do separate tests on. Is a fascinating dark history there about that. But yeah, that was totally my reaction, which is to say, this is
I can see that.
Story.
Yeah.
You know, I reacted from my own I didn't react.
Yeah. No, I can see that. Absolutely.
Yeah. It's very powerful to me. I've never experienced that with any other video game ever.
Yeah.
To be
I can see that.
To conceivably be like right away being like, oh, well, Julian might have a different cultural perspective. Even though you're related to you are a BIPOC or passing black person, you know, you and I had different reactions. That totally makes sense for Mass Effect because it's an actually in-depth piece of art. It's not like dumb. And I've never played any other game that. Yeah, I
feel like if Mass Effect does one thing right with that stuff is that they make it more complicated, right? Like they add a layer to it. You know, especially like the first game kind of presents as like, yeah, this is fucked up, and like there's really no way that you would think that it is not fucked up, I guess. Like I feel like they explain it at some point, but like I don't know.
No, I don't remember if the game outright tells you or if you have to see it in.
I can't remember either.
The codex stuff.
Yeah,
but because the whole thing, right, is that like they took a race that was not ready for prime time, right? Like they were not anywhere near.
And it was the Solarians that did it, right? That put them in there.
The Solarians
right?
both did it and then did the generation.
Well, the Turians are the one. Wait, hold on.
I keep thinking it was the Solarians that.
No, the Solarians were the ones that got them.
Yeah,
right? Like and equipped them for the war.
And they were basically
it was the Turians
like cow level of species. Like they were like not.
They weren't cow level. Like so I always make the analogy of like, what if you went back in time to like
Homo
the 1922 and like gave us like Star Destroyers, right? And then it was like, go wild, guys.
Well, I even think you'd almost have to go further back, like almost.
Well, no, because in the lore, like they already have like the Krogans already have like they're building buildings, and I think they are around like a 20th centup.
Oh, really?
Level of technology.
All right. Gotcha.
I had always envisioned, yeah.
They had already like fucked up their own planet with like nuclear weapons,
right?
By the time that the Solarians found them.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's where they were at. So like they were kind of already in their post-apocalypse, but they were super hardy, right? And like super tough.
Right.
And the Solarians were like, these are the perfect guys to fight the Rachni, right? Because the Rachni were going to destroy everything.
Yes.
And so they got the Krogans, and the Krogans like beat the. What's that?
A race of giant spiders, for those people that don't know. It's a bunch of giant.
Yeah, the alien, like xenomorphs. They're xenomorphs.
Pretty much.
They're all
psychic xenomorphs.
Right.
And so the Krogans did that, right? And they did it real dang good. And then they were like, okay, cool. Like, you're part of galactic society now. And they were like, awesome. We're going to take over everything. And, because the Krogans are long-lived, really hard to kill, and multiply like very quickly.
Yeah.
They were like about to overrun everything. And again, still not ready for the level of like technology that they had. Right. So I get why like there was this panic where they were like, hey, we need to like slow them down, right? Like not kill them, just like stop them from like taking everything over. And I think that obviously it works, but then it makes a new problem. And I think by the time that you get to the Mass Effect series, like it's time to
get rid of it. Right. Yes.
Yeah. Because now the Krogan understand, like they are integrated into society. They've been around for centuries at that point, and whatever. Like We spent way too long on this part of it.
No.
What else did
I
you
really
expect?
love the Krogan. There's a really impassioned speech in 3 because they eventually do cure the genophage. You're able to cure the genophage, but that's this disease. It's basically this hyperbirth control that makes them infertile.
Yes,
effectively infertile. And there's this you do this. It's one of the only negotiations you do in 3, and you're there with Urdnot Rex. And there's this, and I think it's very impactful for any minority, no matter what disenfranchised group you may be that Jewish, Black, or Democrat. They give this great speech where the Solarians are like, well, you don't understand. Like the Krogan, like they took over so many planets. Like, what's their plan once they come back? And Urdnot Rex, if you have him at that point, gives a speech that's like, are we going to like populate planets? It's like, you're damn straight. We're going to expand all across the galaxy, and we're going to build 1 million Krogan homes. And it's this great speech about like what oppressors do to the oppressed in the context of like, you must kneel to exist. And this oppressed person being like, fuck you. Like, we are not going to kneel to exist. And it's relatable considering it is a giant lizard frog with a battle turtle helmet on. It's peak sci-fi in my opinion, this big speech. So I don't think the Krogan are, I think what the implication is that like Mass Effect Alpha that we don't see is the Krogan. I always thought that was the impression we were supposed to get. Like, if there was a prequel to the story we get, it's about the Krogan. It's about the Krogan and Rachni.
Oh, I mean, there was a prequel, and it was about Anderson.
Oh, good. That's what I would make it about too, except that I wouldn't. What was it about? What was the prequel? Wait, what?
No, yeah, like it's the first novel, like the one that takes place before the first game, is Captain. Well, he's not captain then, but Anderson is the main character, and it's like right after the First Contact War, and because he's a war hero from there, and then he is paired up with Saren for possible Spectre status, and the mission, like he tells it to you in Mass Effect 1, right?
Right, yeah.
The mission goes sideways, and Saren like basically sets Anderson up to fail because Saren hates humans. Although, as Justin and I said, like when we played through Legacy Collection, what was that? Like, I actually looked it up. I looked at my trophies. It was 2021.
Yeah,
it was like,
right.
Man, the humans fucking suck.
Yeah,
in Mass Effect.
They're
like,
terrible.
Didn't get that impression like the first time that I played it because it was I was 27.
Oh yeah.
But like going back and it's like, yeah, y'all.
Oh, they're fucking entitled children.
Yes.
Throughout the Mass Effect series, it's insane.
Especially because so one of the big things in that first book, because so the big rule in Citadel society, right? The one thing that you do not fuck with is artificial intelligence. You do not develop AI. What is the thing that humanity is doing in that prequel book?
Yeah,
developing AI.
Of course. Why wouldn't we do that? Yeah.
But they all do everything. But none of it's like, but also I feel again, as the humans in it, I constantly feel like I also like that theme of, which is very human, which is like, you're not allowed to do this, but because we already have, and like, we're smarter than you. And like, so it's like, you don't make AI. It's like, well, why don't I make AI? Oh, cause like these dudes over here, they made AI. It's like, okay, so why can't I? It's like, you just don't do it. It's like, well, you don't also genetically modify people. It's like, why? Okay, well, these guys, like, like everybody else has done it, but like you doing it, it's like, oh, you're an idiot. I felt that was a very human, like relatable thing. I thought it was relatable to be like, everybody else is allowed to, you're not allowed to make any mistakes.
That's like the opposite takeaway.
Yeah, that's the opposite.
It's like, no, you don't do it because other people did it and it fucked up their entire society.
And it ruined them.
I get that from a sci-fi.
The Quarians are fucked because they did that. So
I get that from an from a large grand view. But what I'm saying is they also do this Mean Girls kind of thing where they're like, ugh, why would you think AI is a good idea? It's like, well, did none of you thought AI was a good idea? Well, yeah, she thought AI was a good idea. It's like, okay, well, we're going to do genetically modifying stuff. It's like, ugh, you're so dumb. It's like, it's very much like this way of not treating people like each of their experience. You know what I mean? I felt that was very human to be like know-it-all-y, even though you had this, like, it's like the way adults treat kids. It's like, oh, you're so dumb.
Yeah, but I feel it's the humans that are acting that way, that they feel like they know it all, even though like they just got here. Like we just got to the party and we know everybody's like we but we're gonna tell you how the rest of this party is gonna go.
Basically, they show up and they're like, "You guys are fucking up. Listen, this is we're here. We're gonna fix everything. Shut up.
Yeah,
let us do it."
Right, and I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying that it's a very human, relatable. To make the humans those characters, it's a very relatable thing that I think people can feel, that ambition and knowledge is shot down. I'm just throwing in this.
Yeah, I get that part of it. I can see that part of it. But I agree with Din Korlak, the Volus ambassador in the first game. He was right. Humanity is getting way too much for having, barely shown up.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
And now, Video Game Masterpiece Theater, with your host, Thaddeus Whippleshire.
good evening. I am Thaddeus Whippleshire. What keeps the greatest scientific minds awake at night? What calculations, cogitations, and conundrums cause their gargantuan brains to work into the wee hours? In tonight's episode, we get to peer into the inner thoughts of Aperture Science founder Cave Johnson, as recorded during what surely must have been a burst of profoundly creative energy. Performing this moment from Portal 2 is Abramo, a talented youth who is a challenge to direct, which makes the outcome all the more thrilling.
You know, I've been thinking, when life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade, man. Get mad. I don't make life take the lemons back. What the hell am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager and make him raw the day that he gave you lemons. Do you know who I am, man?
I'm Abramo.
I am the man who will burn your house down with...
That doesn't make sense. You can't... Lemons... I can't ever catch them on fire. I've tried.
I am going to get my engineers...
I don't have those.
...to invent a combustible lemon, which I will use to burn your house down.
I won't do that. That seems mean. But, okay. Do I get paid for this?
This has been another installment of Video Game Masterpiece Theater with your host, Thaddeus Whippleshire.
But they have no problem also making humanity put everything on the line too. Is the part that, like, I was boys with Rex because I always sided with the Krogan because I just felt it was like humans are getting the same thing. Like, we're ambitious and want to be here. And then they're like, oh, your ambition is stupid. But I guess if you want to go on a suicide mission, that would be nice if you're on your way there.
We got a completely different takeaway from this series.
Well, yeah, that's why it's great. That's why it's a real, I always talk about this with Harry Potter versus Star Wars, which is Star Wars is a real film and Harry Potter is fan service, right? So every time I watch 4, 5, and 6 or 1, 2, and 3, I get something new because the story's so in-depth and told visually and told on the screen. Versus Harry Potter, I only get something new if I reread the books. And I think that the strength of Mass Effect is every time I think about something, I get a new perspective. I get a different little angle. Mm-hmm. It's not binary. there's no,
Yeah.
you know.
I mean, there's a reason why I've played that first game 10 times, right?
Yeah.
And
10 times?
you know, yeah.
Oh
and done everything. And like I told you on that Game of the Year episode, it's like, yeah, and also each shepherd has to learn all of this stuff because that shepherd doesn't know that stuff yet, right? So, you know, it's a universe that I'm pretty intimately aware of. Not as much as Casey. Casey definitely like knows way more about Mass Effect than I do, but
all right, let me pee, and then I want to go to the segment where I ask you guys questions that I'm either confused about with Mass Effect or I think I'm not confused about and right to be upset about. How does that sound?
sure.
All right.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this couch is one of those couches where you sit up and all your bladder just shifts. And I have to anyone on planet Earth.
At first I thought he said all your bladder just shits. And I was like, oh,
Yeah.
that sounds awful.
It just shits. It just has its own set of poop that it lets out.
Yeah, we'll just keep it going. The last time that I when I finished 3 on that Legacy collection, I was like, oh man, the humans are the villains. Like the humans are like the big bad for like the future of the Mass Effect universe. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, they'll never be presented that way.
No, they won't.
No.
And I still wish that Andromeda would have let you like choose what race you wanted to be. Like, I really thought that like
that is
that
what
was their
I think.
that was their opportunity to do Dragon Age Origins in Mass Effect.
I'm hoping that if they actually get to make Mass Effect 4, which you never know, that would be a big thing. I've always said.
You think we? Well, I mean, I guess they've already revealed it, but do you think we see a trailer at the Game Awards this year?
No, probably not.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Especially because Dragon Age didn't get nominated for everything or anything. I don't think, if I remember correctly, unless it did. I didn't look at all the categories. I seen Game of the Year, and I was like, all right, I guess those are some nominees you could have.
Yeah, I actually did vote this time, mainly because I wanted to give Usada Pecora my vote, because I was like, holy shit, a HoloLive talent is like being nominated for Content Creator of the Year.
Right.
And so I did go through all the stuff, and I think Dragon Age came out too late in the year for it to really be judged. Like,
yeah, and it wasn't like mind blowing. Like, it wasn't like God of War where instantly people were going to be like, okay, yeah, no, this has to be on every list now.
Right. Oh, because God of War came out pretty late that.
Yeah, it did. It did as well. Years. Yeah, but it was so highly anticipated, and it was going to be, you know, a
shorter
thing.
And right, both of those games are shorter than a Dragon Age game.
I don't know. How long does it take to beat God of War 2? If you do like
20. If you do everything, then yeah, it's going to be up there.
I have 1, 2, and 3 on my backlog. That's what I'm playing next.
Oh, we're talking about the modern ones,
the brand newer one. Yeah, the new
you mean games. The other two?
Yeah.
Not
different stuff.
Yeah.
You can not only not choose your race, like you can barely choose your human race in Mass Effect Andromeda. By the way.
Yeah. And Ryder is just a god awful character, no matter.
There's a lot of them that are pretty bad in there.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if I like anybody in Andromeda.
I watched when I think Nextlander played it, and I watched that. And that was kind of my first exposure to some of like the actual characters that come in, and I was like, wow, I don't like any of these guys.
Yeah,
It's
like everybody's a Caden.
Yeah, they're all kind of boring and
I don't
doing
get
anything for me
about Andromeda. Can I tell you something that I have a problem with media criticism in general? RE Andromeda. I don't get why we have to speculate anymore. I don't get why you make a game that is not bought and fans don't like it, and why there isn't then like someone at IGN goes, can you explain what you think this is? Like, I don't get why I have to sit here and play this game for like 6 hours to be like, is this what they're going for? Like, I have a problem with someone not just coming out being like, look, this is what we thought we did, you know? And like put your headset in your headspace into this, rather than me having to guess and critics having to guess. I think that's so annoying about Andromeda. Like, they very clearly could have just answered questions, and they didn't.
Well, that's the video game industry, right? Like, you very rarely get like, unless the game is super successful, you're never going to hear like what they thought, or what they were what they wanted to do, or what the goal was.
Not until
right?
like years later, years later, when like the studios are dissolved and there's no like blowback that's going to happen, or like the guy that made it is retired or something. And he's just like, fuck it. This is what we were trying to do. Like you get a lot of that now for older stuff.
Yeah.
But not so
but
much.
That's way too recent. Right. Like,
exactly.
And honestly, like, I want to bring this up for the last episode of the year, but like, I think it's kind of almost criminal that there is no way to get accurate sales numbers on video games anymore.
God, yeah, no, it's
like there used to be there used to be the NPD numbers like every month, and then they just like decided to obfuscate all of that stuff, and it's like I don't see how that's legal. Like you can look up any movie and find out exactly to the penny like how much it's made, right? You have no idea with video games at this point.
I'll tell you something just so to show you how they're pushed to that, and they still hide shit. They hide a ton of production costs, and it allows studios to lie to banks, to fucking lie to angel investors and say, we made XYZ money. And no one says, well, we made $900 million, but in reality, we spent $1 billion on advertising. They hide that. They obfuscate that. They obfuscate costs of the movies. They basically, when they say cost of the movies, anything spent on set. So they hide tons of pre-production costs. They hide tons of tests. They hide tons of pitch material costs. They hide all of it. Because movies are in development, they hide screenwriter costs, they hide all this shit, advertising costs, in order to go, oh, well, we did, and then they make all their movies on debt. When you look at the budget of movies, ask yourself, like, who the fuck would have that amount of money sitting around? The answer is no one. And so what they do is they just constantly are leveraging the one movie to pay for the next. And that's how they do it. They put on front shit. They go, look, we made this amount of money. And then they go to a bank and they don't show all the fucking financials because the banks don't care because their loans it's basically a Ponzi scheme, but it's a successful one. You know, and it's kept going.
Yeah, but I'm not
years. No, I know what you're saying about games. I just don't want the movie industry to get off fucking. You're totally right about the whole thing. But
but even with the movie industry, like I'm not a bank. I don't care about what they spend. I'm interested in like what the movie made because I'm just but just a matter of curiosity.
Numbers, yeah.
Right. And same thing with video games. It's like I'm just curious. Right. Like when Square says this game underperformed. Okay, so how many units did it sell? There's no way to know. Right.
Tech bros are killing these investors, and people that think this is an investment are killing so many arts right now. It's insane. It's not, like I said to you guys in that letter, we don't need to make money. It's not, we don't need, you can at any moment kick those tech bros out and only make 3% net profit. That's not a problem. Troma. I've worked for Troma. Troma has been in business for all these years. Why? Because they want to make art. They want to make art. They don't want to convince people their art is an asset.
Right.
If you as a business make enough money to pay your taxes and make money, that's successful. That's all you need to do. And especially for something as beautiful as art, why these game companies and movie companies focus on that is odd. And it's just because people have decided this is something to talk about on fucking Mad Money with Jim Cramer from South Orange, New Jersey. That's what they want to do. That was only in there for Gamer Looks at 40 to talk about how Jim Cramer is from South Orange, New Jersey, where I lived in a shitty apartment that had the nicest people because there was a program that took autistic adults. And they would live there. They would like rented blocks apart, basically being like, here's your first apartment, even though you're like, 30-ish now, so you can practice doing this. And so they would help them, this apartment building. But because they were from this facility where they would like kind of to an autistic person, teach them like, when you go up to someone, you say, hi, how are you? It was the nicest people in the world. Because they were it was like Spanish class. They would come up to you and be like, hi, how are you? How was your day? It was like, oh, let me hold the door open for you. It was amazing. Nicest people I ever lived near. And it was incredible. It was the best,
right on.
best places I ever lived. Okay. I'm going to finish my joint and ask you guys 1,000 questions about Mass Effect.
This is great. See, there's your title. I'm going to finish my joint and ask you 1,000 questions about Mass Effect. Right there.
Let's talk about those little fucking bugs on the Citadel in the first game.
Oh, the Keepers, yeah.
Yeah. Did I miss all the answers on that, or they just gave up? What happened?
No, it's in the first game.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What is the answer? We help them the whole time. What's their? They make it seem like, oh, sometimes they fix parts of the Citadel and we don't even know it.
Yeah, no, they're like the Citadels, like what would you call it? Like almost like they're antibodies or whatever, right? Like they go in and like repair parts of the Citadel that need repairing. They keep people from getting to parts of the Citadel that they shouldn't be in.
Right.
Because it's all part of the Reaper control, right?
Yeah.
Because the Citadel is one big booby trap for galactic civilization that they cultivate every 50,000 years or whatever.
I can't remember if it's like in the, is it at the end of the first one, or is it like in the second one and third one where they like really go into like where people start theorizing what they actually like? We think it's like a race that, you know, the Reapers, you know, basically took in or whatever, and then they basically repurposed them to do this stuff on the Citadel, and like they don't really have free will or anything.
I think that's the updated codec entry, like after the first game.
It might be. I couldn't remember.
But you're told at, like, by the VI on well, I'm starting to forget the planet names, but that final planet before you take the conduit.
Yeah. I can't remember the
not
name.
the conduit. You take the relay back to the Citadel, and that one tells you that, like, that they're like, you know, the whole thing is created by the Reapers as this thing to help foster the next group of galactic civilizations to get to that certain, you know, point where now they're ready for harvesting, and then the Reapers come in.
They basically use it as like this thing to lure everyone in, and then go, okay, they're ready, they're here, and they're doing shit. So now it's time to
because you already have to be a certain level of sophistication to get to the Citadel to begin with. Yeah, and then once you're there, it's like, oh, holy shit! Here's the space station that has everything that we could possibly need.
Right,
and you know, it's like this technology, like, is. We don't really know how it works, but it's compatible with our system.
Yeah, which is always funny because nobody like thinks twice about it. They're like, "Oh, this is great."
They do.
They do, but
right? I mean, that's Liara's whole thing, right? Is like, you know, we understand that the Protheans were this like dominant species and everything.
Oh,
and
right. I forgot they blame it on the Protheans. Right. That's right.
Right.
That's how they. That's okay. That's
they think it's Prothean technology, but it's not.
How do they blame it on the Protheans?
They think the Protheans were basically like
the creators of the Citadel and the relays and all that stuff. But it's not. It's the Reapers.
It's the Reapers.
So you mean a tribute? Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Is that what you? Or do you mean blame? Is there something I'm missing?
No. I mean,
sorry.
he means a tribute.
Yeah. I said blame, but it's not. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. RE the Citadel. Why is it so small in the second two games?
I mean, it's small in the first game, too.
It's not that big, yeah.
I think that's probably my biggest complaint about BioWare games as a whole. And I guess they tried to fix that with Andromeda, but they did it in the wrong way, which is that BioWare just doesn't make very interesting environments that feel big and lived in, right? Like, you get such a... I mean, the Citadel in the first game feels much larger than the next games, but it's still... When you look at how big the Citadel is and how many people live there, like, it feels tiny,
right? And
it's like, I mean, and I at a certain point, I was just like, this is just their games, right?
They've never been great at it.
I already know that Veilguard is the same way, and I'm like,
Pretty much.
I expect that, right? Like, it's not going to be The Witcher.
No, it's not. No.
Okay, the sex scene in I think in 3. It's fucking insanely dirty.
Okay. Depends on.
I guess it depends on who you're with. I didn't have a dirty sex scene.
Yeah, who was it with? I'm guessing. I would like to know.
I was romanced. So my main, and my secondary question to this is, tell me about who you romanced in the game.
Sure.
I really liked, before they had an STD that made you kill yourself or whatever they did with the whatchamacallits. The tentacle people. What are their names?
Sorry?
the Asari, before they gave them that STD in the second game that makes you go crazy with sex lust, I thought the idea of being...
That's not an STD.
I mean, it's an STD.
No, it's like a specific like type of person.
You got that. You have that confused.
They're not. It's not a disease.
I mean,
that's just who they are.
I'm not saying it's a disease, but I'm saying like there is something that you
think
have
of
sex with someone
or,
and like your
Mike,
brain explodes. Isn't that what happens?
Mike. Think of it like this. So you did kind of read into that one wrong. That one is more like, okay, one, I don't know the actual statistic, but let's like say like however many people are born autistic, they're just born that way.
Okay.
That's what that in Asari culture and Asari that race, certain number of people are born Ardat Yakshi, and that they just and that's what they do to people. Like, and so they separate them to get them away from people because they're essentially dangerous. So
and they can't control themselves once they're bonding with someone.
Yeah, and it's not their fault. And that's kind of the push and pull of that whole thing. Is it's not their fault that they're that. But they are.
So, but I
that.
guess my two questions are: what is? I mean, you're involving sex in the story of this in some way. Is there? To me, what you're saying is it's more like what, like just the idea that like a mental illness would affect a mental illness or mental predisposition or neurodivergence would affect every part of your life. So they just happen to make mention of them being their mates. That makes sense to me if that's what you're saying. Or else there has to be like some sort of metaphor sexually for why it does affect their mates. Because the explanation of autism.
No, it's okay. It's.
I don't know if Justin's using. I don't know if it's the best like descript or comparison.
No,
that
Justin
that's gave.
Kind of how it is. It's like one in however many. It's,
no,
it's like a rare thing.
No, but I'm saying using like that particular like.
Okay, sure, yeah, no, all right. But you're equating it to something weird here. Okay.
Yeah, because even Asari bonding is not necessarily sexual in nature, like on its face.
Okay, tell me more about that. Then I've totally misinterpreted that.
It's more like a Vulcan mind meld,
right?
But it's usually done with someone that they care about,
right?
So, and a lot of times, sex is involved because
that's
how
what
other
the other
species
culture
do.
Yeah.
Whoa, that is fucking blowing my mind. Okay, wait. So this is exactly why I wanted to have this goddamn conversation. Okay, so you're telling me that is okay. So that does make a difference in terms of like projecting feelings onto Asari. See, that's good enough sci-fi that it actually affects real life, right? Like I literally projected sexuality onto a situation,
right?
That was not, and that is exactly what the Asari are claiming our minds do. That's fucking deep. But wait, so you're telling me that like the sex is only involved because I as a human might think that the deepest intimacy is sex?
Yeah, and I think physical sex for Asari is like it's whatever, right? It's like if you want it and we're that close, then sure.
So it's like an ace premise? Is that what you're saying? Like, is it you're literally describing like that's like an ace?
Kind of, but kind of not. I guess it depends.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying.
More than but like Liara says as much. If you get like into romantic discussions with her in the first game, is she's like it can be sexual, but it doesn't have to be. It's more of just a sharing of who we are,
right?
As people, and so that. But again, like if you do romance from the first game, like she gets naked, you get naked, and you get on top of each other.
So she was who I romanced. So that's fucking.
But there's more going on there,
right?
Yes, that's so fucking interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would have loved to have seen an Asari, like I would have loved to have seen like another person's. Why couldn't we have another person's story of another interspecies couple? Because that would have been so interesting to see. Like, oh, mine's a sex scene, but like maybe this is this other like beautiful, alluring scene. That would have been so interesting to me. Like what a Krogan thinks. Mating with an Asari.
Well, there is that.
Bond. Did we see a Krogan bond with an Asari?
We don't see it, but we hear about it. Like there's a Krogan Asari couple in Mass Effect 2 that you can help.
Yeah.
But I'm saying quest. Like, I know, but like, I remember them, but I'm saying like we see them, we don't see them,
He wants to see him fuck, Julian, is basically.
Oh,
what
No,
he's
I
saying,
don't want to
yeah.
see. I don't. No, I don't.
You wanna-
I don't want to see them fuck. That's exactly my point. Is to a Krogan, the deepest connection would be something totally different, right?
I mean, maybe.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Because,
But anyway,
okay, so go on.
the
Sorry.
Arda Yakshi thing, the reason that they do it mostly with people that they're close to or like in a relationship with, it's like a hunting method. It's almost like serial killer like. And then they slowly do that. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Like it's like
that's the whole part of that loyalty mission
is
like
supposed to be malicious. Like it's because my impression from the mission was that they're like actually like misunderstood.
They are.
But they're also like they're like feral, right? Like they're almost like vampires.
They
like,
can't.
like
They can't
vampires.
help. They can't help themselves. It's just what they do. It's their nature.
Oh my god, Julian, that makes it fucking make so much sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because like that's the whole part of that mission is that she's literally on the hunt.
Yes.
And you put yourself out as bait.
You mean like D&D vampires, where it's like they literally have this lust. They're mindless. They're like literally a creature that lusts for blood, right? That's what you're saying, Julian? You said vampires?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how mindless they are when they're doing it, but it is a thing that they are compelled to do.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're on and they're on and yeah, so they're on the she's on the hunt and you basically offer yourself up as the bait.
Right.
And then that's the whole thing is that you get her back to her place and she's going to drain you and take everything that you are. And then, Samara comes in because that's who she's been after.
Right.
Okay. So anyway, I don't remember my fucking original question. Oh, who did you guys romance?
Lots of people.
Yeah. Well, anyway, tell me about the romancing in the game. Cause I really just like, I wasn't really focused on it, but I feel like you guys might have been. I don't think
No.
Yeah.
I found it pretty disengaging, so I thought maybe
it's
like just
fine.
like I'm going to make this choice. It's a part of my personality.
Pretty much. That's BioWare's romance to a T. Pretty much is you're just kind of doing it. You're just kind of it's part of the game for the most part, but like and it adds certain things
for sane people like us. But one of the things that I hate about BioWare fans is that it any game, no matter what you're talking about, like will always devolve into who you're gonna fuck,
right?
Like, and it's so annoying.
Wait, really? What are other BioWare?
Oh yeah,
it's a big thing.
It's exhausting.
Yeah, it's annoying. Like it's become so synonymous with the BioWare stuff that and it really all started with kind of Mass Effect, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, Mass Effect was definitely like the impetus.
I mean, it was there in KOTOR too, but it just wasn't. It wasn't once.
I
once
bet
they
KOTOR
actually
didn't have side boob.
That's what I mean. Once there was an actual scene involved with it, then it became a thing.
Yeah.
But
sometimes it is very.
What's that?
There's romance in KOTOR?
Yeah. There are romance options.
There's romance in Jade Empire also.
Yeah, I believe there is. Yeah.
I would having never played those games, I would have never have guessed that. That's so interesting.
I'm not sure if Baldur's Gate had that stuff.
Baldur's Gate might.
It might very well could. I honestly, God, I don't know. I never messed with the old ones. Yeah.
Sorry, go on, Julie.
No, but sometimes it is a very big deal, right? Like I literally the reason that we're here today, well, in part, is because I wrote a 1-up blog about how much I literally fell in love with Meryl in Dragon Age 2. Like that romance story was like very pivotal and deep for me. And then the BioWare community manager at the time shared that everywhere. And so I got like a ton of people reading my blog for the first time. And that in a weird way ended up leading me to applying for Pixelbit, which then led me to, doing Nerds Without Pants. And here we are,
can I
almost
be
15 years later.
Can I be annoying?
No. You're going to do it anyway.
Really
but
hard
that's fine.
to do the fucking rest of the show. Are you serious, Justin?
No, you're fine.
Are you serious? Because I'm gonna be annoying. You got to tell me.
You're fine, Mike.
We can figure out something else to talk about.
You're
I don't remember what I was
fine.
fucking saying. Wait, what the
You
fuck
wanted
were
to be
just talking
annoying.
about? No. What were you talking about before that so I can remember?
Romance
yes.
options.
No, the article. Julian, because I have admitted on the show, so I have evidence of this, that I won't read something or listen to something of yours until I know about that game. Is it?
Well, it wasn't Mass Effect related. It was Dragon Age related.
Was it fucking Dragon Age related?
Yeah, it's Dragon Age 2.
Well, who gives a fucking shit?
Well, you can't read it anyway. It's gone. It was on oneup.com.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Do you have articles on Pixelbit that you wrote about Mass Effect?
Oh, yeah.
What did you write about Mass Effect?
I mean, I definitely wrote
I'm getting fucking pumped. I'm so happy I smoked a joint for this episode. What did you write on What did you write on Pixelbit?
I know I wrote
How many articles?
I will tell you if you let me fucking answer,
I'm too
Mike.
excited. Yeah, okay.
I know that I did a retrospective review on the first game.
How long is it?
I don't know. Review length.
2,000 words?
I don't know.
I was going to say word counter
10
get
years
fucked.
ago.
That's all we're here for.
I wrote a piece about what I wanted from the series going forward. I did a special, actually, a listener of ours, one of our patrons, Big Baker. She's a friend of mine in real life, and I got her into Mass Effect. And when she was done with the game, I did an interview with her, and I wrote an article about that. After she was done with the trilogy. Because when I told her, did you realize, what did you think about, what do you think about the idea that there was this huge controversy about the ending? And she was like, what the fuck? Divorced from all of the hype.
Ask me that question. I'm in the interview. Ask me that one.
Well, I figured we were going to get there.
We'll get there.
Mike.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll get there then.
Yeah,
But, yeah.
I thought you had more questions.
I do have more questions, but you could ask me that one.
What questions?
Yeah. Ask her questions.
Wait, what I was going to ask was, I want you to read for us on air because I've never.
Fuck no.
Why not? Come on, man.
They're long. It's long shit.
How long? I asked how long.
Longer than anybody wants to hear me drone on.
Hey, wait, hold on, wait. Let me pitch you on something. If you don't want to do it, can I record on my own me reading one of your articles and give it to you?
To what end?
So people might not read. People might not read blogs, and I would do.
He's got an audiobook on.
I'll audiobook it. Tell me why I can't.
Hold on, I'm trying to go to Pixelbit, and it's not coming up.
I'll
So
read it now.
They might be gone. They might be gone forever too.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be.
It's one of those things
surprised.
Nick doesn't pay attention anymore. So
Are you kidding?
That entire website could blink out of existence and nobody would know, to be honest.
I'm pretty fucking annoyed.
Fuck, that's going to make it really hard to upload the rest of NWP because I was using the original show notes. I still have the files, so I can upload them. I'm just gonna
you'll
have
be
to,
fine.
You fucking deleted this. Are you kidding me? I finally can read.
It's
your
crazy
articles
that you
on
just
Mass
learned.
Effect, and now I fucking you must have them somewhere, Julian.
No,
probably not.
Oh, you have.
Oh wait, no,
Nick.
here it is. It's back.
Yes.
Hold on. No, I
And
don't know why it didn't
now,
come up the other couple times.
Representing
Hold on.
from the minds of Nerds Without Pants comes reading this article. No, I'll really read it. I'm not being funny. It'll be a good reading of it. I'll read it.
Mass Effect was a watershed moment for developer BioWare.
Shush!
It was the game
Shush,
that solidified
everyone!
their presence on consoles, building on the success of Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic and Jade Empire. It was also their first truly smash hit original IP, thanks to its publishing deal with Microsoft Studios. 5 years later, and on the eve of the conclusion of the Commander Shepard trilogy, how does the original Mass Effect hold up? That's the intro paragraph. There you go.
Keep going. Come on,
I'm not going to keep going. I gave it 4 stars out of 5, by the way.
Julian, read me another random paragraph, please.
The deck says it's a little rough around the edges, but if you have any interest in Mass Effect, starting from the beginning is way more rewarding than jumping in later on. Written on March 6, 2012. Or posted, rather. It was written before that.
So annoying.
There you go.
Why can't you? It would be so pleasant if we just sat here and listened to you read your article. Come on, dude.
I think it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm gonna record a reading.
What more? You have questions.
I have lots of questions.
Nobody wants to hear my 15-year-old
I'm recording it and I'm
Mike
going to release it. I'm going to record it and release it. I bet it's awesome. Okay. Yeah. Are any notable romance notes that I haven't heard from you about the game?
Oh, I don't really have any.
I mean, I think probably the biggest controversy for me with most people that like the series is that I romanced Ashley not once but twice, and she's one of my favorite human characters in the series. The last time that I played it, I actually stayed true to her for the whole trilogy. I didn't romance anybody in Mass Effect 2 because I wanted to see what that looked like.
Right.
And then Shepard and Ashley, when they're in the Citadel bit of the DLC, is really fun because they are just horny on main for each other the whole time, and it's a lot of fun, but also just having a lot of fun shooting shit because Ashley likes shooting shit.
Right.
But Tally is one of my all-time favorite RPG characters, period, and romancing her in 2 and 3 was really awesome to me. I really loved watching that relationship blossom and seeing her change as a character, because in the first game I think she's pretty weak.
I agree.
As a character.
And she doesn't have much. I personally am a big fan of the Liara romance for the most part, just because her character has the most arc throughout the entire thing. Her from 1 to 3 is fascinating to me, because she basically becomes a crime boss at some point, and then she's okay, yeah, I'm done with that, and now we're saving the world again, and that's fine.
Yeah. And especially if you have the Javik DLC in 3 and watching that just shake her entire world to the core is really cool. And also but also she goes from this innocent girl that you find in a ruin to all of a sudden she has an actual hardcore side to her, where she's fucking ruthless as shit, and I love that. She's Bubbles in that Powerpuff Girls episode.
She's fucking cool.
I'm hardcore now.
Yeah, basically, yes.
Until you just said that, Justin, it oh my god, it didn't occur to me that I just had this moment where it's I just love this fucking game.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It didn't occur to me that you can see that's also meant to be glimpses of her mother and kind of other just these other what's the fucking name of her race? I don't know why I keep forgetting.
Asari.
Asari. I literally was having a whole conversation about Asari in my head right before this episode, and I don't know why. It's a lot of fucking weird, goofy sci-fi names.
Sure.
There's other just powerful, sort of power-hungry, controlling Asari you see throughout the whole thing, and I never thought that was ooh, that's kind of what that arc is meant to be, right? I don't think of Liara that way because she's close to you as a character in any sense. But then it's oh yeah, there are these weirdly enigmatic, powerful Asari all around. And it's kind of that storyline is yeah, you just show up and she's got she's at a desk. She has this desk in the middle of the mall, basically. That's what it looks like. It's a giant mall, and she's just like Hawkeye, just put with a nest over it. It's pretty fucking incredible. Yeah, and she's really fun, but and that's if you had a friend that happened to, you would flip out. If you were yeah, I just moved here, and I don't know, I might go work a shitty job for a little bit, and then I don't know what I'm going to do. And you come back and they're I own this block. It is my territory.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
She was my favorite one. I'm trying to think of other ones that I've romanced in the past, but I can't really
I romanced Liara, and I thought that, this is my opinion, I felt that the end of that romance was uneventful.
Yeah, I could see that.
The romance part of it was not she would be particularly sad, and she was went with you on certain hard events and felt for you for everything we were going through in my romancing of her. But it really wasn't like everyone was sad if bad stuff happened to Shepard, you know?
To be fair, I think that ultimately you would feel that way about any of them. Really? No, yeah, and that's not to like really downplay it or anything. I don't think any of them like have like that big of an incredible payoff, I guess, if that makes any sense. They're all
so the romance with Jack in 2 is really great because the final scene is just her crying in your arms. Like that is your lovemaking scene.
I guess I'm referring to like throughout the trilogy, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
well, it's also hard, right? Because like there's very few characters that you can romance like through the trilogy or through multiple games.
Just the point I was getting to was there's only like a few that you actually get to go throughout because so my last playthrough that I did, Mike, I played a dude and I was just like, okay, I'm going to be an asshole and I'm going to cheat on everybody and it's going to be great. It's going to be really funny. So I think I was kind of a renegade character anyway. So I dated Ashley in the first one. I dated Miranda in the second one because my guy was just superficial as fuck. And that was his whole deal. And then when I got to 3, I was like, well, fuck, who's left? Cause Miranda kind of like disappears in that game. She comes back a little bit and is like, oh, do you want to be with me? And I was like, you're not on my ship. So no. And then she dies later, which was really funny to me. I thought that was hysterical.
You ended up with the ship's counselor, didn't you? Because
no, I can't remember who I ended up with in 3 at the very end. So I remember getting to 3 and being a renegade, and it's me playing it, right? So I have a hard time doing that sort of thing. So I got to 3 and I started feeling bad about everything. And so I started to reflect that in the character where he's like, okay, listen, I know I was a real jerk, guys. I'm really sorry, but I'm turning it all around now. All right. I think I actually ended up with Ashley in that one. Because like, I think if you, cause I basically had to like apologize to her and it was a whole thing. Like, yeah, I totally slept with the other girl, but listen, let's not hold that against me right now. Okay. I'm a new man. I'm a changed man. Look, I'm helping now. It's fine.
It's really frustrating with Ashley. And I'm assuming it's the same with Caden in the third one in the sense that like, she doesn't even bring up your previous relationship for so long.
It takes a while.
3.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden they'll bring it up. Yeah, it's weird. It's a little all over the place in that sense, but yeah, but yeah, I've never done the Jack romance. That actually sounds pretty good.
Yeah,
and it makes sense.
And there's a part where you can fuck it up where like she'll say, "Hey, like
she tries to
get into my pants." Yeah, and you can fuck her, and then but that locks you out of progressing in the relationship,
right?
And so the actual like final scene with them is just her like breaking down and finally like letting you all the way in and you just hold her.
A lot of them have good moments, some of them are stronger than others, and that but like ultimately I think through the trilogy, like picking a thing is it's kind of like that's what I meant when I said like I feel like you'd be disappointed with almost any of them because I think some of them don't pay off or they don't always pay off like the way you'd kind of want them to with like an Ash or Jack moment kind of thing.
But the thing that I love about that series is the way that like you can really like even with them taking out a lot of the freedom in the second and third games, you can still role play quite a bit. So like my idea for my next femshep is she's going to be a renegade that starts out hating aliens and she romances Caden in the first game and he dies. And so then she starts to be a little more open towards aliens and she romances Thane in the second game, but then in the third game, Thane dies. And so then she ends up ultimately with Garrus because Garrus was always there.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I think that'll be like a really cool arc for her.
That's good. I like it.
Yeah.
Whoa, what is romancing Garrus like?
I don't know. I've never done it. But he's a fan favorite.
Yeah.
Like to the point that like
either.
He wasn't romanceable in the first game, and everybody was like, why the fuck can't we be with the alien guys?
Right.
And BioWare was like, okay, weirdos. And so then they made him romanceable in the second game.
Dude, that sucks. Oh my god, I love Garrus. I would have now I have to fucking replay the game to see that.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Oh, Fuck.
This is the hook, Mike. This is why Julian played it 10 times and so on and so forth.
But no, I wouldn't think that a character that is there the whole time, I can't romance in the first game.
He's got a lot of what's his wording for it every
calibrations.
time? Calibrations. I knew it was a C word, but yeah, he's got a lot of calibrations.
I like that, right? Because like going back to Dragon Age 2, right? The character that I wanted to romance, Meryl, she did not show any signs of being romanceable in the game. And so I was like, oh man, I guess this isn't going to happen. So then I started to like go down that path with my second favorite character. And then there was just this part where we were just like walking around in the world, and there was a bit of incidental dialogue where it was Varric and Meryl in the party. And she says something like to Varric that basically gave the hint that she was into my character. And I was like, oh shit. And from that point, and then I went back to talk to her, I was like, oh, it's on.
Yeah.
And it was a really awesome relationship, especially because Dragon Age 2 takes place over like years.
Yeah.
So like after you have like the big like love making scene, she moves in to your place and the game continues, and she's a wood elf, and she's very uncomfortable living in a city. And so there's like this like whole thing about like, you know, oh, is this the right place for her?
Right,
you know, blah, blah. She's also a blood mage, which is like a big deal in the Dragon Age universe.
Yes, it is. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Can I
boy.
Wait,
man.
I want to talk directly to the audience now.
Hold on 1 second.
No.
I mean, you can do it while I'm talking. It's fine. I forgot to mention one thing about Veilguard. Veilguard has one thing, because you said something about something, and it reminded me. And I went, oh man, they pay off something, and when they did it, I was like, I should have seen that coming, and I can't believe I didn't, and it was really good.
Cool.
Yeah. I can't spoil it.
No,
anyway.
That's fine. Say no more.
All right. Do whatever you want to do now, Mike. I don't give a shit.
I'm enjoying this so much. I'm like annoyed that I have to be on here. Let me tell you what's going through my head. Like, I want to be like doing my dishes and like taking the trash out and going to the gym, like, and just getting to hear this podcast right now. And I have to be here.
Fuck that. You brought this on yourself. You've said like for years, I want to talk to you about Mass Effect.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I want to be here so much and love this episode so much. Like I want to be hearing it. I wish somebody else could do my job and do this for me. Oh, I'm loving this. This is the best.
Well, if you get even more stoned, listen, Mike, if you get even more stoned, it'll be like you're here, but not really. So you'll forget it all later. And then you can listen to it, and it's like, oh my god, who's this man talking?
I'm loving this. Is peak, like everything I want from the stage select and you two. I'm just having such a good time. This is all I ever want to use you two for. Okay, more questions.
What other questions?
Oh, now I feel dirty.
Yeah,
I don't. I feel fine.
So R.E. Jack is absolutely tragic. Do you guys remember moments you cried in the story?
I don't know if Mass Effect ever made me cry, and it's really easy to make me cry in video games.
Yeah, me too. And I don't think anything quite hits me there.
We're all big criers. Like, I come on, you guys have to.
Here's the thing: I'm not a big crier. Like, it actually takes a lot to get me there.
You know,
but I'll tear up at stuff, and I'm trying to think of something in Mass Effect.
Yeah. That's crying. Be a man. Tearing up is crying. Come on.
Sure.
I think I teared up at the very end of Mass Effect 3 simply because it was over and I was like, that's it. Like, there's no more. Like, even if they make a sequel, it's not going to be like this character, right? And like this story is done. Yeah. Sort of like the way that like I cried at the end of Polgara the Sorceress, which is like from David Eddings, because that was the final story of the Belgarian and the Malorian series, where I was like, I'm never, because those are my all-time favorite fantasy book characters. Right. And when I got to the end of Polgara, I was like, there's no more. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not going to get to visit with these characters again unless I go back and reread it.
Right.
And I cried because I was like, that it's the end.
Okay, I've thought of something. There is a bit in Mass Effect 3, and it is at the end, but it is not like the end. It is the bit where you're walking around and talking to everybody. And there's a bit where you talk to Garrus, and he says, and I remember this was one of, like, way back in the Nerds Without Pants days. There was a thing about, like, dialogue from characters that you remember, and I can't remember the exact quote, but it gets me every time. It's something Garrus says. It's something about, like,
Is it when you're doing the skeet shooting, or is it like
no, it's the very end.
Oh,
the very end. It is
when you're calling everybody,
not even
or just talking to the people that are standing around.
No, you're in the final mission on the ground, and there's like there's okay, and
Wait,
you're walking
tell me
around.
if I could type it into Google, I literally want to listen to it.
Can't remember exactly.
Which let's start with which game? 1, 2, or 3?
3.
Mass Effect.
Set the
3.
It's
probably
like
Garrus' final conversation. Mass Effect 3.
That's probably it.
Conversation.
Yeah, it's that one's really good. That one gets me. There's something about like having a something. Oh, it's really
this.
Just like old times.
I don't know.
Might be the last chance we get to say that. Think we're gonna lose? No, I think we're about to kick the Reapers back into whatever black hole they crawled out of. Then we're going to retire somewhere warm and tropical and live off the royalties from the bids. I'll meet you there. I think my days of saving the galaxy are over when this is done. Be sure to leave room for all the autographs. Just need to beat the Reapers to get there. James told me there's an old saying here on Earth. May you be in heaven half an hour before the devil knows you're dead.
Fuck yeah.
Not sure if Turian heaven is the same as yours, but if this thing goes sideways and we both end up there, meet me at the bar. I'm buying.
Yeah, that's the one. I filled it right there. I was like, yep.
Sorry, Turians don't know how, but I'll improvise. And Shepard, forgive the insubordination, but this old friend has an order for you. Go out there and give them hell. You were born to do this. Goodbye, Garrus. And if I'm up there in that bar and you're not, I'll be looking down. I'll always have your back.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, see, it's really good.
Fucking awesome.
Yeah, see, it's really good. That one gets me every time. I remember even playing it like recently and being like, damn, yeah, that shit still hits. It's really good. So
God damn, dude, that's incredible.
Yep.
Wow,
it's quite good. It's quite good.
And I could have been in love with
Garrus
that
is great.
fucking asshole.
You could.
I'm so fucking annoyed. Liara was like, "I'm at my desk. What is it?" Hi, do you need something? Yeah, I'm your fucking girlfriend. Get up. Like, get up right now. What are you doing? She's like, oh, hey, I run a big corporation.
Well, she does run a big. It's really
but like, you're in love with me, so whatever.
She's got a lot to do, Mike.
I don't like it.
Well, I'm sorry. Anyway, what else you got?
Okay, massive. Okay. Listen, do people like the shooting in Mass Effect?
I think they do now with the
It's fine.
The remaster.
What did they do different in the remaster?
They made the shooting good.
They
across all 3 games.
So the way I've always understood it was they added like almost dice rolls to shooting sometimes, which is why it feels kind of awkward and weird in the first one. Like sometimes you feel like you shot something, but you actually didn't because the die roll didn't go your way.
Mm-hmm.
But they take that out and they just make it like a straight up shooter in the remaster. So like, yeah, you can, if you aim at something and press the trigger, it will work. So it's fine.
All right. I love the combat in Mass Effect. I think Mass Effect 1, especially, fucking peak video game fighting.
Okay.
I love the shooting. I love every single fucking thing about the way you fight enemies in that game. And even in Mass Effect 2 yeah.
But what if we shit all over the lore in the second one and make you reload the weapons?
Fucking God.
But what if we did it? It'll make the game better.
You don't reload the guns because there's nothing to fucking reload. God damn it. Fucking hate it so much.
I just said that because I knew I'd get a rise out of it.
So that is really fucking weird though, because I remember that was the only thing I knew about you saying about this game before I went into it. Was that they invented this thing that doesn't reload. And I thought about that the whole time, and I was just like, what does even the reloading add? Like what does
it made it feel better? It made it feel like shooters of
like
the
a contemporary shooter. Yeah. Like
so
like EA was like, yo, you got to make this like Gears of War.
Yeah.
And they were like, okay.
Yeah. So they invented a lore reason for it and shoved it in there, and that's what happened.
Can I tell you something? Reloading as a game mechanic, like, that was not always I think there was a time period where the most common type of shooting game didn't have reloading. Like Contra, no reloading ever.
Doom, no reloading.
Yeah, no reloading ever.
Yeah.
Like,
unless you count the cocking the shotgun over to
the super shotgun. Yeah.
What happened to that genre? Like, why do you need ammo in fucking Halo anymore? Like, what? To what end?
Because of multiplayer.
Yeah.
What do you mean because of multiplayer?
Multiplayer would add a balance to it to where...
Yeah, because, like, you know, there's that moment where, like, they're mid-reload, you've got the drop on them.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so that's a big part of it, is, like, knowing when to shoot, knowing when to back off to reload, like...
Or, yeah, also it would, if you didn't have that, it would also add an element to where, especially in multiplayer, in single player, it doesn't matter, right? You can go around shooting the shot all you want as long as there's no ammo or whatever, but, like... in multiplayer, it's just like, oh, just keep running around and doing this. It gives you a reason to not do it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, Doom has multiplayer, but, you know, once games started to do that, right? Like, that became the norm. And also, games became more realistic, right? Like, I also think that, like, the Medal of Honor games and, like, the Call of Duty games have a big part to play in that, because it's like, you know, and literally, like, was it Black, right? Like, that game was called Gun Porn. Like, that was the advertising pitch for Black on the original Xbox.
Well, there was, I get, just as a concept, I just decided to look this up. The light gun shooters, which I forgot about, had reloading, and those were the first games to have reloading, technically.
Yo, want to see something? Wait, while you're on that, want to see something I fucking bought? Hold on.
No.
Oh, here we go.
I bought something fucking good. No,
Mike, it's an audio podcast.
I don't care. Look at this fucker.
Yeah, that's a justifier, all right.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It's fucking rad.
Yeah.
I got it so cheap.
Nice. I'm very proud of you, Mike.
I got the game and everything.
And your plastic gun with a cord out of it.
Yeah. You can play some Lethal Enforcers now.
That's
I'm proud
what
of
I
you.
got.
You sure can.
That's what
sure
I got.
Can.
Look.
I mean, that's what you kind of have to get.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it is compatible with some other stuff.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Can we get back to the task at hand? Do you have more questions, Mike? Like,
I have a million more questions. Like,
we don't have that kind of time, Mike, but
yes, you do. This is all I want in life. Okay.
As he drinks out of his ramen bowl of a cup.
Yeah.
It's a ramen bowl. It's what it looks like. So I can actually have a lot of like tea or coffee. Okay.
I mean, it's that, or you can eat ramen out of it, I'm sure, you know.
No. It wouldn't work for ramen. Okay. What?
Okay.
Let's talk about endings.
Yeah, let's talk about it. What did you think of the ending of 3?
Okay. Here's my first reaction to people saying, what do you think of the ending of 3? That's weird to start, like, there's so many other endings to that game and so many other things that end. Like, to me, Mass Effect 1 and 2 end in these very, like, meaningful ways, even though the story isn't complete. So, like, I don't know to to like even start with that is weird. Like what is the ending of 1? Like you have the whole showdown with Saren,
Sovereign and Saren and all
Sovereign
that.
and Saren. In the middle of the Citadel, there's the crash. The mystery is starting to unfold, and you have this big showdown and this big talk and this whole thing, and you ultimately save everyone. It's wild. To me, like, if you're going to start to talk to me about endings in Mass Effect, I'm just going to be like, let's talk about 1. Like, the ending of 1 is just this really, like, crazy event in my head. So that's number one.
Well, and so there's I would actually make a distinction there. I'll make a very Mike Fallek distinction here, because what I said before Mass Effect 3 even came out was, I don't care if Shepard like blows away the Reapers with a cosmic fart, because the endings for the previous 2 games were bad, so it doesn't matter. Like, what matters to me is what happens before the ending, because those are very different things. So like, what all the stuff that you just said, Mike, is like not actually the ending of Mass Effect 1. It's like the stuff leading up to it. The actual ending is just like Shepard getting up from like the wreckage and being like, I'm fine, you know. And then there's like a quick conversation with Anderson and Udina, and then you discuss like whether or not like you let the Citadel or let the Council live or die, and why you chose what you chose, and that's it. Like there's very little to the actual ending of Mass Effect 1. But the lead up to it, right? Sovereign coming into the Citadel and like you fighting Saren and getting him to shoot himself if you have enough like points in persuasion or I'm sorry, charisma or intimidation, and then having the final fight with him. Like, that's all really cool, but that's not what I would call the ending. Same thing with Mass Effect 2. The suicide mission is not the ending. It's just one of the best like last missions in a game that I've ever played. The actual ending is just like Shepard walking through the Normandy and then looking at coffins if you lost people on the suicide mission, and that's really it. And then you get like an image of like the Reapers like, you know, warping in to like outside of Citadel space, and it's like dun dun dun, to be continued. That's it. Like, it's not much of an ending, but the lead up to the ending is incredible.
3 is kind of similar, where I view the entire game as a culmination of your choices of the first 2 games, even though they kind of fuck that up sometimes.
Oh, and so
massively fuck that up, but
More of my issues with Mass Effect 3 are actually the beginning and middle of that game than the actual ending.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, wait, I have to ignore the comment about the end of Mass Effect 2, because like I have so many other like, but yeah, okay, that's an interesting point, that like it's always like anticlimactic. So you were always left with that feeling, is what you're saying. It's like the actual ending is like, okay, whatever.
It's like whatever.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so ignoring the element of because so many more questions about the end of Mass Effect 2. Okay, what do I think of the ending of Mass Effect 3? Like, it's awesome. Like, I don't even understand. I've never looked up what the controversy is about the ending of 3. And so all I know about it is like, people think there's some controversy. I don't know what it is, or people were upset or whatever. I'm just like, yeah, it's all, listen, I didn't really like playing Mass Effect 3. I found it boring and rote. And like, to me, I was just there to like do these action scenes until I got to the story stuff. And I just sit around doing that stuff. And so for me, like, I'm just like, okay, kill this person, whatever. Okay, what am I doing? Okay, yes, I am going to go to the left. And then like that's like that. And I'm like, just like, okay, shoot it. And like, you would have thought that I was like I was a stereotype of a psychopathic gamer. I was like, I would talk to people while they were walking through the house, like killing, just being like just mowing through people in a video game. And like, that's how uninterested I was. And like, then the story would happen. I'd be like, this is amazing. And the ending is incredible. I don't know any, to even think that there's an ending it's just awesome. It's just an awesome end to an awesome thing that was fucking awesome. Like, what, can you explain to me what the controversy is?
Well, you might not have actually seen the original ending also, because they patched in a new ending.
When did they do it? I have it on Xbox 360. Like, I got the copyright.
Yeah, but if you unless you purposefully didn't update it,
I wouldn't have. My 360 didn't have the internet for the longest time. For the longest.
Oh, okay.
Time. Yeah.
It's possible.
Then you probably saw the original ending.
Which is what? And what is problematic about it?
I don't know. Like, I honestly don't know what people's like problem was with the original ending. I thought it was fine. You don't like. I think one thing is that people didn't feel like they got enough of like a send off for Shepard. And then, so the only thing that I ever heard, and this was way after the fact, because like you, I was like, I don't understand what people are bent out of shape about. Is that I guess if you're, and I didn't realize this, but if you're deep into the lore, and I guess I should have remembered this from, well, this is another reason why I have a problem with the beginning of Mass Effect 3.
Mm-hmm.
If you played the DLC at the end of Mass Effect 2 that deals with stopping the Reapers from warping into the relay nearest to the Batarians' homeworld. The way that you stop that from happening is that you destroy the relay, which also destroys the Batarians' homeworld.
Right.
And so the fact that like all of the relays get destroyed at the original end of Mass Effect 3 would suggest that everybody's like planets got completely fucked up or should have been completely fucked up, but they were fine.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, that's actually kind of understandable. I didn't think about that at the time.
Right.
It just didn't occur to me. It probably would have occurred to me better if the game began the way that I think it should have, which is with Shepard.
I have a question. What are you saying that like somehow each relay is attached to a specific, why would their planets be fucked up if they destroy the relays?
Because the relays are so like the explosion would be so massive that it would like create this shockwave that would like destroy like nearby planets like in the vicinity.
How many planets does the one that blows up destroys? How many planets does the one that blows up destroy?
The one that you blow up in that DLC only destroys the Batarian homeworld because it happens to be closest to the Batarian homeworld.
Right. So
But
it's one planet in a solar system? So you could easily not have the mass relay near anything consequential. Maybe some moons blow up, maybe an asteroid.
No, but they are all near consequential
they
planets.
usually are.
And so in the lore, if they were sticking to what had happened in the game previously, then if all of the relays get destroyed, then there is like catastrophic damage to like major planets like everywhere that there's a relay, and it would basically destroy like all of the civilization that we have seen up to that point. People would survive, but it would be like.
Sorry, do they say that in the series, or is this something people interpreted from the fact that this one planet?
Well, no, that's what I'm telling you is that DLC specifically tells you that by destroying that relay, you destroyed this planet, and so I had not thought about that because the last time that I saw that was at the end of Mass Effect 2 in DLC, like however long ago that was before I played the ending of Mass Effect 3. And I always thought that the beginning of Mass Effect 3 should have started with Shepard on trial. And it's almost like the Chrono Trigger trial, where it's factoring in your previous decisions. And it's also your tutorial for the combat, where then it kind of does a abbreviated version of that DLC, because not everybody played that DLC.
I did.
Right?
I didn't play it at all. I remember getting to there to where they're
why
kind
is
of
Shepard in
mentioning
jail?
it. Yeah. And I'm like, what's going on? Why are we here?
Yeah, so it should have been a truncated version of that mission again, where you're doing a tutorial for the combat, but also Shepard defending their actions.
Right.
And so if you didn't play the DLC, it's also a way of you deciding what your Shepard did in that situation, right? And so you also understand like why Shepard's in jail, because like if you didn't play that DLC, it's like, what's going on? Like,
I remember being
I think you just kind of assume that because Shepard worked with Cerberus in the last game, that's why they're in jail. That's
what I think I assumed, I was like, well, he did work with some bad guys. I guess this would be where he would be. Yeah, sure. Why not?
All right. I don't know. Listen, I'm no expert on Mass Effect lore, but I want to throw this out there just in case it's a thing. From what I got to look into this DLC, but from what I'm hearing, I don't know about you, but specifically in fucking stupid Mass Effect 3, they made me get fuel to go and look at the different planets in a solar system. So I think it's totally possible only a few planets would get blown up from destroying all the relays. If you're telling me only one planet in a solar system got screwed up?
Yeah, I'm not saying all the planets get destroyed.
Yeah, not all of them.
I'm saying that there are major planets where every relay is that would get destroyed. And that's, trillions of people across like all of the different galactic civilizations.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that doesn't happen in the original ending, and that was the only argument that I ever saw that made any sense.
Right.
And I was like, okay, I can see that.
Wait, do they have mass relays, or just the people don't get destroyed?
Well, no, in the original ending, all the relays get destroyed, but like everybody's fine. And then that was the only complaint that I ever saw, and I saw this years after the fact, where I was like, oh, okay, no, I forgot that that's what's supposed to happen if a relay blows up. So yeah, like that actually, it is kind of weird that like you go out of your way to like make a point of the Batarian homeworld getting destroyed from one relay getting destroyed, but all of them go at the same time and everybody's fine.
Everybody's
like,
fine.
okay, makes sense that people would be a little bit
They're thriving even.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah.
That's interesting.
I was always fine with the ending.
Maybe when they actually, when the Reapers actually self-destruct themselves, they do it less destructively. Is that not like just something that could happen?
I mean, I don't know. You know, because you kind of do sort of wave them away with a space fart. It's just like a really elaborate space fart.
Yeah. Kind of.
So Justin, are you aware of what the controversy is of the ending at all?
People just didn't like it. I don't know.
Is that it? Is there any?
Here's the thing, Mike, and this has always been my theory on it. Because I remember playing it and being kind of like, okay, yeah, that's fine. I was kind of not impressed, but also not angered by it. It was just kind of like, yeah, it's fine.
I had so much emotional catharsis with talking to everybody right before the final mission, like we just played.
Right.
Like that's what I came to Mass Effect 3 for, and I got it.
Yeah.
So I was fine. Now, my bigger issues are the fact that like they couldn't resist, like they wanted to make sure that you see everything in Mass Effect 3 no matter what your decisions in the previous two games were, and that's the big problem.
That's the big problem with it. And that's almost like a problem with like the trilogy as a whole, is that it needed...
They blink at the end.
Yeah, they blink at the end, for sure. But at the same time, I can't fully say that's their fault. Like, I've always said I think Mass Effect would have benefited had it not been confined to just a trilogy. Obviously, they're gonna make more of it or whatever, because, you know, it made whatever it made. But, like, if you would have just been like, okay, Mass Effect 1 happens and we introduce the Reapers, but then Mass Effect 2 comes and there are no Reapers. It is a different thing now. And then Mass Effect 3 comes and it is a different thing altogether, and maybe even a different character. And it's almost like Star Trek, and it is just like, here's the villain this time, and here's the problem we got to solve, but your decisions keep carrying over. Like, the problem with it, I guess, in Mass Effect 3 is like, there's no ending that was going to make anybody happy that took every decision into account. I mean, I guess there could have been, but it would have been tough.
Yeah, I mean, so my thing, I remember very distinctly that, because I forget who I was probably talking to. I'm sure it was Rob, because like I remember that moment in Mass Effect 2 where I talked to that Asari that was a representative of the Rachni Queen that I had saved in the first game.
Right.
That was just there to say, we're happy that you let us live, and we are thriving, and we just wanted to thank you again.
Right.
And then I think it was on a podcast. It was probably with Giant Bomb, and then someone else on the show was like, "Oh, I didn't meet that person."
Right.
And they're like, "Well, did you say the Rachni?" Oh no, I guess not. And like that was so cool, and like it led to this feeling of like, that's going to pay off in the third game,
right?
Because like, you know, some people are going to have the Rachni come in and help, and other people aren't going to have the Rachni. And it's like, oh no, actually, no matter what you did, there's this other Rachni that happens to be there.
I always view Mass Effect 3 as the ending. Like the whole thing is the ending, right? Like, because it's supposed to be a culmination, and I feel like they botched that shit, Rick, really bad.
And there's you know, that's like the most egregious one, but like,
for sure.
I've always, because there is a version of the ending of Mass Effect 2 where nobody lives. Right now, obviously, you can't continue the game that way. Right. But there is a version of the ending of Mass Effect 2 where Shepard lives and like only a handful of the people make it out.
Right.
And you gotta roll with it. And I think that's awesome.
Yeah.
And I think it would be cool if then you didn't just have like stand-ins for those characters where their missions show up. Right. I just think that those missions shouldn't show up.
Yeah.
Right. Like, And I think that there should be a version of Mass Effect 3 where you can fuck yourself over, where like, hey, it's a bad end, right? Like the Reapers won.
That'd be cool.
You don't like it? You should have made better decisions.
And it really should. Yeah, it really should boil down to something like that. And
it makes no difference if you lose in the end.
Right.
I don't know why that can't be a possibility.
Yeah,
all of the galactic readiness shit doesn't even within Mass Effect 3, the galactic readiness doesn't really matter.
And what we just described essentially is kind of the controversy with it. After all the decision making and all the things that it culminates into basically like go through one of these 3 doors, and that will be the ending.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of where people get upset by it.
Yeah.
Well, okay,
but even beyond that,
if that's the case, I have to say, I don't think. Let's get deep about this for a second, because I actually want to hear you guys. This is like the main question I have. If we're getting onto this with the ending, because I would actually, in the time we have, I would rather hear you guys talk about this. So, ignoring the granular, to me, the commentary of Mass Effect with those endings is that like life is about choices, but like destiny may be fixed. That was sort of like what I took out of it. And
I could see that.
And to me, having it be 3 choices, which is a very significant mythological division.
There were 2 originally.
Yeah.
What were the 2? That's also
correctly,
that's also a significant mythological decision.
It was just left and right in the original ending.
Yeah,
and then they added the middle.
I think that's elegant and unique too. Which 2 endings was it?
Control and Destroy.
No, Synthesis was in it.
What?
I don't think Synthesis was in the original.
It was, because I got it in my original one, and I didn't have the internet, so.
Sorry.
Yeah, there was no.
Oh, then maybe I'm misremembering that.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure there was 3. There was the Renegade, there was the kind of middle of the road, and then there was the Paragon one, which I believe I always assumed was Synthesis or whatever.
It is interesting that like the choice that you think is the Paragon one is looks like the Renegade one and vice versa, as far as like the way that they're framed.
Right.
Like it isn't like Control is actually the Renegade one.
Right.
And Destroy is the Paragon one. But,
right.
It's.
Can I have some Google help here? Original Mass Effect 3 endings? Yeah.
Ending choices?
Yeah, ending choices, probably.
You might be right, because my dim memory is that I picked Synthesize both times that I beat Mass Effect 3 originally.
That's I distinctly remember getting the Synthesis one, because I was like, okay, well, that's fine. But yeah, that's always been my understanding of the controversy is that, and I think they could have mitigated a lot of that with the galactic readiness stuff, and like that really all coming to pass, and like really doing a cool, like almost like by the skin of your teeth kind of fly into this whole thing and attack on all the stuff.
Because think about
wait, stop. Go back a second, fellas. I don't know how to Google this. I don't get shit.
Don't worry about it.
I didn't hear.
Well, I mean, Google sucks now, so.
Don't get me fucking started every day with that.
I don't want to. So think about like at the end of Mass Effect 2, like when from the moment
you guys have to back up like 30 seconds, because I thought that would be a simple thing to look up. So I am
backing up.
Okay,
I'm saying go back to the ending of Mass Effect 2 from the moment that you like go through the Omega 5 relay. You can, in the original version of the game, you can tell where the game is loading decisions based on like or loading outcomes based on your decisions. Like someone can die as soon as you get it, like as soon as you like warp in, because if your armor isn't strong enough, like someone just bites it right there, right? And like there's certain things that happen like just on the approach, right, to the suicide mission that affects like the outcome. And then when you're there, you're making decisions that are then impacting things, right? And if there had been that moment in the final moments of Mass Effect 3 where it's like, well, based on the fact that you have the Turians on your side, like here's their cruisers coming in and providing support and yada yada, right? Like that would have been awesome. And apparently that was the original plan, but
it feels like it, yeah. So
wait, sorry, what was the original plan?
to have those decisions
Yeah.
like being factored in,
The galactic
like
readiness stuff. That's what all that
In
stuff was
3,
supposed to
you're
be.
saying?
Yes.
in 3,
Yeah. Justin's
but they had to
Justin's
get
got
it
a
out.
tidbit. Hold on, Justin's got a tidbit.
Well, I just wanted to clarify. So the original, there were 3 options. But
Okay.
one of them you could get locked out of if you didn't have 31,000 or 3,100 galactic readiness or whatever, EMS or whatever the fuck. So
wait, let's describe the 3
there was
endings.
2 if you didn't do that, and then there might even have been a 4th bad one if you didn't have any of that, because it says you have to have 1,600 to get there.
So it factors in a sort of, but not really.
Yeah. But not as much. Not
really
how you
hard.
want it to.
It's pretty hard to not have your readiness up to that level,
Right?
Unless
if
you
I
just
remember
skipped everything.
Yeah, pretty much.
So here are the 3 endings. 1, let me tell me if I get them right. You can destroy the Geth, but that will destroy all synthetic life, which AKA means you, Shepard, die.
Well, you destroy the Reapers, but it destroys all synthetic life, including the Geth. Yeah.
Well, the synthetic life. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Okay, so you destroy synthetic life, Reapers, Geth, you. Option 2 is you send out a fucking beam that blows up all the mass relay. So basically, like all this galactic sort of, togetherness we've had, that's just gone. You're just stuck there. So it will set society back. And then option 3 is like,
well, no, I think the other option is you control all synthetic life, but that also means that you were basically like controlling the Geth. Like you basically revert the Geth to. Yeah. No. You basically revert the Geth back to being a slave race, like they, before they rebelled against the Quarians.
Oh, okay.
But you also have control of the Reapers. So like, you stop the Reapers from destroying everything, but at what cost? Because like no synthetic life has any free will anymore. And then the synthetic ending is where all organics become part synthetic, right?
Yeah.
Everybody is part synthetic, part organic, which I always thought was like kind of where the game was leading me, because it was like
really
synthetic life is like evolving to this point where it's practically organic again, and it's just like this like obvious merging. And then Wooly played it and he saw that ending as like, oh, you just took free will away from the entire galaxy. And I'm like, oh, I didn't really think about it like that.
Okay, I have a more controversial question for you too. This is like my birthday present. Honestly, this is like the best thing I've gotten. This is like the most fun I just get to use you two as little video game computer toys.
There's that word again. Why are you making me feel filthy?
I don't care.
He doesn't care.
I'm just thanking you.
Will you leave the money on the nightstand, please?
I'll leave. I know when the cigarette burns up, my time is up. And, okay. This game deals a lot with synthetic life. I have come on this show and many other podcasts and talked about how I don't believe the Turing test is possible to pass. I don't think that computers will ever become sentient, organized things that I care about destroying. I mean, even animals I eat, on a more empathetic day, I could be convinced that I'm wrong about destroying them. And I would never, in any alternate timeline, ever in the future, give a goddamn single sliver of a half-pound discount piece of shit about destroying a computer. It doesn't matter what it looked like. Unless someone I knew owned it and I was denying them, like, okay, listen, this is the thing I want to talk about. I also wouldn't serve droids, okay? Number one, like, this is a business. I'm running a business in a world where, like, a literal, like, tyrant runs not my country, my planet, my galaxy. And, like, you want to bring your iPhone into my bar? I don't serve droids. But I will never, ever give a single shit about destroying a computer. Do you two have any feelings about... I mean, I know I'm sort of in the minority on this. Do you two have any feelings about artificial life as a construct, if you would have sympathy for it?
I mean, I guess I'm in a weird position because like Transformers is like one of my all-time favorite things, and like, you know, the death of Optimus Prime traumatized me deeply as a child. But I also
Optimus Prime's an organic being. He wasn't created. He was created via the circumstances of nature. Like he wasn't actually from Ford's. Optimus Prime's an organic being.
No, he like that is the whole point of like Transformers lore is that
they were built by another organic
and then
race.
evolved.
Yeah.
Well, who were they built by?
It depends on the lore.
On it, yeah.
The original cartoon lore is the Quintessons.
Oh, sorry. Right. This is how I feel. This is how strong I feel about inorganic life. Someone that I also would have cried if you killed Optimus Prime a second ago. Oh yeah, fucking throw him in the bin. Whatever. Totally.
Yeah, well, and that's what I was getting at. Like, you know, but then like, you know, Nier Automata, a game that is all about making you care about synthetic life. I'm like, I hate every character in that game with a white hot passion.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Aren't they little girls in that one?
I mean, everybody, like,
yeah.
They're girls, but yeah.
Well, no, but it doesn't matter. Like,
Julian hates them all. He hates every character in that
droid.
game.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I'm the same way about robots. Yeah, fuck it.
That game is fascinating. I would almost be very curious what you would think of Nier. You'd probably hate it, but it is very much about fucking robots trying to fucking be human. But it's also fucking constantly referencing philosophy, so you might find it fascinating.
But then on the other hand, Battlestar Galactica is my favorite sci-fi series.
Right.
So, you know, like,
right.
I can't get into Battlestar Galactica. I know Battlestar Galactica is a big part of this. I have so many, Julian, we're going to have another, if you and I talk about Battlestar Galactica and like the nature of Cylons, this is going to be too long. Because I have so many
we're not
thoughts.
doing
I have
that.
so many thoughts about Cylons. I have so many thoughts about them, Julian. I would happily come on for another one. But, okay. What do you guys think about? Yeah, Justin, what do you think about it?
I'm fine with it. They're fine. I don't mind.
Yeah.
I think if a robot is a people, then they're a people.
I will say this because I always have the question, like, would you fuck a sex robot if like we had sex robot technology? I am definitely the type of person to fall in love with my sex robot because I'm a very lonely man. So there's that.
Do people ask that question? Would you fuck a sex robot?
I asked that question.
I believe Julian asked that question. Yeah.
I mean,
I ask it of most people.
Why would? So who would say, other than the non-desire to fuck it, what would be the reason to not fuck a sex robot? Is there something I'm missing about sex robots?
It's a weird thing to do.
Well, yeah, everything's weird though.
Yeah.
You know,
what if something goes wrong?
Here talking into a cathode ray tube and a bunch of and we're just like.
But listen, okay, but you're not sticking your penis into the cathode ray tube. All right, that's what I mean.
Don't give
ideas.
Of
course, there's
Justin.
porn. You guys talk about porn all the time. You take your penis out for it.
Okay. That's not the point, Mike. Okay, are you going to stick your penis into the toaster and then, just hope that nothing goes wrong?
Listen, people have
That's being really disrespectful of Sheila.
I don't
really
care.
Don't want you to talk about her like that.
Well, you know what you could do.
No, it's not. I'm not talking about them specifically. I'm talking about.
You can press to end this conversation.
That's what I mean, Mike. You stick your penis into whatever the fuck, and then just pray nothing goes wrong in the middle of it. No, this is dicey. Fuck that.
Oh, that's an interesting element. I've never thought about it. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, the danger. Right?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yes.
Okay, that's where I'm That's exactly what I'm saying, Mike. It's not the fact that no.
Justin and I share the attribute of working with machines and with our hands. Yeah, I don't like it now.
Yeah, see,
they're
unpredictable.
You and I have worked with power tools and stuff like that for long periods of time,
right?
And machinery. No, I wouldn't do it.
See what I mean? Yeah.
No, it would rip your dick off.
It's a terrible idea.
It would rip your dick off.
Yeah. I mean,
Justin,
maybe
I don't
not.
like my dick getting ripped off.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, Mike.
Justin,
that's where I was going with this.
Have you ever bought a drill and someone's like, "Oh, that's a shitty drill. It has no power." And then you rip the door hinge off of your door and that's the shitty drill?
Yeah.
It would tear your dick right off.
I mean,
it's like a full Terminator robot, right?
That's the thing. It could.
It's like a full
Right.
Terminator robot you're talking about. That's
You're basically doing this and praying nothing happens, praying that like there's no glitch in the system that just occurs or anything, but you don't know.
Here's what scares me, right? Like you think like, oh, we've got to make a lightweight robot and that won't tear my dick off. But like I played hockey and really expensive hockey sticks. They're like
very lightweight. Yeah.
They're very lightweight and they do incredible damage.
Right.
And I mean, the idea, like, I don't know if you people know how much a professional hockey, it's made out of carbon fiber professional hockey sticks. And I've used one. And I, as a pretty good hockey player, can absolutely I can send something to the fucking sun with one of those things.
Right.
And a professional hockey player, it's basically a gun.
Sure.
And
I've seen you, man. You hit
dick clean off at the root.
Yeah. It wouldn't be great.
It would rip your dick off at the root. Don't
I'm glad
shave
somebody
your dick.
agrees with me, Mike.
Rip it off at the root so that it doesn't grow back as fast.
Yeah, I'm glad
Dear
somebody
God,
agrees with me.
I've never thought about that, Justin. Okay.
Yeah.
So more about Mass Effect. What did you guys think of the ending of 2? Okay, can I talk about Mass Effect 2? Mass Effect 2 is the most video game-ass video game, and I think it's an achievement in the world of games, and I don't know why people don't talk about it. The ending run where you're on the fucking ship at the end of Mass Effect 2.
I was going to
don't shut up about it.
Mike, that's the one they don't shut up about.
I'm talking about the entire like world. I'm talking about like it should come up every day. There should be like plays about it and stuff. Like I'm talking about it's the best thing that's ever happened. You know, like, do you know how many movies have referenced the fact that the Beatles existed? The Beatles are like an okay band. They're pretty good. We all like them, but like they're not worth mentioning in tons of movies. The ending of Mass Effect 2, people should just be like all the time, just because if you played that game and you felt anything at all, it was like honestly, it was like doing drugs. I can't lie to you. I know that I've talked about getting high on the show and like to enjoy this, but like, honestly, I left that scene, that level. I just can't explain it. I was in a different place and time.
You've never said that you had to get high to enjoy this. That actually has me extremely self-conscious about everything that we do now.
No, I did not to enjoy this. So I'm saying I don't want to glorify drugs. What I'm saying is I left the mega run, even just the mega run on the ship when everything's falling apart and you're running through the suicide mission, the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it just left you feeling like the THX opening, you know, that one with the speakers with the kid in the sofa.
You are now deaf.
Yes, you are now. The audience is now.
It is now deaf. Yeah, that's the one I remember.
It fucking,
I mean, that's what I said earlier. Like it's one of if not the best final mission that I've played in a video game.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
You know, full stop.
Agree.
I will say, let me go farther than that. Full stop, and I'm not joking about this. It's one of the best experiences I've had with a screen, full stop. I was in another world where the story was happening. It was transportative. It's the height of art. I don't think there's anything, especially because of how good Mass Effect 1 is, that then this moment, which is even so gamey and just like interactive, it was incredible. It was just, I've never experienced anything like it in my life. And nice. I was annoyed at the combat of Mass Effect because I liked Mass Effect 2, because I liked Mass Effect so much. And to then have it flipped around and me just love the whole game. And then that ending, I don't think you'll ever make anything better in video games ever. Ever. It's so good. What did you guys think when you played that?
I mean, same thing. Like I was blown away, right? Like, but also like, it was the second time that Mass Effect had done that for me, because I remember getting to that decision at the end of Mass Effect 1 where it was, do you let the Citadel Council ship get destroyed or save it? And I put the controller down and I got up and paced because I didn't know what to do. Like I had to think about it for a few minutes before I did it. And that was the same thing. Like for every bit of the suicide mission in Mass Effect 2 was, I was like, I put down the controller and I was like, I got to think about this. Like who should go here? Who should do this? And like, you know, it's on the edge of my seat, right? And I lost Thane the first
did you?
time that I played Mass Effect 2.
I lost Morden the first time.
So the funny thing is that I have never lost Morden, and he is the one that is the easiest to lose.
He's
and
the
it's never
easiest
happened
one
to
to
me.
get iced,
in Mass Effect 2 at the end?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who did you each lose?
He is the easiest one to get killed.
Morden's the easiest one to get killed. That's who I got killed.
Fucking Nazi asshole. So great.
Yeah. If there's a point where you can send him back with people, and that's what you're supposed to do. That's how he survives it. And if you don't do that, then usually he gets iced at some point. Like it just kind of happens. Because I remember doing pretty much everything right, and then he died, and I was like, oh, what did I fuck up then? Because that feels like I didn't like have him do anything. He just like died in the final standoff or something like that, if I remember correctly. And I was like, oh, well, that sucks, but whatever. But yeah,
right, like, we're not even touching the side of like if any of us have had like veterans in our family, like that's like think about that. Think about how many military games are loved by like soldiers and veterans, right? And like there's like a whole, we're talking about this sci-fi ass shit. There's a whole like military side to this whole fucking game that we haven't even talked about, and we're probably not even going to get to talk about today.
No, probably not.
It's that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't have anything to say about that.
Yeah.
You don't
other
think
than other
crazy?
than
Was a part of the story, just the military in general.
Well, I mean, I think playing it most recently and having like a lot of my political views changed drastically in the last 4 years. Like it definitely like changed my perception of a lot of what Mass Effect was, and then I realized like, oh yeah, this was like a post 9/11 like. You know, big budget game. And it's like, oh yeah, like seen through that lens, you can definitely see like, because definitely humanity is like built up as like, almost like America was in post 9/11.
Yeah, humanity, the America of space. That's pretty much it.
And you know, and then so playing it again in 2021, I was like, man, humanity fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Well, friend of the show, Angelo, his son, like when he was on here, he talked about his son possibly joining Space Force. You know?
I don't know if he joined Space Force, but yeah, he is in the military.
I know people in Space Force. Like, yeah, it's like, that's a thing now, man.
And I don't, but what am I going to say about it? Like, I don't know anybody in the military. I don't have any thoughts about them. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, you can talk to somebody that's in the military that loves these games. Go ahead. Like, that's not us. Like, well, I don't have anything to say about it.
Yeah.
I have thoughts about Space Force. I don't like Space Force. Stupid idea. Why do we literally we don't need to fight in space? It's so fucking dumb.
That might be the title of the episode.
I don't like Space Force at all. It's fucking
perfect.
stupid.
That was
Gives
perfect.
A shit. Fuck are you doing out
I love that was so well done.
Anyway,
I don't even think you realize how well done that was, Mike. It was so good.
Listen, I'm natural.
You're good. You're good.
The ending of Mass Effect 2 is fucking incredible. That's, I guess, what we were saying.
Yeah, pretty much.
You didn't understand that from just listening to video games at all. Yeah, so anyway, the endings are fine. I don't know what... If you know... Seriously, your audience is smart. That's like why I like the show, because people who like love games listen to your show. Someone has to know what like the whole controversy is.
I mean, Casey's going to put like a essay in our Discord about it. So
yeah,
he'll read it. Mike will read it.
Yeah, but like I said, like at the time, I didn't understand the kerfluffle again until years later when I saw that one argument. It's like, okay, that is the first thing that I've heard that makes any sense,
right?
But also, like
I'm gonna, Casey,
and I will say
just before the ending, because I know Casey named it. I'm gonna ask you some specific questions once Julian's done talking.
I will go on record of saying this is that I don't think that BioWare should have changed the ending. I think they should have stuck to their guns and kept it the way it was, because I 100% feel that them capitulating to the worst type of people who were complaining about that ending, that 100% leads into Gamergate and everything that follows.
Yeah.
It was
Well,
Gamergate
like, are you
alpha.
saying are you saying behavior like that? Or are you saying like that actual action?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Saying,
It does
definitively that action
because the gamers
the behavior.
say it. Yes, that's what you mean. Yes.
The behavior that caused BioWare to go back and change the ending is the same type of behavior that, you know, like they became emboldened by that.
Yeah.
And that led them to be even worse with the Gamergate shit and then continue to get progressively worse as the decade went on.
Oh,
absolutely.
Yeah.
That's fucked up. So what was the change?
They added more. They added more. Like there was more. There's like a longer cut scene like after where like the crew kind of talks about Shepard.
Mm.
I think if you have your romance character in the party with you like before the final bit, like there is like a moment that you have which was not there in the original game. And see, I could have sworn that synthesis was added, but no, Justin confirmed that it wasn't. So I don't remember what else they changed. Like I said,
which was the synthesis one?
Where everybody's the same. Everybody gets melded into one type of being.
There's a couple different endings that they added, but I think it's only like one or two. I can't actually remember.
Yeah, it was basically just there was like more like with the because like I said, I played it when it came out before it got patched, and I thought it was fine. And then I went back and reloaded my save and redid the last mission after the patch, and I was like, yeah, okay, like this is, you know, it's cool that they added this stuff, but you know, it doesn't change my opinion one way or the other. Like, I'm like, okay,
yeah,
it's all right.
Honestly, I think the biggest thing that Mike, you probably didn't play that got added after the fact for me anyway was the Citadel DLC, which is really good. That's
and because that gives you like a lot of the character send off.
Fucking DLC because like I said,
it's quite good.
My Xbox doesn't connect to the internet.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I would recommend, Mike, since you've done your due diligence of playing the originals.
Yeah. We're in Black Friday territory. You can get the Legacy Collection probably for under $10 right now.
If you can play it somewhere, by all means, get that.
I got a bitchin' ass computer to play on.
There you go, bro.
You'll have a great time. Like they made some great improvements to Mass Effect 1.
I own it. I own it on two different things. On PC, I think I paid like $8 for it for all three fucking games. So
yeah, I bought it for full price on the PlayStation 4, and I bought it for like $6 on the Xbox because I was like, I want all the achievements on the Xbox.
Can you see? I think you can. Can you see underneath like this? So this is a stop motion set. Can you see underneath here? I think you can, looking at the camera.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
So like this is fuck off. This is my game collection that I'm selling, and in there is, because the wrong disc is in it, is Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. The cases for them. So I gotta switch those games out. I'm selling like a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can just play Mass Effect wherever. And I honestly didn't want to just spend like, I think they're all right now like full price on, I think, Xbox or something. That would be very appealing to sell them, because I know I always come on here and talk about collecting games, but like, I do feel like there's about to be an Atari effect with like disc games. And I think they're never going to go up in value ever again. I think like every disc game is going to plummet in value. I could be wrong, but it's what it feels like.
So right now, Legendary Edition is going for about $14 to $15 physically.
Physically on what?
Xbox and PlayStation, because they're
I don't have.
games.
I have a no disc.
I got you covered, Mike.
No, but what I'm saying, Mike, is that's what they're going for, like on disc. So like, you know, and we're in Black Friday, so like you're gonna find it like on Steam for cheap. Like if not right now, then very soon.
I was gonna say not right now. It's full price right now, but just
is it really?
Yeah,
it's full price. I'm telling you, I just checked.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
I was gonna replay 1 this whole week, and it's full ass price on Xbox, and I'm pretty sure most of them are full price on Steam as well.
It's full price on Steam right now too. So what I would do, like Mike, is do the way I like to do with games that I like want to have but don't want to fucking actually play right at the moment or whatever. Just go wishlist it and then like fucking just keep your eye on it. And like usually they'll have big sales, and once they have a big sale, that thing will. Trust me, I bought it for like $8, I think, was the price in total for like 80% off.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Here's my theory. You guys tell me if I'm wrong. I think that like because of the Wii U, like there isn't like a near enough like discs because nobody bought the Wii U. Like I feel like discs are going to drop off in value. I just think they're going to totally drop off. I have been tracking my PlayStation 1 games and they've stayed the same value for fucking years. So either I'm wrong and I'm selling low to make money off PlayStation games.
That stuff is just finally starting to level out a bit because like from 2020 to like end of 2023, like everything was like ridiculously high.
Oh yeah, I made out like a bandit during that era. Yeah. Fucking it was ridiculous.
You don't think that like discs for systems where there weren't as many discs that were produced aren't going to end up being expensive over time? Like
it all depends on the game, Julian, and the context.
Because I looked during that era and like honestly, I didn't sell my PlayStation things because I thought like they'll go up. I never saw a price on any of my games for PlayStation where I was like, gotta sell now. So I don't know.
Oh, you might not have.
I have nothing Japanese, so that's one thing. I know those are worth money.
Well, no, like usually are you talking about like the Japanese import games?
Yeah.
No, usually those are cheaper.
Oh, well then, I don't know. What's valuable on PlayStation, right? Other than like everything that's valuable, like sealed shit. And
so I'm looking at my CLZ collection right now. And so like the ones that stick out, like I've got Arc the Lad collection. It's saying complete in box for 141, but mine is actually sealed. So it's higher than that. Bust a Groove 2 is like $110. Symphony of the Night for some fucking reason is $150 now.
Yeah.
Symphony of the Night is blown out on every system. There's no system where Symphony of the Night. Even I have one of those collection discs that has Symphony of the Night on it. It's significantly more expensive than other collection discs. It's weird.
Yeah.
With better
people
games.
like that one.
And that's the thing, right? Is that you kind of never know. So like for example, Dino Crisis 2 all of a sudden is $120. I think I bought that a few years ago for $40.
Right.
And I have no idea why it's $120 all of a sudden.
Trying to think. There even dumb shit's fucking worth a lot every now and then.
Well, usually it's the stuff that is like nobody wants it because they didn't make very many of them, and the people who want it for like, you know, like completionist purposes, will pay a mint for them. What I'm getting at is that extrapolating into the future, right? So like the PlayStation 5 Pro didn't release with a disk drive, which leads me to believe that like the lead SKU for the PS6 is not going to have a disk drive either.
Probably
which
not.
means fewer and fewer people are going to be buying discs for systems.
Mm-hmm.
So if you flash forward 30 years from now, like I could see a situation where PS6 discs are actually worth some money. But at the same time, if they're all easily playable digitally, maybe not. It's hard to say.
Yeah, it just depends.
Yeah.
Hard to say. Anyway, in conclusion, Mass Effect pretty good.
Yeah. It's all right. You should maybe play it.
I'm not done. Oh my God. There's so many more.
And I'm so sorry to people. Well, I guess you're probably not even listening anymore. Like the people who just don't give a shit about Mass Effect. Like this was not the episode.
They're
for
probably
you.
like, okay.
You tuned out half an hour in.
Put this in the beginning. Seriously, put this, and me being crazy and interrupting you and all this, put this at the beginning of the episode. Cold open. Trust me.
I am not doing that.
Cold open. Trust me. Listen, if you don't like Mass Effect, then this is the perfect episode for you. Listen to
it absolutely is not.
Yeah, probably not.
It is the perfect. Well, now that. Listen to the episode. You will get something out of it, and it may even convince you, because I was a person who didn't think to listen to care about Mass Effect, to whatever, and now it is one of the most impactful games in my life. So even if all this stuff, like, how long have we been talking? Whatever. It's like a few errands that you have to do to listen to this whole episode.
Errands? 4 hours?
Half a work day.
Yeah. A good half a work day.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a great thing to listen to, but like right before Thanksgiving dinner.
Why not?
Airport. Next time you're on a plane. What would you have changed about Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 to make it make more sense based on your morals and how you feel? Because I think this game is that deep. What would you have changed to make it more aligned with like how you believe the world works?
I don't fucking know, man.
Mike, we're idiots.
Yeah.
Why are you coming at us with that question at 11:58 p.m.?
It's only 11:58. Oh, fuck you. Yeah, you got to answer.
I was gonna say
the stuff that I would change. It has nothing to do with my morals. It's, like I would put the RPG mechanics back into Mass Effect 2 and 3.
That says everything about who you are as a person. I just want to let you know, Julian, as someone who I consider you like a friend, and like I consider you someone that I have great interest in. It says everything about your morals to say that what you would do is add the RPG elements back in.
There's nothing in the games that offend my morals. I'm not.
No, I'm not saying it's offensive. I'm saying it as an endearing thing. I think it's incredible.
No, but that's what I'm saying is like there's nothing like, again, like Mass Effect 3 I would fundamentally change from like the ground up, because I think that game botches things from minute one. Like I said, I would completely change the beginning. I would have the core of the center part of that game be based around what did you do in the first two games. That determines who you have to go to in Mass Effect 3, right? So like I always go back to the Rachni. Did you eradicate the Rachni in the first game? Okay, well, fuck you. There's no Rachni in the second one. Did you kill Rex in the first game? Well, fuck you. The Krogan aren't going to be on your side because Rex isn't in charge of the clan or in charge of Tuchanka. And so the Krogan, whoever's in charge of the Krogan in Mass Effect 3 says, fuck you. We can go off on our own and we don't need the rest of the Citadel Council. Oh, fine. Oh, yes. Mike Fallek. In the front.
What? Why would you kill Rex? I didn't even feel like I had that option. Somebody mentioned it in my thread. How would you have killed Rex? Yeah, I know. I don't think I even understood that I could kill him.
If you have not, it's one of my favorite things about Mass Effect 1. If you did not invest enough points into charisma or intimidation in Mass Effect 1, you do not have the ability to not kill Rex.
What happens? I've heard it online, but I want to hear it by you.
Kill him.
Yeah, you kill him.
You kill him or someone else kills him?
No, you kill him.
So I swear to God, someone in the thread says somebody else shoots him.
No. You have that standoff with him, and if you do not have the ability to persuade him to back the fuck off, you shoot him in the head, dead.
Yeah, that's what happens.
And then you can decide how much of an asshole you want to be. Like, so my Renegade Shepherd, my first Renegade Shepherd, Kara Shepherd, based on Starbuck, she was like, she hated Krogans. And so, she was like, don't even bother burying him. Like, he was a piece of shit. You don't have to worry about it. We're just moving on.
Yeah.
And she never activated Grunt in Mass Effect 2. She was like, I hate Krogans. I'm not going to have a Krogan in my team. So she just left him on ice.
I had little interest in Grunt. I thought it was a cool idea. I didn't get into Grunt. I didn't think there was anything wrong with the story. I just wasn't into Grunt. Were you guys into Grunt?
I get it. He's fine.
I like his voice. He's got a very different voice for a Krogan.
I love all the Krogan voices. I wish Krogan became the most. Those are the most fun voices to do.
Just like the fucking Gravellies. Krogan Shepherd. Shepherd. Right down here. Everybody's a fucking Krogan when they want to be.
I love that shit.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
It's so fun. Oh, I just wanted the Krogans over
there. Mike, what I would have done to Mass Effect is I would have taken Kai Leng and made him responsible for everything in the series. It would have ruined the entire game or the entire trilogy, and I would have been real into that. So there you go.
Kai Leng is interesting.
Is he, Mike?
Well,
is he actually?
What I think about Kai is that I was very scared of. I feel in a less extreme way, similarly to him as I do to Kylo Ren, where it's like listen, I don't know that I was expecting a ninja in the series. That's just me. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair to not expect a ninja. So I get it.
I was not expecting a ninja. So when a ninja showed up, and mind you, a pretty cool ninja, I was initially like, a ninja? What? I don't know. But then I was like,
Mike,
okay,
did you write Kai Leng?
A ninja.
Were you responsible?
And so I was like, okay, I'll see what this ninja is. And then as it went on, it was like, it's not really like do more with the ninja. It was kind of not enough with the ninja, and it just kind of like stopped.
So you needed more Kai Leng, is what you're saying.
If I was going to have a ninja, which
Okay.
apparently I was going to, I felt as though I could use not more, not less. If I was to vote how much ninja there should be, I was like, there's going to be ninja? Yeah, for sure there's ninja. I would say put enough ninja in. Don't put
Well, it seemed like your problem is that you didn't read the books. You didn't do the homework.
Yeah.
See, if you had read the prequel book that leads into Mass Effect 3, you would have been all up in Kai Leng's business, and you would have been all up to speed on Kai Leng.
He knows, listener, that I have a problem and that I will now go read the stupid book. And yet, still, he jokes. Are you kidding?
Look, I like the Mass Effect books.
But is Kai Leng better because you read the book? Because I'll read it.
No,
I own the BioShock book. Don't
Kai
fuck
Leng
with
is
me,
like
Mr. Titus.
is basically like somebody's cool like OC character. Please do not steal that he's like the most edgiest boy. He's everything he does is super cool.
It is super cool.
He's the best at everything that he does.
He's the best at everything.
Why is he there?
That's the question. Because he sucks.
I would love if you could make up. You could be like,
it was at one time that I was the best baker in all of East Brunswick.
Now we're talking.
And I would be like, yes, tell me. It's like, it was one sunny baker.
I mean, you get all of his backstory in that novel, but I don't remember because it
doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Nothing matters.
I'm underwhelmed. So if there was a dope backstory.
It's not dope. That's what I'm saying. There's a backstory. I'm not saying it's good.
Why is he a ninja though? Like, where does he get that skill?
Because it's
Cerberus worked on him.
So, but why isn't Shepard like, I need your powers to win this? Like, why isn't that the choice?
I mean, he never displays anything that you would want. Like,
what do you mean? He like destroys floors and like dissolves matter. And when you fight him, Julie, he removes
Kai Leng,
architecture.
destroyer of floors.
Floors.
Listen. I just want to point out. Hold on.
He's just walking in. He's just burning carpet. Just like, fuck it, I'm here now, motherfucker.
I want to point out there's an episode of Nerds Without Pants that I am on, and I talk about manifestation magic, and I talk about Solomon's Key, and I talk about Rampart, and I talk about Fortnite, and I feel I correctly predicted the Zelda game where you also manifest a little chair. What does she make? She makes like stuff, right?
Did you manifest floors?
Kylo Ren, or whatever his name is, ninjas parts of the architecture of the ship out of his way. Is that not incredibly impressive technology?
I don't know. It's not as impressive as destroying a floor. So,
Yeah. But I think also
floor remover.
But you also like spank him like thoroughly every time that you see him. And
Shepard spanks everyone she sees. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so like why would Shepard be like, oh, I need to have what you have? It's like, no, Shepard's fine.
Well, but everyone actually, she's Goku like every enemy she encounters, she actually does absorb like Goku. She like fights a Geth, but you have a Geth on your ship. She like fights AI, but like you have an AI.
So you're saying that you want Kai Leng to join the crew? Is that what you want?
You have that assassin character who's like not that much different than Kai Leng. And like, in fact, he works for the same company you've worked for. So how bad could he be? Like the assassin that joins your crew is like an actual like criminal, like out on the lam. Like this dude works. He's just in a different department from you. He just took over your old job.
Yeah, but that old job wants you dead.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is she would want his powers.
Of destroying floors, obviously. Think of how many basements she could visit if she could destroy all the floors.
Bob Vila would want this power, and you know it, Justin.
This is not this old house. I mean, Bob Vila would.
Bob Vila would love this.
He would, actually.
He would love it.
Was he into destroying floors or rebuilding them, though, Mike?
Well, that's exactly what it is.
Or like rebuilding them.
Because here's
or
here's what it is.
rebuilding them.
He would go.
He was
hey,
a builder.
Hey Bob, how long do you think it's going to take us to film this episode?
He was Bob the Builder.
He wasn't
Bob the Builder.
goddamn
That was a
builder.
different guy.
But first he had to be like, he was like, how long do you think it'll take? Well, we have to pull up the tiling. Oh, wait, no, we don't. He pulls out like 2 Ninkatas and he's like, and he like pixelates the tiling. He's like, actually, scratch 3 days away from this reno job.
You're pitching a show that I would watch, and that's This Old House Sci-Fi Edition or whatever it is.
This old Geth.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
So I think that leaves me with just one last thing to say before we start to wrap this up.
Sure.
Which is Mass Effect was a flawed gem when it came out in 2007, and it remains so today. As a player that values RPGs with deep customization, strategy, and level progression, I prefer this game to its more polished but shooter-centric sequel. The relationship my Commander Shepard built up with his crew and squad over the course of the 40-hour adventure was a revelation for me when the game was new, and I still consider the characters and writing to be some of the best I've experienced in a video game. This is a universe that is as special to me as Star Trek and Battlestar Galactica, and I will always come back to the SR-1 Normandy anytime I want to play the other games. The end. Mike Fallek, thank you very much for being on this exhaustive Mass Effect-centric episode.
Pleasure. An absolute, unequivocal pleasure. I didn't think we would even get to talk about video games before this. This was so much fun.
It always is, Mike.
I could talk to you two about Mass Effect inexhaustibly.
You have.
And
for
some
sure.
may have noticed that I used irregardless earlier in the episode. It's a word.
I did.
I
noticed it.
It's a word.
Is it, Mike?
Why isn't it a word? Did everyone know what I meant?
Look, man, all I know is T is
Words
least
don't
use,
make. If you actually break apart almost any word, they don't make fucking sense.
That's fair.
Enable?
Yeah.
I can't believe you remembered
enable?
that you said that. That's impressive to me, honestly.
You don't know
because I heard it and I went.
Divergence.
I heard it and went. I'm not gonna say anything, but I could.
So this is like an actual thing that everybody says. Oh, Mike, I think that means you're neurodivergent, and I'm like, no, but it's the most neurodivergent thing I do. I actually think in timelines. So like, I don't actually like. I can't form a thought without remembering what's connected to the thought before it.
That makes a lot of sense.
You do like the weave, you start out here and then you come here and then you're doing all these different things, but then you come back to it at the,
It's good.
Yeah. It's a common neurodivergence thing to be like, you only think about like thoughts make exact sense in terms of like, the relativeness to the one before. So it's neurodivergent as shit, but, that's why I remember every single thing I've said for the past whatever hours we've been talking.
That's good.
Enable is as just as much not a word as irregardless.
Okay. Yes. We do not have the time to discuss the peculiarities of the English language.
It's already able.
That is far beyond the purview of the State Select, a video game variety show.
Irregardless, Mike, it's been a pleasure to have you on the show.
It has been a genuine pleasure.
My goodness. I have been waiting for this is like when I first, I want to speak genuinely. When I first started listening to this show and you guys started, and you would talk about how did I even find this show is another question. But when you guys,
I can tell you that easily.
Nani?
Yeah. So we were mutuals on.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Oh, do you want to hear the story or not, Mike?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we were mutuals on Twitter, and you had put a call out for guests for your show.
30 podcasts.
30 podcasts I'm not doing, and I just out of what I don't know. I was like, I haven't been on very many podcasts other than mine. It's like, I'll come on, and then I came on to your show. And we hit it off because you were like, oh, holy shit, I get to be like nerdy about like Star Trek on this episode. This is like, I don't get to talk to people about this shit. And then, actually, I think even before that, you like researched the show, right? To see if I was even good enough to have on. So you would listen to like at least an episode or two.
Well, if that was the situation, you came on my podcast. If that's really what it was,
that is what it was.
Well, no, I remember you being on 30 podcasts, of course, but I think in my mind, I'd listened to you before from some other reason. But if that was the case, I would have listened to I would have listened to every single episode of Nerds Without Pants before you came out. That's an absolute fact about me.
Okay, well, I don't, I got the impression that you listened to a couple episodes at that point.
Maybe I said that, but I would have listened to every single episode, basically.
But it definitely wasn't until like I said, yeah, sure, I'm down to be on your show. Like that was our first interaction.
Wow, that's so cool! What a fun thing I did. That podcast was genius. The whole idea
it was a cool show.
It was podcast I wasn't going to do. So it was one episode of a podcast I would never, ever, ever do.
Okay.
And did you come on? You didn't come on for the Metal Gear Solid one. You came on for something random, right?
No, it was about inventing a new definition for a word.
Oh.
And so we came up with it was so S-O with a tilde at the top. And the definition of it was internet lists where the list encompasses everything that is in there. So, like you'll see it'll be like top 16 mainline Final Fantasy games. And it's like there's 16 mainline Final Fantasy games.
Yes.
So
Yes.
What's the point of this list?
We rank the top 30 goldfish flavors. Well, that's all of them.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So you didn't do anything.
It's like you're not excluding anything. You're just ranking them, which is a different thing.
We found the best iPhone 16s. Huh? Yeah.
Yes.
There's only one.
Yeah. That's how this whole thing started.
I thought I had listened to it before then. Wow, so when I started listening to the show, if I could have made a wish, an internet wish, it would be to that I had magically played Mass Effect because I didn't have an Xbox 360 at the time. And I certainly hadn't played Mass Effect, and then made these people talk to me about it. So this was incredible.
And here we are. And so now it's all downhill. There's nothing more to be done with Mike Fallek and State Select collaboration. We've topped it. Ball game over. This is it.
Yeah, you said it succinctly. And so yeah, it was good. It's fun. Yeah, I just get to be a listener now. Anyway, Julian's on Blue Sky. I don't know anyone on Blue Sky. 2 of my other podcast hosts told me to be on Blue Sky. I hate Blue Sky because I've actually gotten people to talk on Threads, and it's been fun. And I never plug anything on this show.
Just search for Mike Fallek, and you'll find everything that.
Go find me on Threads. It's really nerdy. I think that. I mean. Do you guys type on Blue Sky though? Like, will you have conversations on Blue Sky?
So Blue Sky has been interesting because I've gotten a ton of followers in the last couple of weeks because I got added to a starter pack.
Mm.
What I've found on Blue Sky so far is that a lot of people put a premium on like number of followers, and what people do is they follow a shit ton of people, hoping that they'll get follow backs, but then not a lot of actual interaction with the people that they follow.
It's like old Twitter.
Yeah. So right now I've got like over 350 followers, but I'm like, I don't give a shit about that. Like I want interaction, and I'm not getting as much of that as I do on Twitter.
To Threads.
I don't have it in me to do a third place.
Don't do Blue Sky because you're not talking to anyone.
No, but I am talking to some people. That's the thing, is that it's slowly, like, it's starting to shake out where, like, now I'm starting, it's going to take time.
There seems like there's a migration going there right now, for the most part.
On Twitter, like, I didn't have, like, a lot of traction for a long time, and then eventually I did. And I got to the point where it's, like, pretty much any time that I tweet, I'm going to get at least some interactions with it, right? And it's just going to take some time, right? I'm starting to, like, see, like, the people that I enjoy seeing more often and, interacting with them, and, hopefully it'll start to be a push or like a give and take type thing. And hopefully it'll culminate with like having new podcast friends. Cause like the last year on Twitter has been awesome. Like we've met awesome new people that we're podcasting with because of Twitter, but we're not quite there yet with Blue Sky. But, and then, so as far as the show, if you have comments, questions, or concerns, there's lots of ways to get at us. You can email us. The email address is thestateselectpod@gmail.com. You can DM us on Twitter @stateselectpod. You can comment on the Patreon page, even if you're a free member, also on the YouTube page. But probably the easiest way is to go to the thread on our Discord. I was just going to say, as a quick aside, I joined a Cecilia Immergreen Discord server from HoloLive. Because I was like, I need to be able to talk to like actual HoloLive fans, because I'm starting to feel weird but I actually feel more weird being in that Discord server because I'm like, oh, y'all are like way younger than me, and like you're talking about shit that I don't really know. I really feel out of place there. So we'll see if I stick around or not.
Yeah,
that's bold. Like a fandom Discord. That's fun.
Yeah, and I thought, because I was like, that seems to be the way that like a lot of Hololive people like kind of congregate is in Discords. And I was like, well, Cecilia is my favorite, so let me go join a Cecilia-centric Discord. And I don't know, like, you know, well, I've only poked around there so far.
Yeah.
So you can find me on Twitter at Julian_Titus still. You can search for me on Blue Sky under Julian Titus. Justin?
You can find me streaming on twitch.tv/TyroneSwift. I still have a Twitter account. It is Tyrone_Swift. Tyrone Swift TV for YouTube. And I just started a Blue Sky account today.
Oh, shit.
Because
Why did you follow me?
Because I didn't follow anybody. For the bit
I see
that I get to say it on this show. And it's just Tyrone Swift on there, but .Blue Sky. Whatever the fuck it is. I don't know how that shit works. You can find the tweet that I just put out 3 minutes ago that says, I'm against there being floors now. Deal with it.
Very good.
That.
Wait, what do I type for? If I search it.
Tyrone Swift.
Yeah, just all one word.
Am I spelling it wrong? Does Tyrone have an E?
No. Yeah, at the end of it.
Yes, it does. Tyrone Swift. Found you. Got you.
Thanks as always to the wonderful Megan McDuffie for our theme song and interstitial tracks. Thanks to friend of the show, John Gholson, for being our announcer and providing us with our logo and artwork. But that is going to do it for this edition of the Stage Select. I've been Julian Titus. He's been Justin Ham. Very special thanks to Mike Fallek. We've been the Stage Select. Signing off.
The Stage Select is copyrighted and owned by Space Monkey Mafia Productions, specializing in independent podcasting. Please consider sharing the show with your friends and support us by joining our Patreon or donating to our coffee. Thank you, and good night.